Chapter 370. You're thinking too much. Wang Chong said calmly, "The Tibetans are slightly shorter than us Han people, but they are also slightly shorter than us Han people. You just need to watch out for those who are short and look suspicious." Suspicious? Su Gan frowned. "That's right," Wang Chong said calmly. "The scout will try his best to disguise himself as one of us, but ultimately he is different from us. As such, his actions will be slightly different, and it's easy to see through him. Everyone here has their chests puffed up and their heads raised, except for that person who has his head lowered, which is completely different from the others. There's a saying that goes, 'The head of a thief,' and a thief is different from an ordinary person. Similarly, the Uzun scouts are different from our own cavalrymen. But given his condition, it's possible that he was a short and injured cavalryman, right?" Another student from Shenwei training camp, who was with Fang Xianying and the other, said. He still felt that Wang Chong's method was a little too risky. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. Even if the situation was, as Wang Chong said, it wasn't entirely safe. It wouldn't be a small matter if he were to accidentally kill the scout. Hee, so didn't I test him? Wang Chong chuckled. Everyone was taken aback. They suddenly recalled the thunderous roar that Wang Chong had let out before making a move, and they came to a realization. "I see. Gongzi's eyes are truly sharp and meticulous. I'm truly in awe of you. We've been searching for an entire day, but we weren't able to find any Uzun scouts. I thought that Gongzi was mistaken, and there were no Uzun scouts at all. If Gongzi hadn't seen through it, I would have never imagined that they would be so brazen. Indeed, it was as though they had entered an uninhabited land. But thinking about it now, it's truly frightening." The group of people felt the same way. The entire Tang dynasty's official resting place was heavily guarded. More than 200 of them weaved into a huge net to search everywhere. Under such circumstances, these Uzun people actually dared to swagger their way into the resting point, right under everyone's noses. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end and shudder with fear. If it weren't for Wang Chong, no one would have known that there was an Uzun scout wandering around them, and that all their secrets had been discovered by them. Even the casual chatter between acquaintances could not escape their ears. Thinking of this, the crowd was even more impressed. Hearing about Wang Chong is not as good as meeting him in person. Only now did everyone realize that the rumors about Wang Chong in the capital were probably true. In terms of thinking and insight, Wang Chong's abilities far surpassed theirs. I can't blame you for this. The Uzun used the armors and horses of the soldiers who died in battle, so it's normal that you didn't notice. Wang Chong said, "Never underestimate your opponents. The Uzun might not be as prosperous as the Central Plains, but they were definitely the most suitable opponents and warriors. In terms of intelligence and cunning, they weren't inferior to any of their opponents. In the war between the Tang dynasty and the Uzun, there were quite a few famous generals in the Central Plains who fell to the Uzun. To Wang Chong, this was common sense, not to underestimate the Uzun. But to Zhao Yadong, Su Gan, Fang Xianying, and the others, this wasn't the time. Most of the scions who came under the tutelage of the Central Plains Wang Hua looked down on foreigners. This was the same attitude that Wang Chong had in his previous life as well, so there was nothing to be surprised about. With Wang Chong as an example, they knew the direction of their search, and their movements became much more effective. This time, it wasn't just Wang Chong and the others who joined in the search. The entire resting point had joined in as well. After the first, the second, the third. In just a short period of time, 4 to 5 Uzun scouts were captured. No one was able to approach the resting point anymore. All of the soldiers around the resting point were ordered to remove their helmets. Under such circumstances, the red of the highland that the Uzun soldiers were wearing was completely exposed. What's going on? They didn't appear again? At the same time, on the peak of the mountain occupied by the Uzun soldiers, A high-ranking Uzun officer with a powerful aura and a small mustache was looking down at an Uzun squad leader with a hint of anger in his eyes. Lord, they didn't. We have already sent 3 groups of men to investigate. Logically speaking, they should have returned by now. I'm afraid that they might have returned. The Uzun squad leader lowered his head. He was the scout leader of this team. All of the scouts were sent out by him, and he was also in charge of them. In the past half a month, there had never been such a problem. The bearded Uzun officer wanted to curse, but he seemed to have thought of something. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Is it possible that our disguise has been seen through by them? He stared at the 10-man squad leader and asked. Impossible. They have never been seen through after so long. The Uzun squad leader shook his head without hesitation. Not in the past doesn't mean not now. The bearded Uzun officer gritted his teeth and said gloomily, No matter what, our method has obviously failed. We can't send out any more scouts. Let's call it quits. We have already gotten the information we want. The people of the Tang dynasty are arrogant now. They think that we are all idiots. Even if they discover our operation, they will never change their plan. Let's just stick to the original plan. Tomorrow, we will completely destroy them. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yes, sir. The 10-man squad leader, who was at a disadvantage, quickly lowered his head and said no more. In a place where no one could see, the dark clouds of war were slowly brewing. Dong, 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 dong. Early in the morning, the sound of drums from the heaven-shaking staircase broke through the fog and filled the entire 3rd gathering point. The sound of footsteps and hooves of the war horses were endless. Compared to 3 days ago, the atmosphere in the resting point was extremely tense. The air was filled with the smell of war. The training camp students and cavalrymen, who were usually bustling with activity and whispering to each other, were now much more depressed and silent. For the cavalrymen who had experienced the battle with the Uzun, everyone knew what today's battle meant. Hurry up! All of you hold on to your shields. That's your life. Axemen attack. As long as the shield bearers at the front can stop their war horses from charging, attack immediately. Kill the horses first, then the soldiers. Don't let the Uzun get past your defenses. Master archers, aim for the gaps in their armor. Heavy armor isn't omnipotent. As long as you aim accurately, they will still die. Everyone follow my orders strictly. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be executed. Early in the morning, the Big Dipper Army commandant walked to and fro with a voice reminiscent of thunder. His gaze was sharp and his expression authoritative, reminiscent of an enraged lion. Even though the highest commander of the Big Dipper Army was Geshu Han, its founder was the current war god, the current imperial tutor of the crown prince, Wang Zhongxi. In the Tang dynasty, Wang Zhongxi was the true pillar of the empire, the #1 commander of the Han. His standing and influence were above even that of the Eastern Protector General, Zhang Shogui. Wang Zhongxi was a strict commander, and everything that the Big Dipper Army was built upon was left behind by Lord Wang. Geshu Han had only inherited it. Almost everyone in the Big Dipper Army was of the same style. This Big Dipper Army commandant was no different. There was almost no one who didn't fear military authority. Seeing this sight, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Even though this was the first time he was participating in a war against the Uzun since his reincarnation, Wang Chong wasn't unfamiliar with it. Some things were hidden deep within one's bloodline and soul. Every single battle was calling out to Wang Chong, awakening something in him. How is it? Are you ready? Seeing the tense atmosphere in the resting point, Wang Chong turned to Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, Fang Xianying, Bai Ling, Zhao Yadong, and the others. The few of them nodded solemnly. Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, and the others were still fine. After all, they had never participated in a war before, and they had never witnessed the might of the Uzun army. However, it was different for Fang Xianying and the others. They were slightly nervous. Even Zhao Yadong was the same. They had participated in several wars in the past, so it was impossible for them to not be nervous. Of course, Wang Chong saw it, but he didn't say a word. Facts spoke louder than words, and it was useless to say anything to them at the moment. They would understand everything once the war was over. Let's go according to the plan. The first wave will disperse first, then the second, and the third. We have too many people at the moment, and we're too big of a target. Losing so many of us will surely attract attention. Wang Chong said calmly as he began making the final arrangements for the war. It wouldn't be easy for him to execute his plan. The Big Dipper Army commandant wasn't a fool. It was impossible for him not to notice the sudden loss of 200 men. However, Wang Chong wasn't worried at all. Later on, when the commandant calls out the roll, we'll report to him. We'll move swiftly when it's time to depart from the resting point. The Big Dipper Army is an arrogant bunch, and our commandant is currently focused on the 400 Big Dipper Army infantry and axemen equipped with tower shields. Once he calls out the roll, he won't pay any more attention to us, and that will be our opportunity. Understood, the crowd replied grimly. Over this period of time, they had managed to build trust and obedience toward Wang Chong. Even a genius like Zhao Yadong was this way. Needless to say, the others. All right, move out. Hearing the crowd's reply, Wang Chong nodded. Hung long long. A moment later, the ground began to tremble, and a cloud of dust rose into the air. Under the command of the Big Dipper Army commandant, the infantry and cavalry of the resting point marched toward the mountain occupied by the Tibetans with a solemn and imposing aura. At the very back of the army, no one noticed that Wang Chong was swiftly retreating with his 200 men. Chapter 371. Roar, roar, roar. At the foot of the mountain, a distance away from the bottom of the slope, 400 infantrymen stood in a neat formation. Every single one of them raised their tall steel tower shields, and they raised and lowered their shields non-stop as they challenged the Big Dipper Army. Despite being only 400 infantrymen, the roar they produced was equivalent to the roar of thousands of soldiers. Their powerful and domineering voices shook the entire mountain. Under the effect of these waves of sound, even the air above the opposite mountain range was stirred up, blowing the entire forest of the mountain range. Even though these 400 infantrymen weren't the elites of the Big Dipper Army, they were handpicked from all over Longxi, and they were deeply influenced by the Big Dipper Army. All of them had undergone the Big Dipper Army's training. On top of that, quite a few of them were handpicked from the Big Dipper Army by the commandant himself. This was also the reason why the Big Dipper Army commandant was so confident in these 400 infantrymen. Everyone followed the formation strictly. Those who dare to move will be executed. A resounding voice reverberated across the sky. The Big Dipper Army commandant raised his sword, and the cold gleam of the sword gleamed brightly in the air. Behind him, a distance away, the cavalrymen were lined up in an orderly formation, and every single one of them was brimming with fighting spirit. This was a battle tactic. Even during a battle, he would leave sufficient gaps for the cavalrymen to charge forward. From this, it could be seen that the Big Dipper Army commandant wasn't a fool. Be it the massive tower shields, the formation of the infantrymen 300 meters back, or the gaps for the cavalrymen behind him to charge forward. From these, it could be seen that this commandant was different from the previous commanders. His thoughts were much more meticulous. His tactics and strategies were also meticulously thought through. The infantrymen would stand at the front to fend off the first wave of cavalrymen. When the other party's momentum slowed down, the infantrymen would charge forward and break through the enemy's formation in one fell swoop. This was a typical amalgamation of infantrymen and cavalrymen in the modern battlefield. Even the Big Dipper Army of Longxi would often employ this tactic in their battles against Uzin. The heavy shields and the superior numbers of infantrymen and cavalrymen were the reason why the Big Dipper Army commandant was so confident in this battle. Dong dong! Just as the Big Dipper Army commandant was waiting for the Uzun army to appear on the other side of the mountain, the hurried clopping of hooves suddenly sounded. One of the military inspectors rushed over. "Sir, something bad has happened." "What is it?" The Big Dipper Army commandant frowned in displeasure. "My lord, I've just discovered that 200 people are missing." "What?" The Big Dipper Army commandant's face darkened, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. "Bastard, are you joking with me?" It was inconceivable that they had lost 200 men in the middle of the march. Such a large number was no small matter. Cold sweat broke out on the military inspector's forehead as he hurriedly recounted what had happened. He had only just realized that so many people were missing from the march. The strict military rules of the Big Dipper Army were no joke. "Do you know who escaped?" The Big Dipper Army commandant commanded sternly. "The name has been confirmed." The military inspector hurriedly reported the names of those who had disappeared. Almost all of them were scions of the prestigious clans in the capital. Scions of the prestigious clans were all cowards. Without a doubt, these people had fled in advance upon sensing danger. This was the typical behavior of deserters. Bastards! The Big Dipper Army commandant's face darkened, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Deserting before a battle was a crime punishable by death. It was one thing for these scions to be in the capital, but to think that they would dare to flee under his command. This was unforgivable. Did they really think that his Big Dipper Army wouldn't dare to kill these scions? Just as Zhang Xian was fuming in his heart, the ground suddenly trembled, and an enormous aura came from the opposite mountain peak with an earth-shattering momentum. "Who?" A violent gust of wind blew, and the Big Dipper Army commandant on the back of his steed seemed to have sensed something, and his heart jolted. He abruptly raised his head, only to see the heads of steeds poking out from the dense thickets on the opposite mountain peak. Highland steeds! The Big Dipper Army commandant's heart jolted. He immediately recognized the green-black steeds on the opposite mountain peak. Highland steeds were the most outstanding steeds of the Uzun Plateau, due to their immense lung capacity. Even though their limbs were shorter than the steeds of the Central Plains, they were extremely capable. More importantly, their bones were strong, granting them immense strength. In the past battles between the Tang Dynasty and the Uzun Plateau, these steeds had displayed incredible fighting prowess. At this very moment, several hundred green-black Highland steeds were standing in a neat formation, looking down at the mountain peak. Their eyes gleamed brightly, and they didn't move in the slightest, as if they were statues. A powerful aura descended upon them, exerting immense pressure on them. "Retreat. We'll deal with these deserters later on." The Big Dipper Army commandant's face warped slightly. He quickly waved the military inspector away, and at the same time he raised the sword in his right hand and issued a series of orders. "Everyone, prepare yourselves." A resounding voice echoed in the air, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone's eyes turned toward the opposite mountain peak. As for the matter regarding Wang Chong and the others, he had completely forgotten about it. Even though 200 of his men had escaped, it was still an insignificant number to the entire army. Around him, there were still 700 to 800 soldiers gathered. This number was far greater than the Uzun cavalrymen. Hung Long. At the same moment, on the opposite mountain peak, the 300 Uzun cavalrymen slowly walked out of the forest, as if a demonic god who had stepped out from the depths of hell. These Uzun cavalrymen were fully armored, and their eyes were ferocious. Even the Highland steeds beneath them were equipped with heavy armor, and they were armed to the teeth. At the same time, they exuded an aura as heavy as the mountains. Even from such a distance, the Tang Dynasty cavalrymen at the foot of the mountain still felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. The Big Dipper Army commandant's face warped slightly. These fellows were elites. There was no doubt about it. "Tower shields, lower your center of gravity." Archers, prepare to load the bows. Cavalrymen, prepare to receive my command. In just a short moment, the Big Dipper Army commandant issued a series of orders, and the sound of bows being drawn sounded. 400 steel tower shields, each taller than a grown man, fell heavily to the ground. The infantry behind the tower shields held their breaths in silence. It's finally time for war. At the same time, on the peak of the mountain, the Uzin commandant gazed down at the formation of the Han army with a savage smile on his face. It was finally time for the final battle. Once they defeated the final Tang army and destroyed the resting point, they would be able to leave this place and return to Uzin. This mission was basically over. Without a doubt, the current Tang army was no longer a match for the Uzin. So, the Uzin commandant raised his right hand and grabbed the curved saber by his waist. Whipping it out, he raised it high above his head. The uniquely shaped Uzin curved saber gleamed coldly in the air. All soldiers, listen up. Defeat this Tang army, and we can return to the Uzin highlands. Roar. The eyes of the 300-some Tibetan cavalry were filled with excitement as they roared in agreement. Waves of ferocious killing intent surged out of their bodies like a tide. He good. Feeling the killing intent behind him, the eyes of the Uzin commandant flashed with excitement. Then he swung the curved saber in his hand down viciously. All soldiers move out. Wang. The ground rumbled as the 300 fully armored Uzin cavalrymen charged down from the peak of the mountain on their black highland steeds. Their initial speed wasn't too fast, but it gradually grew faster and faster. Eventually, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. An aura as heavy as a mountain, incomparably vast and boundless, slowly emanated from their bodies. And this aura was still growing exponentially. Not only that, but the originally dense formation also began to change. 1 echelon, 2 echelons, 3 echelons, more than 300 people, in the end, actually turned into more than 10 echelons. Like undulating waves, they swept along the long hillside towards the foot of the mountain. The echelon charge formation. This was the most classic, most powerful charging formation that the Uzin cavalry had discovered over the long years. With the help of the steep hillside, batches of cavalrymen formed into countless trapezoidal formations and kept crashing at the enemy's infantry defense formation like waves. No matter how powerful a fully armored infantry formation was, it might be able to stop one wave, but it might not be able to stop a second, a third, a fourth, a 10th, a 20th. When the number of charges reached a certain level, they would definitely be able to break through the enemy's front line and then tear apart the infantry formation, completely shattering the enemy. As long as the front line infantry formation collapsed, the chaos would spread to the entire army. This was a secret that the Uzin cavalry had discovered in the countless battles they had with the Central Plains. The echelon charge formation would allow sufficient time for the cavalry to charge forward and adjust their formation. This way, even if the cavalry at the front line were to fail, it wouldn't affect the subsequent charge. Compared to a densely packed cavalry formation, the echelon charge formation was much more continuous. The duration of the charge was extended significantly. Of all the cavalrymen in the world, only the Uzin cavalry was able to make full use of this and maximize the prowess of the echelon charge formation. Hung long long. The earth quaked as the Tibetans charged faster and faster. Like a rolling snowball, they had already reached an inconceivable speed. From afar, it looked as though a streak of black lightning was advancing along the undulating slope of the mountain. His aura was as swift as a bolt of lightning, overwhelming and unstoppable. At the bottom of the mountain, a grim expression appeared on the face of the Big Dipper Army commandant. Chapter 372. It has finally begun. At the same time, on another mountain not too far away, the Wangchong and the others who had escaped were watching the battle from afar. From afar, the 300 Uzin cavalrymen were divided into more than 10 echelons. Dust billowed as they charged down from the top of the mountain like a bolt of lightning. The momentum they exuded was astonishing. Zhao Yadong, Fang Xianying, and the others were still fine with it. After all, they had experienced it before. However, shock could be seen in the eyes of Bai Siling, Su Gan, and Huang Yongtu. The momentum of the charge of the 300 cavalrymen was reminiscent of an unstoppable army. In comparison, the iron cloak highwaymen that the three of them had experienced was nothing. Too powerful. Huang Yongtu muttered to himself, completely shocked by this scene. This was the first time he had witnessed a battle with a foreign force. Even though it was only 300 cavalrymen, the impact it had on Huang Yongtu was devastating. It had completely changed his perception of battle. Su Gan was slightly better off, but his complexion wasn't too good either. Only Wang Chang's expression remained the same. He wasn't as shocked as Bai Siling and the others, nor was he as worried as Zhao Yadong and the others. In Wang Chang's memory, war was nothing out of the ordinary. To him, the charge of the 300 Uzun cavalrymen was nothing more than child's play. In fact, Wang Chong knew that this was just a foreplay. The Uzun cavalrymen had yet to display the true might of their charge. Wang. As expected, when the 300 Uzun cavalrymen reached the midpoint of the mountain, something suddenly lit up, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. Eventually, the entire mountain was lit up. What is that? Huang Yongtu's eyelids twitched. Halo of the White Yak. The war halo of the Uzun Iron Men. Wang Chong replied calmly. The Uzun worshipped a type of white yak, viewing it as a sacred beast. And the halo of the white yak was one of the most famous war halos of the Uzun. Its white horns were ferocious and tempered, and when it charged, it was unbelievably sharp. Buzz. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Chang's voice trailed off, the shadows of huge white yaks suddenly appeared in the void. Each yak had a pair of sharp horns and aimed at the Tang Dynasty's formation at the foot of the mountain. Moo. Along with the earth-shattering moo, the billowing smoke suddenly expanded by more than 10 times, and under the feet of the more than 300 Uzun cavalrymen, milky white rings of light were connected to each other, and the rings of light squeezed against each other, vibrating with each other, finally forming a huge white steel formation. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the auras of the 300 or so Uzun cavalrymen suddenly skyrocketed, reaching a terrifying level. At this moment, everyone on the mountain paled. The onlooker sees clearly, while the player is confused. This was the first time that Zhao Yadong and the rest were able to observe the charge of the 300-odd Uzun cavalrymen from afar. This was completely different from the few times that they had faced them head-on. The visual impact was unparalleled. It's not over yet. Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong sighed deeply. The one thing that the Big Dipper army commandant shouldn't have done was to fight the Uzun soldiers at the foot of the mountain. Even though he had already dragged the formation back by 300 meters, it was still far from enough. Under the relentless charge of the Uzun soldiers, Wang Chong could already foresee the destruction of the Tang Dynasty's formation. Get ready, let's move out. While everyone was still reeling in shock from the charge of the Uzun cavalry, Wang Chong raised his right arm calmly and issued the order to move out. The aura of the Uzun soldiers had already risen. The rumbling of the hooves of the horses shook the heavens, and the reverberation of the white yak war halos could be heard from dozens of li away. Under this aura, no matter what Wang Chong did, all sounds would be drowned out. This was the best opportunity to move out. Wang. Following that command, Wang Chong took the lead and leaped down the mountain. With Wang Chong taking the lead, the others also came to their senses. By Siling, Zhao Yadong, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, Fang Xianying, and the 200 Tang Dynasty cavalrymen hiding in the mountains, silently leaped down the mountain. Yet, at this moment, no one noticed them. Hung Long Long. When the 300 Uzun cavalrymen charged down from the mountain in an imposing manner, The mountain-shattering momentum finally made the Big Dipper Army commandant's face turn grim. He finally realized that he had made a grave mistake. Even though he had borrowed the Big Dipper Army's tower shields to deal with the Uzun soldiers, he wasn't the general of the Big Dipper Army. The 300 Uzun cavalrymen were far more formidable than he had imagined. For this mission, he was originally very confident in the 400 huge tower shields that he had borrowed. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that he wasn't so confident anymore. However, it was already too late by then. "Get ready!" A loud, sonorous voice echoed across the land, tinged with anxiety. The Big Dipper Legion commandant waved his arm and gave the final order to prepare for battle. The battle was about to begin. In that instant, the atmosphere was as though a storm was brewing, and the aura of war had reached its peak. All of the infantrymen, axemen, archers, and cavalrymen gripped their weapons tightly, and their bodies tensed. Aiming at the mountain peak, they made their final preparations. Hung long long. The sound of hooves grew louder and louder, and the Uzun Highland steeds in their formation grew clearer and clearer. Just when the charging Uzun cavalrymen were only 100 jong away, the Big Dipper Army commandant suddenly slashed his sword across the air. Hung long long. More than 400 tower shields, as heavy as mountains, fell from the sky. Under the impact of the giant shields, the entire ground shook violently, as if it had been hit by a pair of invisible hammers, making rumbling noises. The 400 tower shields lined up in a straight line like a wall, forming the frontmost line of defense. At the same time, black war halos shot out from the feet of the frontmost shield-bearers. The 400 halos combined into one, vibrating incessantly with a metallic clang. In an instant, the aura of the 400 shield-bearers doubled, and they stood firmly on the ground as though they had taken root in the earth. A majestic, indestructible aura erupted from the shield-bearers at the frontmost. Roar! The 400 shield-bearers roared fiercely. Under the provocation of the Uzun cavalrymen, their ferocity and fearlessness erupted from their bodies. There was a reason why the Tang dynasty was able to intimidate the world. The overall strength of the Tang dynasty was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in the world. Longxi had fought against the Uzun for many years, and it was the front line against the Uzun. The 400 shield-bearers had also undergone the rigorous training of the Big Dipper Army. This kind of training had been tempered thousands of times. Every person who had gone through this training was a qualified warrior. Even if the Uzun soldiers were twice as formidable, they wouldn't fear them in the slightest. Seeing the determined shield-bearers, the Big Dipper Army commandant's eyes finally regained their luster. So what if the Uzun soldiers were formidable? With these shield-bearers, he was confident that he could stand his ground against them. As long as they could withstand the initial charge, they would be the ones to take the next step. Archers, prepare yourselves. The Big Dipper Army commandant's voice reverberated in the air. Following his voice, the 800 Great Tang soldiers began to display their might. Each and every one of them began to release their true martial realm halos. Innumerable true martial realm halos intertwined with one another, reminiscent of a metallic clatter. They exuded an intimidating aura as they formed battle formations one after another. Ready, release! Following that sonorous voice, arrows pierced through metal and cracked stone, as dense as rain, whistling down from the formation at the foot of the mountain. The first wave of attack wasn't from the Uzun soldiers, but the Tang dynasty soldiers. Regardless of the battle, the archers would always be the first to attack. Hung, hung, hung! In an instant, all of the Uzun cavalrymen lowered their heads and used their heavy armor to withstand the rain of arrows. The incomparably heavy arrows struck the bodies of the 300 Uzun cavalrymen, but they were all deflected. Even the most formidable ones only managed to pierce through the armor of the cavalrymen. Ha ha ha! A frenzied laughter broke through the rain of arrows, reverberating across the sky. The first wave of arrows has passed. Let us show these soldiers of the Tang dynasty what true warriors are and what true despair is." The Uzun commandant at the very front laughed heartily as he spoke in the Uzun language. Along with these words, a sudden change occurred. Hong Long, a new surge of energy, suddenly burst forth from the 300 Uzun cavalrymen, like a tsunami. The Uzun cavalrymen, who were already moving at their maximum speed, suddenly felt an immense pressure weighing down on them, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Shadows began to drift around them, and vaguely, one could see the shape of a domed fortress, even though it was still in its most basic form, and it was barely discernible, as if it was made of mist. But in that instant, the pressure exerted by the 300 cavalrymen increased by more than tenfold. Wang. Upon seeing this sight, the Big Dipper army commandant at the foot of the mountain suddenly trembled. As if struck by lightning, his face turned ashen. Halo of fortress! In that instant, he finally understood what was amiss and why he felt so uneasy. He had made a fatal mistake. Hong Long. Chapter 373. When an Uzun cavalryman charged all the way from the peak of the mountain, how fast could he move? At this moment, the Uzun cavalryman had clearly demonstrated this fact to everyone. When the speed of an Uzun cavalryman was pushed to the limits, coupled with the sturdiness of the Highland steeds, the strength they wielded was unimaginable. Hong Long. As though a meteor falling from the sky, the first group of Uzun cavalrymen leaped high into the air, and their hooves stomped down on the massive tower shields at the very front of the infantry formation. Hong Long. A deafening clap of thunder echoed in the air, reverberating for a distance of 100 li. Steel against steel, halo against halo, stellar energy against stellar energy. At this instant, all kinds of energies were clashing intensely in the air. At the point where the hooves collided with the tower shields, sparks and lightning flashed in the air. Nay, the war horses whinnied. The violent collision and the ferocious aura made even the war horses in the rear feel uneasy, and they all neighed in response. One, the tower shields trembled. Under such a ferocious attack, even metal would shatter into dust, needless to say a human body. Behind the dozen tower shields, the faces of the shield warriors paled, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. A few of them even had their perlicus torn open, and blood gushed out. But eventually they managed to hold on. Using their bodies of flesh and blood, they managed to fend off the assault of the Uzun cavalrymen charging down from the peak of a mountain. Only the tower shield warriors were capable of such a feat. Their strong and sturdy bodies allowed them to be soldiers that other types of soldiers could not. But even so, the Big Dipper army commander couldn't bring himself to cheer up. Soon the second, third, fourth, and fifth wave of the Uzun cavalrymen arrived one after another. Hong, hong, hong! One after another, the Uzun cavalrymen charged forward, and with lightning speed, they crashed into the tower shield warriors. The earth-shattering collision sounds rang out one after another, without the slightest interval. The tower shield warriors had just withstood the first wave of impact, but they were immediately met with the second, third, fourth, and fifth wave of impact. Their knees were bent, and their perlicus were torn. Their tower shields were trembling violently, and the blood vessels in their bodies were ruptured. The halos beneath their feet were shaking, the pressure increased again and again, and his injuries continued to accumulate. The burden on his body reached an astonishing height in a short period of time. How many times could a qualified tower shield warrior withstand the impact of a peak cavalry? 7 times. On average, a tower shield warrior could withstand the full force of the Uzun cavalry's charge from the top of the mountain 7 times. Such a physique had almost reached the pinnacle of any soldier. But this kind of strength was far from enough, because Uzun's echelon formation didn't have 1, 2, or 3 waves. Instead, it had reached an astonishing number of over 10 waves, no matter how powerful a tower shield warrior was. He would not be able to withstand such a tide-like, continuous, all-out attack. Rumble. It felt like only a moment, but also like countless long centuries. When the eighth wave of Uzun cavalry charged down from the top of the mountain, a rumble was heard. The towering and seemingly indestructible tower shield formation was finally torn apart. Rumble. When the Uzun cavalry surged through the gap like a river, everyone's face turned pale. The formation formed by 400 tower shield warriors was the greatest protection in front of everyone. Only by limiting the speed of the Uzun cavalry could they unleash their full strength. When an Uzun cavalry charged down from the top of the mountain, how much force did it have? For everyone else, it was hard to imagine. At least, no one could stop them behind the tower shield warriors. Countless examples of battles in the past had illustrated this point. When the infantry's defensive line was torn apart, it meant a lot to the people behind them. For the other troops that lacked protection, it was a disaster. Everyone calm down. Steel cavalry, prepare for a charge. Amidst the chaos, the Big Dipper Army commandant's anxious voice echoed in the air. However, it was already too late. An immobile cavalry that could only charge a short distance was no match for the Uzun cavalry behind them. That wasn't how they were supposed to be used. The moment the 400 tower shields were torn apart, everyone's fate was sealed. The only thing that awaited them was defeat. The 300 Uzun cavalrymen, who were protected by the halo of White Yak and the halo of Fortress, were nothing short of destruction to the Big Dipper Army. Ha ha ha! Kill all of these bastards. This time, we will uproot them from the roots. At the very front of the formation, the Uzun army commandant laughed heartily as he charged forward with a group of cavalrymen. He could already see the annihilation of the 5th batch of great Tang soldiers. This time, no one would be able to escape, and there wouldn't be a 6th or 7th batch of cavalrymen. He would kill all of them, destroy the resting point, and return to the Uzun plateau to await further orders. 1. Just as the 800 Tang dynasty cavalrymen were about to be annihilated, at this crucial moment, the neighing of a neigh steed disrupted the chaos and broke the balance of the battle. To the right of the Uzun army, a group of 200 Tang dynasty cavalrymen suddenly charged out at an incredible speed. Surprisingly, the momentum they exuded was on par with the Uzun cavalry. Why would there be a Tang dynasty army here? Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the cavalry, the Uzun army commandant's face warped in shock. This wasn't a force he had expected. In the previous battles, he had wiped out several batches of great Tang soldiers, but he had never seen such a force before. What was even more unbelievable was that he was completely oblivious to the fact that this army was already so close to him. Under normal circumstances, this should have been impossible. Bastards! How cunning the Tang people are! Clenching his fists tightly, the Uzun army commandant quickly realized what was going on. Without a doubt, these fellows had mixed the sound of the horses' hooves with their own formation. When 300 soldiers charged down from the peak of the mountain, their momentum was earth-shattering, and there was no room for other noises. Perhaps he had heard their hooves a long time ago, but at that time he had treated them as his own people. This enemy was extremely cunning. What made him wary was that the enemy was charging from a very far place. Although they didn't have the momentum of the mountain, they could avoid his eyes. More importantly, they could maximize the power of the cavalry's charge. When their speed reached its peak, this army of 200 soldiers was enough to pose a fatal threat to him. They were even more threatening than the 800 soldiers in front of him. Retreat. Shift direction. Luo sang, lead the army to attack that army. We must stop them. The Uzun army commandant's voice resounded through the entire army. As a commander, he instinctively sensed the danger of this army. Flank. The other party had chosen to target their weakest spot. Not bad, but it's too late. Seeing the Uzun soldiers making adjustments to their formation, Wang Chang's lips curled into a sneer of disdain. To be able to defeat the Big Dipper Army's tower shield formation, the other party's commander had already proven himself. However, It was a pity that this capability was insufficient before Wang Chong. In fact, the other party had made the same mistake as the Big Dipper Army commandant the moment he saw him. The Big Dipper Army commandant's biggest mistake was to fight the Uzun soldiers at the bottom of the mountain, and the Uzun Army commandant's mistake was to change direction at the last moment to deal with him. A cavalry unit that was charging at full speed and had reached the pinnacle of speed would never be able to change its direction. The moment they changed direction, the speed of the cavalry would be reduced. The greater the change in direction, the greater the reduction in speed. If the Big Dipper Army were to change direction at 90 degrees, the advantage they had accumulated previously would be reduced to nothing. If the Big Dipper Army had persisted in their strategy and charged forward with all their might, they might have been able to crush the 800 cavalrymen and deal massive damage to them. But now, in other words, their fate had been sealed. In truth, it wasn't because of that childish mistake. Rather, the fate of the 300 cavalrymen had been sealed even before the other party noticed them. Everyone listen up. Arrow formation. Charge with all your might. Wang Chong raised his right hand and issued the command. The 200 cavalrymen immediately changed from a simple square formation to an arrow formation. Then they quickly expanded and charged towards the other side. Hung Long. In an instant, Wang Chong, Zhao Yadong, Bai Siling, Su Gan, Huang Yongtu, Fang Shenying, and the others charged viciously toward the Uzun army. Trapezoid formation and arrow formation. For the first time, two completely different cavalry formations clashed with one another at the border of Longxi. These two completely different cavalry formations were rarely seen even in modern warfare. Hung Long. When the 200 cavalrymen charged into the Uzun formation, Wang Chong also released his battle halo. Hung Long. Lightning clouds rumbled, and an invisible ripple spread out from Wang Chong's body to the entire army. Wherever the ripple passed, the elementary halo of fortress of the 300 Uzun cavalrymen was extinguished, and the milky white yak halos instantly fell. Bane of the battlefield. On this battlefield, Wang Chong released his battle halo for the first time in several months. These halos instantly destroyed the advantage the 300 Uzun cavalrymen had, and they had won this battle. In that instant, the faces of the 300 Uzun cavalrymen turned ashen. Without the elementary halo of fortress and white yak halo, they were nothing more than ordinary cavalrymen. Hung Long. Chapter 374. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry for the first time. Additional reward, 1 fate point. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 2. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 3. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 4. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 7. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 8. Congratulations to the host for killing the Uzun cavalry 9. A series of voices rang out in Wang Chong's mind like a waterfall. The arrow formation formed by 200 cavalrymen was like a sharp knife stabbing into the side of the Uzun cavalry. At the moment of impact, a large number of Uzun cavalrymen died. The focus of the Uzun cavalrymen was originally on the 800 cavalrymen. The appearance of Wang Chong and the rest was not within their expectations. Even if they had already made a change, it was still too late. When Wang Chong had launched his charge from afar, he had never thought of leaving time for them to make a change. When Wang Chong's cavalrymen reached their peak speed, from the moment they saw them to the moment the arrow formation crashed into them, only 6 seconds had passed. 6 seconds was not enough for the 300 Uzun cavalrymen to make a change. Instead, it caused even more chaos. The Ney was in a complete mess. When the Uzun cavalrymen fell one by one like weeds, Zhao Yadong and the rest were stunned. The Uzun cavalrymen, who had been through many battles, were invincible in their eyes. But at this moment, they were like pieces of paper. Zhao Yadong could not believe her eyes. Kill. With a loud shout, Zhao Yadong was shocked. The silver-white spear in her hands quickly joined together and became a long spear. Whoosh! A stream of fire spurted out. The Zhao clan's spear technique, Crimson Flame Spear, appeared once again. With a flash, 3 Uzun cavalrymen were decapitated and fell from their dark highland steeds. As soon as Wang Chang's Bane of the battlefield appeared, all the other war halos dropped by 1 rank. The white yak halo of the 300 Uzun cavalrymen was immediately weakened by a level. Without the support of the white yak's halo, the basic halo of fortress that the 300 players had condensed immediately fell and could no longer be maintained. To be more precise, even the Uzun's aura of fortress was weakened by Wang Chang's Bane of the battlefield. The war halo bestowed by the Stone of Destiny truly revealed its dominance on this battlefield. It was not born to compete in martial arts. Its existence was to completely overturn a war. This was also the reason why Wang Chong did not hesitate to join the battle when he heard that there was another battle in the 3rd stage. This was the source of his confidence. The 300 Uzun cavalrymen were nothing more than chickens and dogs before the grade 1 Bane of the battlefield. Bastard! What in the world is going on? Where's the halo? Where's the halo? Damn it, we clearly have more than 300 people. So why did the basic halo of fortress suddenly lose its effect? How did my strength suddenly weaken so much? What in the world is going on? Wang Chang's arrow formation had truly thrown the Uzun soldiers into chaos, but what truly made them panic was the sudden weakening of their strength and the disappearance of the basic halo of fortress. The former was their weapon of slaughter, while the latter was their barrier of self-defense. In so many battles they had won against many, and they had killed countless Tang soldiers, all because of these 2 weapons. To have their strength inexplicably restricted and weakened was enough to make the Uzun panic. It was as if they had been cursed. But before they could think about the reason, the other thing that the Uzun were most worried about happened. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar came from the base of the mountain. The sudden appearance of Wang Chang's 200 cavalry was like a divine army descending from the heavens, a massive surprise for the 800 Tang soldiers who were already certain of defeat. And even more surprising was that the seemingly unstoppable Uzun soldiers were actually unable to stop these 200 cavalry. Kail! In an instant, everyone's morale soared. Taking advantage of the moment when the Uzun flanks were broken, the 800 Tang soldiers swiftly advanced from below. Infantry, axemen, archers, cavalry, all soldiers, move out! The Big Dipper commandant in the formation also had a look of shock on his face, almost not daring to believe his eyes. The 200 cavalrymen who had disappeared and were regarded as defectors by him had actually appeared at this moment. This was something that he had never expected. However, his reaction was not slow at all. Why did the 200 cavalry disobey his orders, suddenly disappear? And why did they suddenly appear? These were all matters to be dealt with in the future. The urgent task at hand was to turn defeat into victory. He had to swiftly defeat the 300 Tibetan cavalrymen who had escaped to Longxi and might even make their way to the capital at any moment. Hung Long. The tower shields trembled. For the first time, the nearly 400 tower shield warriors raised their shields high and took the initiative. Boom! The heavy tower shields pushed forward and smashed heavily onto the bodies of the Uzun highland steeds. Nay, the war horses whined in pain. Even though these highland steeds had strong bones and muscles and possessed extraordinary strength, in the face of the shield attacks of the tower shield warriors, they all whinnied as their tendons broke and their bones fractured. Some of them even fell to the ground. To be able to withstand the charge of so many steeds, the strength of these tower shield warriors was unimaginable. Tower shields weren't just a powerful weapon for defense. They were also a powerful weapon for offense. Amidst the long neigh of the neigh, the precious Uzun highland steeds fell to the ground one after another. At the same time, the several hundred cavalrymen behind the formation also charged forward. In just an instant, The Uzun cavalrymen were pincered from both the front and the side. The formation fell into chaos, and the echelon formation could no longer be maintained. The countless battles between the Tang dynasty and the Uzun had shown the fate of the Uzun cavalrymen who lost their echelon formation. Hung long long. In an instant, the 300 powerful Uzun cavalrymen had fallen into an absolute predicament. War steeds collided with war steeds. Swords clashed with sabers. Halos clashed with halos, and stellar energy clashed with stellar energy. Battle cries, screams of agony, the neighing of horses, the clanging of metal, the entire battlefield was in chaos. Congratulations to user for killing 23 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 24 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 25 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 37 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 38 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 39 Uzun cavalrymen. Congratulations to user for killing 40 Uzun cavalrymen. Amidst the neighing of horses, a voice sounded in Wang Chong's mind. Hong Long, a raging wind blew, and the energy of the world surged into Wang Chong's body. Ever since the encirclement of the Gogrian assassins, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo had finally expanded once more. With Wang Chong at the center, invisible ripples spread out in all directions. In Wang Chong's eyes, he could even see the beautiful and majestic ripples that resembled the white waves of the ocean. This is incredible! Wang Chong closed his eyes, savoring the wonderful growth in his strength. It felt as though all 80,000 pores on his body had opened up. The fate of the 300 Uzun cavalrymen had been decided. There was no need for him to worry about this war anymore. As a commander, he had never had to enter the battlefield personally. The moment his strategy was completed, it would mean that he had already won the war. Strategizing to determine victory from 1,000 li away, the one with the most schemes wins. This was the role of a true commander. Compared to the strategies that he had grasped in his mind, the strategies and tactics of this space-time continuum were far too lacking. The two armies would arrange their troops and then use their respective methods to face off against each other. Ever since Wang Chong had arrived in this world in his previous life, he had already realized that even though the martial arts of this world were extremely advanced, the tactics and strategies of this world remained at a very primitive level. Every strategy was about grandeur and grandeur. In this war, the one that they used the most was the Uzun cavalrymen, who made use of the terrain to charge from the top of the mountain. On the other hand, the Tang dynasty had wisely used the 400 massive tower shields. The art of war was divided into orthodox and bizarre. Using orthodox to combine bizarre to win, this world only had orthodox, but it lacked the bizarre. This was the reason why Wang Chong was able to stand proudly in the world in his previous life, surpassing the vast majority of generals, conferred generals, great generals, protector generals, and protector generals. Even the elders of the empire were full of praises for him. In the end, he was given the title of War Saint. In his previous world, there was only one person who could stand at the pinnacle of all generals, great generals, and generals in the military world. That person was Wang Chong, the only publicly acknowledged war saint in the previous world. For others, this war was a battle of life and death. But for Wang Chong, it was just a small test of his abilities. Rumble. As one war horse after another fell, one Uzun cavalryman after another died, and the 300-strong Uzun army finally crumbled. Congratulations, host. You have killed a total of 1,718 foreign soldiers. Congratulations, host. You have killed a total of 1,719 foreign soldiers. Congratulations, host. You have killed a total of 1,720 foreign soldiers. Congratulations, host. You have killed a total of 1,834 foreign soldiers. Congratulations, host. You have killed a total of 1,835 foreign soldiers. Congratulations, host! You have killed a total of 1,836 foreign soldiers. After killing 100 Uzun cavalrymen, a completely different notification sounded in Wang Chong's head. Taking into account the number of Gogrian soldiers he killed previously, Wang Chong had killed 1,830 foreign soldiers. He wasn't too far from reaching the level 2 bane of the battlefield. With a deafening roar, the most important commander of the Uzun army was killed by the Big Dipper army commandant, and the remaining Uzun soldiers finally fled in fear. Congratulations to the host for changing fate and killing 300 fleeing Uzun cavalrymen. You are rewarded with 3 destiny points. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in Wang Chong's head, signaling the end of the battle. This was an unexpected reward. Chapter 375. Destiny energy was very difficult to obtain. Wang Chong had already experienced this firsthand. It had to be something that had happened in the past. Moreover, this matter had to be exceptionally important for it to be rewarded with destiny energy. Wang Chong had not expected that after participating in the 3rd phase of the mission, not only would the rewards from the Bureau of Military Personnel and the upgrade of the Bane of the Battlefield Halo be given, he would also receive a total of 4 points of destiny energy. In total, he now had a total of 79 points of destiny energy. Replacing Li Xiang's blood had cost him 30 points of destiny energy, but he had received 45 points of destiny energy as a reward. After exchanging for so many things, it was already quite astonishing that he could still throw away 79 points of destiny energy. More importantly, when he killed the first Uzun cavalryman, Wang Chong discovered that he had received an additional point of destiny energy. In other words, when I kill Mengshi Zhao, the Eastern and Western Turks, the kingdoms of the Western regions, the Abbasid Caliphate, Karak Spazinu, and so on, I'll receive additional rewards. Wang Chong's eyes shone. Suddenly, Wang Chong seemed to have discovered a way to obtain additional destiny energy. The battle quickly ended, and the next step was to clean up the battlefield. At the base of the mountain, there were corpses everywhere. Not a single one of the 300-some Uzun cavalrymen had managed to escape. In the territory of Longxi, the highland steeds of Yusang, who were wearing heavy armor and didn't have the terrain advantage of a high mountain, were unable to outrun them. Every single one of them was caught and killed. Unfortunately, Wang Chong's Bane of the Battlefield Halo did not increase the number of people killed by 300, but by 2. A portion of it came from the 800 kills. Wang Chong was not the overall commander, so he could only obtain a portion of the reward. There was nothing he could do about it. In the end, the number of foreign soldier kills stopped at 1861. There were still more than 100 more to go before he could upgrade his level 2 Halo to 2000. What a pity. It looks like I'll have to wait until next time. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Once the Bane of the Battlefield reached level 2, it would be able to reduce the halos of true martial tier 2 martial artists to their original form. But before that, Wang Chong could only use a level 1 halo to weaken it. The war ended, and the atmosphere on the battlefield changed subtly. Everyone looked at Wang Chong and his group of deserters with respect in their eyes, especially those who had participated in many battles in the training camp. They were filled with admiration for them. If not for the sudden appearance of Wang Chong and the others, everyone knew that they would have lost the battle. Without the protection of the tower shields, everyone was powerless to resist. Unbelievable. When did they set up an ambush there? What a strange way of fighting. I've been in the army for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen it. Is that master's arrangement? That's impossible. Even his lordship panicked. I heard they are deserters. Are you crazy? Deserters will appear here. So you're saying that they didn't listen to orders and acted on their own. In private, everyone was whispering to each other. In a head-on battlefield that emphasized grandeur, where both sides faced off against each other and competed with each other's strength, an army like Wang Chang's was rarely seen. At the very least, this kind of fighting style was uncommon. In fact, many veterans who had experienced countless battles had never experienced such a thing before. It was a novel sight to behold. Ha ha ha! Looks like we've really made a name for ourselves this time. Riding on the back of his steed, Huang Yongtu glanced at the admiring gazes around him and laughed heartily. Huang Yongtu had never been able to do such a thing on a regular battlefield, and he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Wang Chong, I really have to give it to you. I didn't think that we would be able to defeat them to such an extent. Indeed, I really can't believe it. It seems like we can finally report back to our superiors. Su Gan nodded in agreement. Looking at the corpses of the Uzun soldiers on the ground, he nodded in approval. When the Tibetans charged down from the summit, their aura had covered the heavens, toppling mountains and overturning seas, like an avalanche. Even from afar, they couldn't help but shudder in fear, thinking that it would be difficult for them to withstand it. Who could have thought that they would actually succeed in destroying them? And all of this was thanks to Wang Chong's mastermind. At this point, Su Gan couldn't help but look at Wang Chong in admiration. As the saying went, no discord, no concord. Even though it was a little awkward at the start, at this moment, Su Gan was truly impressed by Wang Chong. On the other side, Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong were looking at Wang Chong while whispering to one another. It was hard to tell what they were talking about, but the both of them suddenly burst into laughter. The beautiful face of hers left the crowd dumbfounded. Dee-da-da! Just as the crowd was chatting, the sound of galloping horses suddenly sounded. Gongzi, the commandant invites you over. The messenger pulled on the reins of his steed and stopped before Wang Chong expressionlessly. For a moment, all was silent, the boisterous crowd falling silent as they turned to Wang Chong. For this operation, Wang Chong had acted arbitrarily, disobeying orders and taking away 200 men without permission. According to military law, this was a crime punishable by death. Gongzi will be fine, right? A student from Shunwei training camp asked. He was a scion of a prestigious clan in Shunwei training camp, or else he wouldn't have participated in such a mission. However, before Wang Chong, he subconsciously used honorifics and a respectful expression, subconsciously treating Wang Chong as the leader of his group. You must be joking. If not for us, we would have long been wiped out. Do you think that the commandant will blame us for this? Zhao Yadong's cold expression reverted to her usual displeasure. Even though she didn't have much of a relationship with Wang Chong from the start, it was impossible for her to say that she had a good impression of him. But over the past 3 days and the arduous battle, Zhao Yadong had subconsciously acknowledged Wang Chong's strength. In Zhao Yadong's heart, this son of Duke Jiao, who was much younger than her, was definitely a talented person. Even the arrogant Zhao Yadong felt that she was different. Such a person had made a great contribution, so he definitely shouldn't be blamed. Yadong, don't say so much. This is the military. Maybe the commandant is going to praise him. After all, we won the battle. Bai Xiling was the one who comforted her. Compared to Zhao Yadong's agitation, Bai Xiling was much more rational. That's right. We've done such a great service. Why would the commandant blame us? That's right. The commandant probably won't. The others chimed in. If not for Wang Chong leading the group to lie in ambush nearby and suddenly appear at the critical moment to turn the tide, the battle would have been a complete mess. No one believed that the commandant would punish them under such circumstances. Wang Chong didn't say a word, but he shook his head inwardly. Wang Chong was well aware that everyone was still thinking too simply and too optimistically about this matter. The Big Dipper Army's imperial army was strict, and everyone in the army had to obey their orders strictly. There was no way that the Big Dipper Army commandant would be so easy to deal with. If he was really as the crowd thought, the one standing before him at this moment should have been him and not the messenger. Don't worry. I'll handle it myself. Yadong, Xiling, you two take charge of this area. I'll go and meet the commandant." As Wang Chong spoke, he turned his head to the messenger. "Lord, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." At the westernmost corner of the battlefield, Wang Chong saw the Big Dipper Army commandant standing with his hands behind his back with a stern expression on his face. Infantry were currently digging a trench to bury the corpses, and the Big Dipper Army commandant was standing by the trench with an impassive expression on his face, paying respects to Lord. Wang Chong dismounted from the white-hoofed shadow and bowed respectfully. There were no fathers and sons in the military, and there were no scions of prestigious clans either. Many scions of prestigious clans would end up violating the rules of the army due to their arrogance, resulting in war. Wang Chong was familiar with such matters. Now that it was his turn, Wang Chong wouldn't make such a mistake. Upon seeing Wang Chong, the Big Dipper Army commandant's expression softened. "You've worked hard. You have contributed greatly to this battle. How are the casualties?" "It's fortunate that there aren't too many casualties." Wang Chong lowered his head and reported the casualties. Due to the speed of a cavalry charge, there were very few casualties. Most of the time, by the time the enemy soldiers raised their swords, they would already be facing the 7th. On top of that, Wang Chong's baying of the battlefield greatly weakened the Uzun soldiers, thus reducing the number of casualties on Wang Chong's side. Not bad. The Big Dipper Army commandant nodded, and the smile on his face grew even more amiable. "I've already informed the military registrar to record all of your contributions. In the future, this will be reported to the Bureau of Military Personnel, and all of you will be rewarded. You have all done well in this regard. Lord, you're being too polite. This is what I should do." Wang Chong replied humbly, "Not bad. Don't get complacent in victory, and don't give up in defeat. This is the attitude that the military needs." Seeing Wang Chong's attitude, the Big Dipper Army commandant nodded in approval. But in the next instant, the gentle aura abruptly changed. The Big Dipper Army commandant's face turned frosty, and he stared down at Wang Chong with a sharp gaze. "But you deserted at the last moment, mobilized your troops, and disobeyed my orders. What's wrong with that? Do you know that according to military law, this is a crime punishable by execution?" At the end of his words, his voice rose several octaves, becoming incomparably resounding. The atmosphere between the two of them changed from the initial cotton-like warmth to one where swords were drawn and bows were drawn. It was incomparably solemn. Hearing this cold and stern voice, even the soldiers who were burying the corpses in the trenches shuddered, their eyes revealing a look of fear. The commanders of the Big Dipper Army, from top to bottom, were deeply influenced by the empire's war god, Wang Zhongxi, and the Big Dipper Army's commander, Geshu Han. Every single one of them was a man of his word. Chapter 376. Wang Chong didn't say anything. At that moment, the atmosphere dropped to a freezing point. Wang Chong could feel the bone-chilling gaze on him from above, and he was very sure that he wasn't just saying it. He really dared to do it. As expected, they still came. Wang Chong let out a long sigh in his heart. For others, this scene might be unexpected, but for Wang Chong, it was not unexpected at all. Everything has its priorities. If I had told you in advance, would you have let us go? Wang Chong had been talking with his head lowered, but he suddenly raised his head. Impudent. There are laws in the army. If everyone did this, how would that be? If soldiers have no discipline, how are they any different from mountain bandits and horse bandits? These words were spoken so boldly that Wang Chong had nothing to say. Hee, so the commandant wants to punish us? After all this? Wang Chong suddenly laughed. Humph! Do you think I don't dare to be arrogant? Fury flashed across the eyes of the Big Dipper Army commandant. Meritorious service will be rewarded, and mistakes will be punished. I will note down your contributions and record them in the book, but you must also be punished for acting without authorization, escaping without permission, and disobeying orders. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Guards, take him down. As the Big Dipper Army Commandant spoke, he pointed at Wang Chong said, Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people instantly rushed out of the trench. Each of them was well built and had a fierce look in their eyes. They even leaped out with iron staffs in their hands. The military staff in the army was not made of wood. Against a true martial realm martial artist, only iron was useful. As soon as the 6 military judges appeared, they immediately fanned out and surrounded Wang Chong. Wait! Seeing the menacing glint in the eyes of the 6 military judges, Wang Chong immediately knew that the Big Dipper Army Commandant was prepared. When he said that he would take him down and deal with him according to military law, it was not just empty words. He really wanted to do it. If you violate military law, you'll be punished by military law. It's the same no matter how great your contributions are. What else do you have to say now? Take him down. With a cold expression, the Big Dipper Army Commandant pointed his right index finger at Wang Chong. Quickly surrender and don't make a mistake. If you dare to resist, your punishment will be increased. Among the 6, one of the military judges shouted. His expression was ferocious. With a shake of his hand, he pulled out a chain and was about to put it on Wang Chong's body. When the military judge in the army enforced the military law, he had already considered the possibility of resistance, so he had prepared this kind of shackle that was similar to the Ministry of Justice. However, unlike the Ministry of Justice, these shackles were made of deep-sea black iron and had inscriptions on them. Every single one of them was extremely sturdy and could not be broken easily. Roar! When one of them made a move, the others immediately roared and pounced on him from all directions. He had long been prepared for this moment. There was no room for Wang Chong to resist. How dare you? Who dares to make a move? Seeing that the military judge was getting serious, Wang Chong decided not to stand on ceremony. With a flick of his right palm, the golden token on the King of Song immediately appeared in his palm. With the token of the King of Song here, who dares to make a move? The silhouette of a vigorous dragon appeared on the golden token, and it was aimed straight at the military judge. Upon seeing the silhouette of the dragon, the 6 military judges felt as if their eyes had been pricked by needles. Their hearts tightened, and they felt as if they had bumped into an invisible wall, causing them to come to a halt. No matter how ignorant they were, they knew that in the Central Plains, the Tang dynasty was the territory of the royal family. Using the silhouette of a dragon was a crime punishable by death. With a single look, they could tell that the token in Wang Chong's hand was of extraordinary origin, and it wielded unparalleled authority. This wasn't an existence that they military judges could afford to offend. Wang, upon seeing the token, even the Big Dipper Army Commandant's face warped in shock. Without a doubt, he didn't expect Wang Chong to have such an artifact on him. What token? I don't recognize it at all. The Big Dipper Army Commandant suddenly bellowed. A bunch of bastards don't fall for his tricks. Take him down and deal with him according to military law. You don't recognize the token of the King of Song? You don't even recognize the transfer order from the Bureau of Military Personnel? However, Wang Chong seemed to have expected such a sight. With a flick of his wrist, he took out another piece of paper and swiftly stowed it away. The transfer order from the Bureau of Military Personnel is to be executed first and report later. This transfer order has the seal of the Bureau of Military Personnel on it, as well as the signatures of many lords. With just a single transfer order, I can send you to the barren lands by the borders, starting from the position of a foot soldier. Do you really think that Geshu Han will be able to protect you? At the end of his words, Wang Chong's voice suddenly rose a notch, and his expression turned stern. Hung Long, a token of the King of Song and a transfer order from the Bureau of Military Personnel paled in comparison to Wang Chong's final words. The Big Dipper Army Commandant widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Wang Chong. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. You're doing this for Geshu Han, right? Do you really think that I don't know anything? You better think it through. If you want to please that Big Dipper great general of yours, you'll have to see if you can withstand the wrath of the Wang clan and the king of Song clan. You should ask that Lord Geshu Han of yours if he can bear the consequences. Wang Chang's eyes seemed to peer into the depths of the Big Dipper Army Commandant's soul. Hung Long Long. The Big Dipper Army Commandant felt as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, he wasn't just shocked anymore. In fact, there was even a tinge of fear. This young man was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He had thought that everything he had done was flawless, but he couldn't figure out where he had exposed himself. Moreover, the pressure revealed in the other party's words caused him to break out in a cold sweat. It was like a raging storm. There were some things that couldn't be revealed. There was a huge difference between revealing the truth and not revealing it. If Wang Chong hadn't exposed him, there were still some things that he could have done. But now, no matter how bold he was, he didn't dare to continue on like this. If Wang Chong was just an ordinary cadet of the training camp a moment ago, the current him was a sharp blade that could send shivers down one's spine. The Bureau of Military Personnel, the King of Song, and the Wang clan, all of these backgrounds have been revealed, and the young man before him wielded strength that could strike fear into the hearts of many. This wasn't a strength that any ordinary person could afford to provoke. More importantly, the young man before him had seen through his secrets. Gongzi, I don't know what you are talking about. The Big Dipper Army Commandant's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He knew that his intentions had been seen through. It's enough that you know. Help me tell Geshu Han that if you want to deal with me, feel free to use whatever means you have. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, feel free to use them. But this kind of sneaky tricks, what are they? Wang Chong sneered coldly. Paying no heed to the Big Dipper Army Commandant, Wang Chong leaped onto his steed and galloped away. Prestigious clans, influential officials of the royal court, great generals of the empire, this isn't a matter that a mere commandant like you can interfere with. I'll let this matter rest, but in the future, I hope that you will behave yourself. Wang Chang's cold voice echoed in the air, but his figure had already vanished. On the ground, the Big Dipper Army Commandant finally stood up. That short clash had left him completely exhausted. In fact, it was even more dangerous than the previous battle. The Big Dipper Army Commandant knew that he had dodged a calamity. I thought that I would stand up for the great general, but it seems like I was too naive. That young man isn't someone that I can deal with at all. The Big Dipper Army Commandant sighed as such thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Chong was right when he said that he knew his identity. In fact, when Wang Chong first entered the camp, he had already recognized him and reported him to Great General Geshu on the front lines. In the territory of Longxi, as long as one was a commander of the Big Dipper Army, there was no one who didn't know of Wang Chong. After the regional commander's incident and the humiliation of Big Dipper, Great General Geshu Han, the other Han might have sided with Wang Chong. However, the commanders of the Big Dipper Army were all on Geshu Han's side. Geshu Han had been in Longxi for many years, and his reputation in the army was as high as the noon sun. Although he was a Hu, he was highly respected. On top of that, he had repelled Uzin's men and protected Longxi. Everyone in the army respected him even more. It was also because of this that he thought of taking revenge on Wang Chong on behalf of the great general. That was why the scene just now happened. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. It had been decided from the start. Just that, he didn't expect Wang Chong to be so quick-witted. Just by looking at a spot, one could tell the whole leopard, and from a single falling leaf, one could tell the meaning of autumn. His intentions had been completely seen through. It seems like I can only report this matter to the great general and let him make the final decision. The Big Dipper Army Commandant sighed. He quickly took out a simple brush and paper, leaned over a rock and wrote a letter. Walala! With the flapping of wings, a white carrier pigeon soared into the sky, bringing the letter back to the front lines of Longxi. I'm afraid that I have to leave now." Upon returning from the Big Dipper Army Commandant's residence, Wang Chong's first words left everyone shocked. "What happened? What happened?" A group of people immediately rushed over. They were the closest to Wang Chong, and for Wang Chong to say that he was leaving the moment he returned was simply too abrupt. No matter how slow they were, it was clear to them that something had happened. The Big Dipper Army Commandant has seen through my identity, and Geshu Han knows that I am here. I can no longer remain in Longshi's territory. Besides, the third mission has been completed, so it's about time for me to return to the training camps. Wang Chong spoke concisely. Longshi was Geshu Han's territory, and the regional commander's incident was a grudge between the two of them. No matter how childish Wang Chong was, he didn't think that Geshu Han was a magnanimous person who would let this matter go so easily. If that was the case, Geshu Han wouldn't have submitted a memorial to the Holy Emperor that he was going to be executed. As long as he remained in Longshi's territory, the longer he stayed, the more danger he would be in. Wang Chong was certain that Geshu Han wouldn't allow him to leave so easily. It was still early, so there was still time. Chapter 377. The current Wang Chong was far from the war saint he had been in his previous life. Even if he won this war, he would only be a lowly scholar in the training camp. However, Geshu Han had risen to the top when he was at the peak of his power. When the Big Dipper shines high, Geshu carries his saber in the night wasn't just for show. As the great general of the empire, the authority that Geshu Han wielded was far beyond what Wang Chong could match up to. "Gongzi will leave with you." "Fang," Xianying suddenly said. He pulled on the reins, prepared to mount his steed and leave with Wang Chong. The others also hurriedly led their steeds away. After days of war, they were already of one mind with Wang Chong. They were all grasshoppers, tied to the same rope. If Wang Chong wanted to leave, their first reaction was to go with him. There's no need for that. Wang Chong waved his hands. "Geshu Han and that Big Dipper Army Commandant are here for me. As long as I leave, nothing will happen to any of you. If they pursue the matter, you can just say that I have the token of the King of Song, and you can shirk all responsibility. If Geshu Han is a smart man, he won't make a move against so many prestigious clans over such a small matter. Besides, military orders must be obeyed. I have the protection of the King of Song and my clan, and I have already completed the third mission. Once I reach the capital, no matter how formidable Geshu Han is, he won't be able to stop me. On the other hand, if you were to make a move on your own without the Bureau of Military Personnel's orders, he would surely be able to use it against you. Perhaps he might even send his troops to chase after you. Even if he doesn't do so, it would be more than enough for you to suffer in the future. Staying at the resting point will only be beneficial. With so many of you participating in this operation, if he were to punish you, he would surely incur the wrath of the masses." Wang Chong said calmly. The reason why he said, "I'll probably have to leave," instead of "will probably have to leave," wasn't a slip of the tongue, but a result of deep consideration. If he were to remain here, he would only implicate the others. If they left this place, everyone would be safe. Wang Chong is right. Geshu Han and the Commandant's target is only Wang Chong. As long as he leaves, we will be safe. If we stay with him, we will only be a burden to him. Bai Siling, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Her expression was calm, and she looked extremely rational. Compared to the others, she was the most rational at this moment, and she was also the best at judging the current situation. Walala! Just as everyone was talking, a messenger pigeon suddenly flapped its wings and flew down from the sky, heading straight for Zhang San. This scene greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Wang Chong's expression froze when he saw the messenger pigeon, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. "My lord, the Ministry of War has sent a message. After the third phase of the mission is completed, everyone is requested to return to the capital to report." Soon, Zhang San rushed over with the letter in his hand. Until the end of this mission, he was with Wang Chong and the others. Even Zhang Sen didn't expect such a thing to happen. Wang Chong, we will leave with you. There's no point in us staying here. Hearing Zhang San's words, Huang Yong too immediately replied. Receiving the order from the Ministry of War, the mission had been completed, and they would no longer be restricted. At this point, there wouldn't be any problems, even if they were to leave. And having one more person means that we can take care of each other. Sugan also spoke up. Initially, he wasn't in favor of leaving, but that was then, and this was now. Just as Huang Yongtu said, the mission had been completed, and there was no point in them staying here. He believed that Geshu Han wouldn't make a move on them. The only one who didn't express his opinion was Bai Siling. Sai, forget it. Count me in as well. We came together, so let's leave together. Seeing that everyone's gazes were focused on her, Bai Siling sighed deeply and said, All right then. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chong finally nodded. Since the order from the Ministry of War had already arrived, there was no need to force them to remain here. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We'll be setting off right away. Ma Song. Wang Chong turned around to look at squad leader Ma Song, who had been following behind him the entire time. Wang Chong had always had a good impression of this 10-man squad leader, and he was the person whom he wanted to rope in this trip. True talent was always more important than any kind of wealth. If you encounter any difficulties in the future or retire, look for me in the capital. Yes, Gongzi. Ma Song nodded, looking at the resolute young man before him. An indescribable sorrow welled up in his heart. He knew that their collaboration was about to come to an end. Lieutenant Zhang, farewell. Lord, farewell. It's our honor to be able to fight alongside you. Zhang Sen bowed deeply, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed with the most solemn military etiquette. At the same time, all of the Tang Dynasty veterans, including Ma Song, who had survived the war between the Iron Cloak Highwaymen and the Yuzin, bowed to Wang Chong with the most solemn etiquette and respect. If not for Wang Chong, the surviving veterans, the infantrymen, cavalry, and archers would have all been wiped out. Zhang San's respect for the young man before him came from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Zhao Yadong, Fang Xianying, and the other trainees and soldiers couldn't help but be moved by this sight. Wang Chong was also moved by this sight. What could be more touching and proud than the respect of a group of soldiers who had fought alongside you? Everyone, it's my honor to be able to fight alongside you. As Wang Chong spoke, he took a step back and bowed deeply. Placing his right hand on his chest, he bowed to the crowd. It was time for them to part. Wang Chong knew that this was probably the last time he would work together with these adorable and respectable soldiers. Jaya! With a loud crack of the whip, Wang Chong leaped onto his steed, and before everyone's gazes he galloped eastward with Bai Siling, Sugan, and Huang Yongtu. With this mission over, they could finally return to the training camps. After leaving the resting point of the third gathering point, Wang Chong and the others traveled day and night toward the capital. Roughly 3 days later, they finally left Longshi's territory. Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. Longshi was the territory of Geshu Han and the Big Dipper army, and there, Geshu Han's words carried enormous weight. However, once they were out of Longshi, no matter how brazen Geshu Han was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If the Imperial Censor, Bureau of Military Personnel, or Bureau of Punishments were to find out that he was moving troops across the border without permission, that would be a huge crime. It seems like we're finally safe. Atop the towering ancient trees, Wang Chong raised his head to the heavens and heaved a long sigh of relief. Just when Wang Chong's mind was at its most relaxed, an abrupt change occurred. All of a sudden, he felt as if someone was aiming at his temples. If not for Wang Chong's powerful spiritual energy, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Not good. A strong sense of danger welled up in Wang Chong's heart. Without any hesitation, he lowered his head and crouched down on the back of the white-hoofed shadow. Boom! An earth-shattering boom accompanied this thunderous boom. A huge, dark iron arrow shot out from the forest, like a bolt of lightning, carrying with it a majestic, destructive force. The arrow narrowly missed Wang Chang's head by a hair's breadth. The powerful shock wave and destructive stellar energy brought about by the tail of the arrow jolted Wang Chang's back. Rumble! The arrow landed in the forest on the other side of the road. The immense force caused a series of explosions in the forest, pulverizing an entire patch of trees. The energy of the explosion stirred up a fierce gale in the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nay! The war horses neighed as they stood on their hind legs. This sudden arrow didn't just frighten by Xiling and the others. Even the well-trained steeds were alarmed, and looks of horror appeared on their faces. Careful! Wang Chang's shrill voice echoed through the clouds. An ambush! Without a doubt they had been ambushed. Wang Chang's heart thumped furiously. That arrow was just a hair's breadth away from shattering his body. This was definitely not a military technique, and Geshu Han would never use it against him. The energy imbued in that arrow was chaotic and dark, brimming with destructive might. This was the technique of an assassin. Countless thoughts flashed across Wang Chang's mind, and he suddenly understood what he was up against. In that instant, Wang Chang's scalp went numb. He suddenly caught the scent of death. Without a doubt, his identity had been exposed, and so had his whereabouts. These people are here for me. They were here to assassinate him. Xiling, Sugan, don't worry about me, run. Wang Chang's voice was shrill. Amidst Nei's shrill cry, Wang Chong and his steed leaped forward. It wasn't the main road ahead, but the dense forest to the right. The eyesight of a master archer was far sharper than that of an ordinary person. They could even see a mosquito flying by, needless to say, a human of his size. If he were to run along the main road, he would only be dead. As long as he could escape into the forest and use the dense foliage as cover, he would be able to survive. But at this moment, Wang Chong wasn't worried about himself. Without a doubt, by Xiling, Sugan, and the others had been dragged into this mess because of him. The other party's strength was far greater than he had imagined. At this moment, Wang Chong could only hope that he could escape into the forest as quickly as possible and lure all of them over. This way, by Xiling and the others would be fine. Wang Chong! Panicked cries sounded behind him, and a cloud of dust rose from the main road. However, Wang Chong couldn't be bothered with that anymore. I mustn't turn back. I mustn't turn back. Otherwise, all of us will die together. Hung Long. The white hoof shadow's speed played a crucial role at this crucial moment. Almost at the same moment that Wang Chong and his steed leaped forward, a second steel arrow struck the spot where Wang Chong had been standing a moment ago. The destructive force of the arrow caused a violent explosion on the ground, creating a massive crater on the main road. A powerful gust of wind blew so violently that even Wang Chong and the white hoof shadow were knocked several chi forward. Kachacha! Large swathes of trees fell to the ground amidst the shock waves of the explosion. Dee-da-da! At the same time, 6 black-clothed and masked assassins leaped out from the forest to the left of the main road and chased after Wang Chong. Chapter 378. Wang. The light reverberated in the air, producing a metallic clang. Wang Chong couldn't see the assassin behind him, but he could feel the cold killing intent behind him, as well as the aura of death that was as sharp as the edge of swords. I mustn't turn back. I mustn't turn back. Wang Chong knew that the slightest delay could spell death for him. Wang Chong felt like his life was hanging by a thread, and his entire body was about to explode as he madly fled. Wang Chong knew that every zhang he could cover would be that much safer for him and by Xiling and the others. Xiling, Sugan, don't turn back. Nothing will happen to you. Wang Chong felt his blood rushing to his head. At this moment, he wasn't worried about himself, but by Xiling and the others. If not for him, they wouldn't have followed him here. Without a doubt, he was the one who had implicated them. At this moment, Wang Chong could only hope that Bai Siling and the others would leave this place as quickly as they could, as well as not come over to check on him. That way, no one would be able to survive. 7 zhang, 8 zhang. As if sensing its master's intentions, the white-hoofed shadow burst forth with unprecedented potential, and like a blurry bolt of lightning, it swiftly dashed left and right. The deeper they went into the forest, the safer they would be. Clang! All of a sudden, a piercing whistle of a sword sounded by his ear. Alarmed, Wang Chong immediately pulled on the reins and leaped to the side. Boom! A black-clothed and masked figure became one with his sword. His body rapidly spun in the air, barely missing Wang Chong by a hair before plunging into the ground several dozen feet away. With a first, a second, a third. The 6 masked assassins leaped off the back of their steeds, one after another. So. The 6 masked assassins leaped off their steeds, one after another. The speed of their steeds, coupled with their movement technique, increased their speed by a notch. Like the echoes of death, they charged relentlessly toward Wang Chong. Bang, bang, bang. Trees exploded one after another, and all the attacks were like waves, but Wang Chong dodged all of them. Damn it! This horse is too fast. Chase them. Don't let him escape. Behind him, there was a faint sound of gnashing teeth. The 6 masked assassins moved with incredible speed. Even though their attacks missed, they didn't seem to be hindered in the slightest. Swoosh! Whip after whip flew through the air, and just as the attacks missed, the masked assassins wrapped themselves around their mounts, flipped in midair, and landed back onto their horses. The 6 assassins continued to pursue him relentlessly. Boom! Just as Wang Chong was about to cross the mountain top, something strange happened. The 3rd iron arrow seemed to have pierced out from the netherworld, instantly piercing through the void and arriving at him like a bolt of lightning. Once again, Wang Chong was unable to dodge this attack. Rumble! There was a loud noise, and there seemed to be the sound of metal shattering. Countless fragments flew out from Wang Chong's back. Wah! Wang Chong vomited a mouthful of blood. That arrow was so powerful that it didn't just severely injure Wang Chong in an instant. Even the white-hoofed shadow beneath Wang Chong was severely injured. Nay! With a mournful neigh, Wang Chong and his steed were sent flying by the violent surge of stellar energy. Wang Chong was even sent flying from the back of his steed. Nei! At this crucial moment, the white-hoofed shadow bit down on its bit, snapped the reins, and threw Wang Chong back onto his horse. Little Shadow! Seeing blood seeping out of the white-hoofed shadow's nostrils and its eyes clearly dimming, Wang Chong's eyes reddened. Even though he had been letting Little Shadow roam freely, Wang Chong could sense that Little Shadow was sentient. Not only did it view him as its master, it even viewed him as its kin. Wang Chong was also very fond of Little Shadow. This was the first time that Little Shadow had been severely injured because of him. Nay, although Little Shadowless was heavily injured, it had also stimulated the latent potential in his life. Gathering his remaining strength, his speed suddenly increased. Coupled with the impact of the flood of stellar energy, he made use of the momentum to leap over the top of the mountain and disappear from sight. Damn it, don't let him get away. What's wrong with that steed? How can it still run despite being injured? Bastard, that lad used a heart protector mirror. That arrow struck his heart protector mirror. Seeing Wang Chong leap over the mountain and widen the gap between them, the 6 masked assassins, who had been maintaining their composure all this while, could no longer maintain their composure. Chase after him. No matter what, we can't let him get away. The 6 assassins stabbed their weapons into their steeds and stimulated their steeds' latent potential to charge forward. This mission was extremely important to the 6 of them. Their superiors had ordered them to complete the mission no matter what, so they couldn't afford to fail. Dee-da-da! The dense thickets, shrubs, and thorny vines retreated to the sides like shadows. Lying on the back of his steed, Wang Chong felt a sweet sensation in his throat and his head felt dizzy. The energy harnessed in that arrow was currently acting up in his body. If not for Wang Chang's gold organs and the little Yin art's ability to devour, absorb, and convert energy, Wang Chong would have fainted long ago. That precarious feeling of danger and the throbbing in his temples had already disappeared. Wang Chong knew that after crossing the mountain and losing sight of him, the archer expert was no longer a threat to him. Even though the 6 masked assassins were still hot on his tail, their speed was still inferior to his. Without a doubt, Wang Chong was certain that this was the fastest the white-hoofed shadow had ever run. Voila! After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong suddenly loosened his grip and leaped off the white-hoofed shadow. Splash! He fell into a lake by the side. Little Shadow, it's all up to you now. At the very last moment before entering the water, Wang Chong gazed deeply at Little Shadow before activating his tortoise-breathing art and submerging himself into the depths of the water, not daring to move an inch. Be it Little Shadow or himself, they were both seriously injured. Little Shadow's speed was a result of his injuries, stimulating his latent potential. This kind of lightning-fast speed couldn't be maintained for long. Only by concealing himself would he be able to survive. And without his burden, Little Shadow's speed would also increase greatly. Both he and Little Shadow would be able to greatly increase their chances of survival. Wang Chong didn't know if this method could fool the assassins, but at this point he didn't have much of a choice. This was the only way. The lake water surged in from all directions. Wang Chong lay on the surface of the lake like a crab, not moving an inch. The monk's turtle-breathing art came into play at this moment. An ordinary person might only be able to last a minute or 2 underwater. But with Wang Chong's turtle-breathing art, he could last for at least 15 to 20 minutes. Furthermore, the turtle-breathing art could also lower the bodily functions of the body to the minimum, thus reducing the damage to his body. Hurry, don't let him get away. He's injured. He won't be able to get far. Not too long after Wang Chong dove into the lake, the cliff suddenly trembled, and the clopping of hooves sounded from the shore. 6 masked assassins galloped toward the direction where the white-hoofed shadow disappeared, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. In just a moment, they disappeared without a trace. Voila! Water splashed in all directions. Just as the hoofbeats of the 6 masked assassins disappeared, Wang Chong dived out of the lake without any hesitation. I can't stay in the lake for too long. I have to leave as soon as possible. Wang Chong thought. In this mountain range, the mountain streams and pools were very eye-catching. Wang Chong knew that those people were in a rush, so they didn't have the time to take a look. By the time they realized that there was no one on Little Shadow's back, Wang Chong was certain that they would return. A top-notch assassin, after years of training, would be able to swiftly find the rotten parts of a normal tree, needless to say a lake. Anyone who dared to underestimate a group of professional assassins was playing with their own life. Wah! Not too long after leaving the lake, Wang Chong felt a sweetness in his throat and spurted a mouthful of blood. His body swayed unsteadily. The face reflected in the calm lake was devoid of blood. Opening his fingers, looking at the fresh blood flowing down his fingertips, Wang Chong's heart paled. The injuries he suffered this time were far more severe than he had imagined. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to get far. This is the only way. Wang Chong scanned the surroundings and swiftly walked to a bush. Whipping out his woozy steel sword, he dug out a 4-chi-deep trench along with the grass. Swiftly lying in the trench, Wang Chong covered himself with a thick layer of soil and grass. Lastly, withered leaves and thorns. Boom! Making use of the last bit of stellar energy in his body, Wang Chong first expanded outwards before abruptly pressing backwards, compressing the 4-chi thick layer of soil on his body. This way, it would be impossible to tell from the outside. After doing all this, Wang Chong placed a hollow branch in his mouth and activated the tortoise-breathing art. His consciousness gradually blurred and his body gradually turned cold. Under the effects of the tortoise-breathing art, Wang Chong was only left with basic senses. Hung long long. Not long after he was done, the ground trembled and the 6 masked assassins returned. Hua! One of the assassins leaped into the lake without saying a word. How is it? Wang Chong heard a cold voice from the shore. Wang Chong didn't hear a reply, but he could vaguely hear the sound of water splashing. It seemed like that person shook his head. Hua! In the next moment, another figure jumped down the mountain stream and fell into the pool. What followed was a long period of silence. Only the sound of water splashing could be heard. Wang Chong held his breath and lowered his bodily functions to the minimum. Walala! After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong suddenly heard the sound of 2 people coming to the shore. It seemed like the 2 of them had come out. We've searched. There's nothing at the bottom of the lake. One of them said, That's impossible. We chased him all the way here. He didn't have the time to escape. Without a war horse, that fellow wouldn't be able to escape. This pool is the most likely place to be suspicious. Chapter 379. We are really screwed. To think that so many of us are unable to capture that lad. Who knows? That fellow actually placed a heart-protecting mirror on his back. Even that guy had failed. Could it be that the lad knew that there would be an assassination? Impossible. How could he possibly know? Don't spout nonsense. If anything were to leak out, someone might die. Another assassin who seemed to be of high status replied. In an instant, the entire lake fell silent. Lying underground, Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. But after that, he heard nothing else. The group of assassins chose to remain silent. Wang Chong sighed. He knew that these people were extremely cautious, and it was impossible for him to learn any secrets from them. What I want to know now is, what happened to that steed? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. There are so many of us, and the steeds we ride are the cream of the crop. Yet we are unable to match up to that steed, watching it escape with that lad. This is a humiliation. The mission this time around wasn't difficult at all. The 6 of them were top-notch assassins, and it was a walk in the park for them to kill their target. But because of that steed, the mission fell through. The 6 of them tried their best, but they were unable to catch up to the steed. From the start to the end, they didn't even cross blows with it. In fact, if Wang Chong had been just a little slower when the 6 of them were lying in ambush in the forest, one of them would have already died. But that steed was extremely intelligent. Upon sensing danger, it abruptly increased its speed by half a beat. It was this half a beat that turned the ambush into a chase. There was no need to mention how upset the 6 of them were. That steed. I seem to recognize it a little. Its hooves are as white as snow, and it looks a little like the white-hoofed horse of the royal family. Compared to it, our horses are far inferior. After an unknown period of time, another voice spoke hesitantly. Even though the words were spoken hesitantly, recalling the speed of the steed, most of the 6 assassins believed it. Damn it, this isn't in the intelligence report. That beast, if I were to catch it, I would skin it alive. Another voice, full of murderous intent, said hatefully. Underground, Wang Chong let out a long sigh of relief when he heard their conversation. Looks like they didn't catch up to Little Shadow. Little Shadow is fine. Wang Chong was overjoyed. What he was most worried about was Little Shadow. But now, it seemed that this group of people had seen Little Shadow and realized that there was no one on its back. However, they could only see it in their field of vision and could not catch up to Little Shadow's speed. That was why they turned back to check. As long as Little Shadow is fine, Wang Chong thought to himself. This was probably the best news he had heard since he was assassinated. I found blood. There were bloodstains here. That kid was injured, and he did hide in this pool. Suddenly, an excited and somewhat ferocious voice came from the side of the pool. Buzz! Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and his entire heart was in his throat. Fresh blood. Wang Chong immediately recalled the mouthful of fresh blood he spat out when he came out from the pool. Hua, hua, hua. The sound of water splashing could be heard. On the shore, a few black-clothed assassins leaped into the pool and swam in the direction of the assassin. There are really bloodstains. Judging from the color of the blood, it seems to have happened not too long ago. That lad was indeed hiding here. A voice said. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Humph, how smart. To think that he would use such a tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain. However, it's useless. He can't escape far. That fellow's bow isn't that easy to deal with. Even if he had a heart armor mirror on his back, he must have sustained severe injuries. With such injuries, he can't have gotten far. Everyone, search carefully. He must be nearby. Amidst the sound of wind whistling, the black-clothed assassins leaped onto the shore simultaneously. The atmosphere suddenly turned dangerous. Lying underground, Wang Chong's face warped. These people were much more formidable than he had imagined. He had already dealt with the bloodstains by the side of the pool. Even so, these assassins still managed to find some clues. Given the current situation, the 6 of them had already deduced his approximate location. This was extremely disadvantageous to him. Wang Chong closed all of his pores, and even his breathing stopped. All of his bodily functions were lowered to their limits, and even his sense of hearing had been weakened to the extreme by Wang Chong. Following which, Wang Chong could be discovered at any moment. Search everywhere. Don't let go of a single spot. He might still be here. A sinister voice said. The 6 black-clothed assassins executed their movement techniques to their limits, searching through every bush, tree, and shrubs. They didn't even let go of the crevices of the rocks. Suddenly, the ground tremored, and a wide foot landed not too far away from Wang Chong. It was an assassin. Wang Chong's heart leaped into his throat. He had already tried his best to conceal himself, but this method wasn't perfect. The perception of an assassin was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. If he were to get close enough, he could still be discovered. The second foot was even closer to Wang Chong, and Wang Chong could even feel a slight tremor coming from the ground. That assassin seemed to have sensed something, and he slowly moved toward the bush Wang Chong was at. Another tremor. This time, it was even closer to Wang Chong. Lying underground, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel his scalp trembling. If he were to advance a little further, he would be able to step into the trench he had dug. At such a close distance, there was a high chance that Wang Chong would be discovered. Number 2, have you discovered anything? Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. The group of assassins didn't even address each other by name, using their code names. At the same time, upon hearing this voice, the footsteps came to an abrupt halt, stopping roughly a chi away from Wang Chong. Nothing. At a place where Wang Chong couldn't see, a tall and powerful black-clothed assassin stopped in his tracks. His eyes swept across the area where Wang Chong was at, and he brandished his sword for a moment before turning around and saying, from his angle, he couldn't see anyone at all. Damn it, let's continue searching. He can't have gotten far, the leader of the assassins said. His voice seemed to have come from the top of a tall tree. The footsteps soon stopped a chi away from Wang Chong. Then he turned around and began searching elsewhere. Underground, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. In the next few days, with the lake as the center, the group of assassins searched the entire area. At the start, it was still fine. Wang Chong was still able to discern which group they were. However, the subsequent developments exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. In a short period of time, Wang Chong sensed 3 or 4 different groups of people. Their numbers and strength were completely different from the first group. As they walked, the tremors they felt from the ground were completely different. There were even a few times when Wang Chong felt like a warhorse was trampling over him. However, the senses of a warhorse were far inferior to a martial artist's, and the 4 chi of soil was more than enough for the group to notice nothing. What's going on here? Lying underground, Wang Chong was perplexed. He could understand the 6 people on the first day, but what was going on with the second, third, and fourth groups? Could it be that there was more than one group? Or perhaps there were more than one group of people who wanted to deal with him, but he had only offended a few clans in the capital? Or could it be that Geshu Han's men had crossed over to participate in this matter? Surely he couldn't be that daring, could he? Wang Chong suddenly realized that he couldn't understand the development of this matter. This was because, while underground, Wang Chong had noticed that there were 2 groups of people who seemed to have clashed. What's going on here? Wang Chong was perplexed, his mind growing heavier and heavier. He was already injured, and after lying underground for the past few days, his injuries had worsened, causing him to grow weaker and weaker. Gradually, Wang Chong fell asleep. Wang Chong had no idea what was happening on the surface. After some time, perhaps 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days, there was finally no more activity on the surface. This abnormal silence finally roused Wang Chong from his reverie. Have they all left? Wang Chong thought to himself, but he didn't dare to get careless. He had no idea if those people were still hiding in the surroundings. The path of an assassin couldn't be judged with common sense. After waiting for a few moments to make sure that there was no one around, Wang Chong finally pushed aside the soil and carefully peeked his head out. It was calm outside and the treetops were moist. It seemed like it had just rained. Wang Chong listened intently for a moment, but there was no sound at all. Wang Chong didn't dare to get careless, even though there was no one around the pool. He didn't know if they were lying in ambush somewhere else. Moreover, without the white hoof shadow, it would be very difficult for him to leave the capital on his own 2 feet. He didn't even know how long it would take for him to return to the capital. The forest was currently fraught with danger. His current situation hadn't changed much. Sometimes, an unseen danger was even more terrifying than an actual danger. Wang Chong poked half his body out of the soil, his mind in turmoil as he pondered over his current predicament, searching for a way to escape. Crack! As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a strange sound, and it seemed like something had fallen out of his sleeve. Wang Chong lowered his head. It was a bamboo tube about the thickness of a thumb and couldn't be any more ordinary. It fell by Wang Chong's elbow, and it was dusty and inconspicuous. But upon seeing this small bamboo tube, Wang Chong couldn't help but fall into a daze. He recognized this bamboo tube. It was Zhao Qianqiu who threw it to him when he set off from the training camp. On top of that, he even said a few words back then. Open it only when you're in danger. Chapter 380. Kacha! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong pinched one end of the bamboo tube. Kacha! The bamboo piece broke, and something seemed to be flowing out from within. It was a very fine powder, grain by grain, like fine sand in wood shavings. Seeing the fine sand powder within, Wang Chong's eyes widened in astonishment. In that instant, a thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he vaguely recalled something. Picking up the bamboo tube, Wang Chong brought it up to his nose. Only when he was very close to it did he catch a whiff of an extremely faint fragrance. It smelled like rotting meat, but there was also a hint of bitter apricot. If not for the large amount of powder in the air, he wouldn't have been able to smell it at all. Thousandly fragrance. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he suddenly realized what Zhao Qianqiu had given him. It was a kind of powder made from a unique material, and it was extremely rare. This is something used to track a person. Its greatest characteristic was its ability to emanate a fragrance that was difficult for the nose to detect. It wouldn't disperse easily, and one would be able to smell it even from 1,000 li away. Most people wouldn't be able to smell this fragrance, but a specially trained bee would be able to pick it up and track it down. This was a unique item in the military. It wasn't used in battle, but as a scout and a spy. More importantly, this unique fragrance didn't have to be taken out to be used. If it was stored in a bamboo tube, the fragrance could still be released through it. As a Grand Marshal of the world in his previous life, Wang Chong had come into contact with this 1,000 li fragrance. If Zhao Qianqiu had stored the 1,000-li fragrance in the bamboo tube, that meant Zhao Qianqiu already knew of my whereabouts back when I was in the training camp. As this thought flashed across Wang Chang's mind, his eyes immediately lit up. He finally understood what the life-saving trump card Zhao Qianqiu had given him was. It had been a few days since he was ambushed. Judging from the time that had passed, the news of him being ambushed should have spread by now. By now, Zhao Qianqiu should have already known that he had been ambushed. In other words, Zhao Qianqiu might already be rushing over. Next, Wang Chong finally knew what to do. Getting up from the trench, Wang Chong quickly scattered a large amount of 1,000 li xiang around him. This method could increase the concentration of the fragrance in the air, and it could also point out the direction of the wasps. After doing all this, Wang Chong returned to the trench with the remaining half a tube of 1,000 miles incense and put on a disguise. Then he used the turtle breathing technique again. This time, Wang Chong was even weaker than before, and his consciousness was even more hazy. After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong was awakened by a familiar voice. "Brat, I've finally found you." A deep and resonant voice suddenly sounded by his ear. The thick layer of soil on his body was suddenly parted by a powerful force, and a muscular arm pulled his upper body up. Opening his eyes, Wang Chong was greeted by a radiant ray of sunlight. Amidst the sunlight, he saw a familiar, muscular, and towering figure standing before him. There was a familiar smile on the other party's face, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "Instructor." Wang Chong forced a smile, but his voice was extremely weak. The moment he saw Zhao Qianqiu, Wang Chong knew that he was finally out of danger. "Brat, you sure are lucky. I thought that you had died. It's just a pity that I wasted so many of my 1,000 li xiang." Zhao Qianqiu chuckled. Looking at Wang Chong, who was half buried in the trench, he was slightly agitated, but more than that, he felt gratified. Of all the students he had taught, Wang Chong was unquestionably the most outstanding one under his command, as well as the one he was most proud of. When the news of the ambush spread, he really thought that Wang Chong was dead. However, Wang Chong didn't disappoint him. Through his wits and wits, he managed to survive this ordeal. "Don't worry, instructor. I left half a tube for you." With a pale face, Wang Chong forced out a smile. Reaching into his right sleeve, he took out half a tube of 1,000 li xiang. "Brat." Looking at the small tube of 1,000 li xiang, Zhao Qianqiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Instructor, how is my white hoof shadow? Did you manage to find it?" "Don't worry, we found it at the bottom of a cliff in the Eastern Mountains. It's slightly injured, but our men have already fed it some recovery pills. Other than that, it should have found some medicinal herbs and eaten some other things on its own, so its injuries aren't too severe. Our men are already treating it," Zhao Qianqiu said. Hearing those words, Wang Chong's worried heart finally calmed down. Then, a wave of drowsiness and fatigue washed over him, and he slowly fell backward. "Wang Chong, Wang Chong, Wang Chong, Wang Chong," an anxious voice sounded by Wang Chong's ear. The voice grew softer and softer, and eventually Wang Chong couldn't hear anything anymore. Wang Chong slept for a very long time. In between, he woke up several times, but he soon fell back into a deep slumber. By the time Wang Chong woke up, he was already back in the capital's Wang family residence. This time, Wang Chong spent a very long time recuperating in the residence. His mother, little sister, second sister, and big uncle came to visit him several times, but they didn't disturb him too much. They only hurriedly said a few words before sending him to rest. The residence was extremely peaceful, but while Wang Chong was recuperating, he would often hear the whispers outside. Outside the room, his mother, big uncle, little sister, cousin, and even his cousin had all appeared. They were talking and discussing something, following which more and more people would appear, such as the King of Song, the old butler Lu Ting, and the officials of the royal court. However, most of them only glanced at him before leaving. Wang Chong's body was extremely weak. But even though he wasn't able to leave, Wang Chong could sense that the outside wasn't peaceful at all. Big Uncle's appearance grew fewer and fewer. The few times he did appear, it was with anger, but it wasn't directed at Wang Chong. In fact, even the usually calm Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a tinge of anger. However, there wasn't a single person in the residence who would talk to him about this matter. While he was recuperating, Wang Chong received a letter from his big brother, Wang Fu. It was extremely short, asking about the condition of his body and nothing else. Wang Chong replied with a simple letter, asking about his big brother's condition in the army. There was nothing else. The walls of the Wang clan in the capital were like a huge cover, enveloping and protecting Wang Chong. This was the most serious injury Wang Chong had suffered since his reincarnation. That arrow was far more powerful than he had imagined, and it was even more destructive. Thus, Wang Chong decided to remain in the residence and quietly recuperate. About 7 or 8 days later, his injuries were more or less healed. Wang Chong finally walked out of his room for the first time. Young master! Young master! Outside the room, a large group of maids, and guards bowed when they saw Wang Chong. Their eyes were filled with concern. After so many days, the matter of the young master being attacked had caused a huge commotion outside. After so many days, this was the first time they saw Wang Chong walk out of his room. Wang Chong nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Have you seen Little Shadow? Young master, Little Shadow is in the stable. There are many people taking care of him. A servant in green said. Wang Chong nodded and walked down the stairs. Without saying anything else, he turned around and walked toward the stable. It had been more than half a month since the ambush, and this was the first time Wang Chong had seen Little Shadow. The servant in the residence was right. Little Shadow was indeed being taken good care of. When Wang Chong arrived at the stable, there were at least 5 or 6 grooms taking care of him. Little Shadow was lying in the center, his legs and body wrapped in bandages and medicinal herbs. Some parts of his body were even covered in plaster from the western regions. Around him were piles of soybeans and fodder, forming a small mountain. Little Shadow didn't even need to stand up. He could eat them just by stretching his mouth. Not only that, someone had come up with the idea of hiring a carpenter to make a giant spinning wheel around Little Shadow. The small mountains of fodder and soybeans were placed on plates on the spinning wheel. If Little Shadow wanted to eat one of the piles, he only needed to move his lower jaw and pluck at it. This wasn't something that could be easily done, but by the time Wang Chong arrived, he saw that Little Shadow was already able to do it with great familiarity. Nay, before Wang Chong could say anything, the white-hoofed shadow noticed Wang Chong. Its eyes lit up, and with a long neigh, it suddenly stood up. Although it was a little shaky and difficult, the white-hoofed shadow had still managed to do it. It was clear that its injuries had healed quite a bit. The white-hoofed shadow walked over, sneezed, and burrowed into Wang Chong's embrace. It rubbed its cheeks intimately against Wang Chong's chest, chirping as if it had missed him. Hee, Little Shadow, you've put on quite a bit of weight. How will you be able to run like this? Wang Chong joked as he stroked Little Shadow's mane. After half a month, Little Shadow hadn't gotten any skinnier after being injured. Instead, he had grown much fatter. His belly was bulging, and even his legs were chubby. It could be seen that his meals during this period of time were extraordinarily good. Nay, Little Shadow sneezed, his voice rising and falling. He nudged his head against Wang Chong a few times, as if blaming him for making fun of him. After going through this ordeal with Little Shadow, Wang Chong had long since realized that Little Shadow had a mind of its own. In this aspect, he was completely different from other horses. Ha ha ha! Seeing that Little Shadow seemed to be a little angry, Wang Chong couldn't help but burst into laughter. This could be said to be the happiest he had been in the last few days. Ever since that incident, he had been most worried about Little Shadow. But from the looks of it, Little Shadow was still very angry. The fact that both man and horse had survived that danger could be said to be the greatest fortune of all. You can't just keep eating soybeans here and not go out to exercise. Come, I'll take you out for a walk and get some sun, Wang Chong said as he patted the white-hoofed shadow's glossy neck. The white-hoofed shadow's nostrils flared as he nodded, as if saying, "Sure." Wang Chong smiled. Without holding the reins, he turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and took the lead. And little Shadow followed behind him quietly. Creak! With a loud noise, the gates opened, revealing the bright sunlight outside. This was the first time Wang Chong had stepped out of his house since the ambush. It's been so long. It's time to put an end to some things. Chapter 381. The capital's Huanqi courtyard was a lavish place where the scions of the prestigious clans gathered and feasted. Among the prestigious clans, only the scions of the direct line of descent were qualified to enter. The entire building was constructed using dark purple materials, and its design was unique, exuding an ancient aura. At the entrance, there were 2 purple vermilion birds with slender legs and a height of several zhang. This was the most unique feature of the building. Even though Wang Chong had heard of the Huanqi Manor, this was the first time he was standing before it in his entire life. Standing before the 2 purple vermilion birds, Wang Chong could hear the commotion in the courtyard. Countless scions of the prestigious clans were gathered here. Is this the place? Lifting his head, Wang Chong looked at the Huanqi courtyard with a complicated gaze. Gongzi, this is the place. We've already investigated the matter thoroughly. A low voice came from behind, and it sounded very respectful. Got it. Wang Chong replied calmly. Releasing the reins in his hands, he slowly walked toward the purple wooden staircase between the 2 vermilion birds. Wang Chong walked slowly, and every step he took seemed incomparably heavy. The gg sound was exceptionally loud. Halt! At the end of the winding purple wooden staircase, at the entrance of the Huanqi courtyard, a muscular guard with a saber by his waist bellowed upon seeing Wang Chong. The Huanqi courtyard wasn't a place where just anyone could enter. One had to have some sort of backing to enter. The young man before him was clearly unfamiliar, and he definitely wasn't a frequent visitor of the Huanqi courtyard. Shut up! Before the guard could finish his words, a middle-aged man who seemed to be a butler suddenly reached out from behind, covered the guard's mouth, and pulled him in. You blind fool, can't you see who he is? Hurry up and back down. The green-robed butler sneaked a glance at the entrance with a fearful expression. In this period of time, the ambush of the Wang clan's Qilin son had caused a lot of trouble, and many prestigious clans had been implicated in it. Even King Qi and the Yao clan were disgraced by it. Everyone knew that the Wang clan of the capital was truly enraged this time. Even that person in the Four Quarters Academy was vaguely enraged. There was no one in the capital who didn't know this youngest son of the Wang clan. No one dared to anger the Wang family at this moment. Even though the virtuous ministers of the Tang dynasty were renowned throughout the world for their virtue, many people had forgotten that this highly respected Duke Jiao of the Tang dynasty had actually led troops and fought in wars, sweeping through the eastern and western Turkic Khaganate. The ambush of the youngest son of the Wang family had undoubtedly touched Duke Jiao's reverse scale of the Tang dynasty. What are you waiting for? Get lost. The green-robed supervisor kicked and beat the 2 guards at the door to send them away. Just as he was about to call out to Wang Chong glared at him, causing him to shudder and retreat. He stepped through the door and was greeted by a commotion inside. However, a loud and boastful voice came from the 2nd floor. It was especially loud and eye-catching. Wang Chong listened for a moment, and a smile crept onto his lips. Following the voice, he headed up to the 2nd floor. At the center of the 2nd floor, Wang Chong saw a familiar figure. The figure's back was facing him, and he was currently surrounded by a group of scions chatting excitedly. He seemed to be very popular. Don't you know those Iron Cloak highwaymen? The voice was loud, and it was clear that he was in high spirits. While the person was speaking excitedly, the listeners were also paying close attention to him, and there was even a hint of admiration in their eyes. Huang Yongtu. Wang Chong looked at the back of that person and suddenly spoke. Wang. The loud voice came to an abrupt halt, and the figure whose back was facing Wang Chong trembled before coming to an abrupt halt. Even the entire Huanqi Manor fell silent at this moment. Gongzi. Huang Yongtu turned around, and upon seeing Wang Chong, his face paled slightly. But soon, a look of delight surfaced on his face. Gongzi, you finally recovered. As he spoke, he walked toward Wang Chong with widened strides. Wang Chong nodded with a smile. Gongzi, have you met by Siling Sugon and the others? I haven't. Wang Chong shook his head. Looking at the delighted Huang Yongtu, he replied with a single word. But it was this single word that caused Huang Yongtu's face to warp in shock. And what Wang Chong said next left Huang Yongtu feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Huang Yongtu, do you know what will happen to a grasshopper who tries to force his way into a match between an elephant and a tiger? Hong Long, like a bolt of lightning, before the shocked gazes of the Saiyans in Huanqi Manor, Huang Yongtu's body suddenly went limp, and with a loud pong, he kneeled before Wang Chong. His face was ghastly pale, and sweat was streaming down his body. Wang. Upon seeing this sight, a huge commotion broke out. A few Saiyans of the prestigious clans sensed that something was amiss, and they hurriedly retreated from the second floor of Huanqi Manor. Their keen senses, which they had honed over the years, allowed them to immediately sense the danger in this situation. And those Saiyans who recognized Wang Chong also sensed danger from the sight before them. The incident of a youngest son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, being ambushed had caused a huge uproar in the capital, and everyone knew that the Wang clan was currently on a rampage. Huang Yongtu had been bragging about how he had fought alongside the young master of the Wang clan, Wang Chong. But this wasn't the case at all. In the capital, there would always be rumors and slanders, gratitude and grudges. However, there were some things that could be interfered with, and some things that couldn't be interfered with. Putting aside interfering with it, they couldn't even get involved in it. Hurry up and leave. This isn't something we should be looking at. A few of the aristocratic young masters pulled their friends and quickly retreated. In an instant, all of the Saiyans in the manor had retreated without a trace. In truth, it wasn't just the second floor of Huanqi Manor. Upon hearing the news, all of the Saiyans in Huanqi Manor hurriedly retreated as though they were avoiding a plague. Pum! The sound of the door closing echoed from below. In an instant, the entire Huanqi Manor fell silent, leaving only Wang Chong and Huang Yongtu. The prestigious clans had their own way of dealing with the situation. Regardless of whether it was Wang Chong or Huang Yongtu, both of them represented two powerful clans in the capital. Given the current state of affairs in the capital, this was no time for outsiders to meddle in the affairs of the capital. Placing his hands behind his back, Wang Chong didn't say a word. He quietly waited for all the people in the building to leave. He also quietly listened to the sound of the door closing downstairs. Then he turned around and looked at Huang Yongtu. Huang Yongtu's face was pale, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Wang Chong looked at Huang Yongtu and asked calmly. Gongzi already knows about it, so I have nothing to say. Huang Yongtu gritted his teeth and kneeled on the floor with his head lowered. His body trembled violently. Humph, you sure are straightforward. Wang Chong sneered coldly. Huang Yongtu, don't worry. I'm here to look for you as a representative of the Wang clan. Prestigious clans have their own way of dealing with matters. I just want to ask you, is the Huang clan prepared to go to war with the Wang clan? You should know that regardless of whether I'm dead or alive, the Huang clan won't be spared. Gongzi, this matter has nothing to do with the Huang clan. It was my idea. If Gongzi wishes to punish someone, punish me. Huang Yongtu has nothing to say. Huang Yongtu's face was deathly pale. Wang Chong sneered coldly. All along, he had revealed his identity to others. But a kind person would be bullied, and a kind horse would be bullied. This time it was precisely because he was too low profile that he was almost killed. But these people had forgotten that he wasn't just Wang Chong, but a direct descendant of the Wang clan, representing one of the most illustrious figures in the capital. If he wanted to, he could use his big uncle, the king of Song, consort Taizhen, his father, the officials of the royal court, and the other prestigious clans to bring the Huang clan down to the ground. It had been 60 to 70 years since his grandfather, Duke Jiao, and the Wang clan was no longer just an ordinary clan. Rather, it had formed a massive network. Within this network, there were countless powers that could be mobilized. The Wang clan never took the initiative to bully others, and they would never use their power to bully others. But this didn't mean that the Wang clan wasn't angry, and not just any other clan could trample over them. You should have recognized me from the first time we met in the training camp, right? Wang Chong said calmly. Yes. Huang Yongtu gritted his teeth, but he didn't deny it. You intentionally targeted me on the way back, right? Wang Chong said calmly. Yes. Huang Yongtu nodded. Large beads of sweat seeped from the tip of his nose, dripping down drop by drop. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hide any secrets from this young man. I tried to stop, but it was already too late. Huang Yongtu said in agony. His forehead was pressed against the ground, and he was filled with regret. Humph. Wang Chong sneered coldly. There's no turning back for some things. Go back and tell the Huang clan. I'll be waiting for an explanation from the Huang clan. Whether the Huang family of the capital lives or dies, it all depends on you. After saying those words, Wang Chong turned around and left Huanqi Manor. When the door opened, Wang Chong could vaguely hear a series of wails behind him. Gongzi, where are we going next? The eagle walked over with a bird on his wrist. Informed by Xiling and Su Gan to meet at the Jushian pavilion, Wang Chong said calmly before walking down the purple wooden steps. I really didn't expect Huang Yongtu to be the traitor of the three of us. Pum! On the third floor of the Jushian pavilion, Bai Xiling slammed her palm on the table furiously. I've underestimated him. It turns out that he has been feigning weakness all along the way. Beside Bai Xiling, Su Gan sighed deeply. This was the first time the three of them had gathered together in the past half a month. Ever since they left Longxi, both Bai Xiling and Su Gan knew that there was a traitor among the three of them. There was more than one route back to the capital from Longxi. If not for the traitor, it was impossible for the other party to know the timing and location of Wang Chong's departure. This wasn't something that was too difficult to guess. Thus, in the half a month since their return from Longxi, when Wang Chong was recuperating from his injuries, neither Bai Xiling nor Su Gan appeared, nor did they take the initiative to contact him. The two of them knew that there would be a way out of this matter. The Wang clan would surely investigate the matter thoroughly. Thus, the first person Wang Chong visited after recovering from his injuries was bound to be the traitor. However, the two of them had never imagined that the mole would actually be the rather silly-looking, reckless, and thoughtless Huang Yongtu among the three of them. One mustn't judge a book by its cover. Chapter 382. After all, they had been through a life-and-death battle together. Thus, before that incident, both Bai Xiling and Su Gan had great trust in Huang Yongtu. They thought that the four of them were already an inseparable group that they could trust. Thus, when that incident happened, it was easy to imagine the rage and disappointment they felt. How disappointing. To think that we tried our best to save him back then. Bai Xiling said, the hearts of men are like fingers. The Huang clan has no choice but to side with King Qi, Su Gan said. Compared to Bai Xiling, he was much more open-minded. Coming from a prestigious clan, especially in the capital, it was normal for one to be involved in political intrigue. In his view, there was nothing wrong with Huang Yongtu's actions. However, unlike Huang Yongtu, he had placed his hopes on Wang Chong. In his view, there was nothing wrong with Huang Yongtu's actions, but unlike Huang Yongtu, he had placed his bets on Wang Chong. The fact that Wang Chong had been able to escape the assassination and return safely proved that he had a keen eye. There's just one thing that I haven't figured out yet. How did you know that the one who leaked the news was Huang Yongtu and not one of us? How did you know that it was Huang Yongtu who leaked the information and not one of us? Ever since returning from the assassination attempt, Bai Xiling had been contemplating this question. Of the four of them, who was the one who leaked the news about Wang Chong? But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of a single one of them as the mole. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of a single one of them as the mole. She didn't want to suspect any one of them. In fact, Bai Xiling had even considered the possibility that she might have made a mistake. In truth, it had nothing to do with the four of them. It could just be a coincidence, or perhaps the problem lay elsewhere. But when Wang Chong appeared at Huanqian, the final sliver of hope in Bai Xiling's heart was shattered. At this moment, Bai Xiling only wanted to know how Wang Chong was able to determine that Huang Yongtu was the mole. This question is actually not that difficult to guess. Wang Chong took a sip of the fragrant tea in his hand. His gaze was wise, and he seemed to be able to see through everything. Most people might not know that I'm participating in the training camp mission, but Prince Qi and the Yao clan definitely have a way to find out, and they definitely already know. My departure from the capital this time is the best opportunity for them to make a move, so they definitely won't let it go no matter what. However, as soon as we left the capital, we were protected by the cavalrymen. With 80 cavalrymen, even if they are experts, they can still easily deal with them. That's why their last chance was when they returned from Longxi. If they want to make a move, they must have a spy, and the spy can only be among the four of us. When Wang Chong said this, he sighed. To be honest, I don't want Huang Yongtu to be a mole. I've even thought that I might be mistaken. The King of Qi and the others won't do anything to me. But it turns out I was wrong. Do you still remember what I told you after returning from the Big Dipper Army Commandant? Wang Chong said. I do. You said that you were going to leave. Su Gan said. Wang Chong nodded, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. I did it on purpose. Back then, without receiving the royal court's orders, none of you were allowed to leave. So, I told myself that if any of you were to say that you wanted to follow me, you would be the mole. If they wanted to deal with me, this would be their last chance. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Bai Xiling and Su Gan glanced at one another in shock. They had never imagined that when Wang Chong had said those words, he had been thinking about something else. But what if we wanted to follow you? After all, we came here together. Aren't you being a little too absolute? Bai Xiling said. Wang Chong's reason might sound reasonable to others, but to Bai Xiling it wasn't. If that's the case, it's only suspicious. But do you remember that white pigeon? Wang Chong sneered coldly. Huang Yongtu wanted to plot against him, but he thought too simply of him. Is there something wrong with that white pigeon? Su Gan asked with a frown. He really couldn't see how the white pigeon could be related to this matter. I understand. Do you think that its timing is too coincidental? Suspicious? Bai Xiling said contemplatively. Thinking back, she did have her suspicions back then, but she didn't think too deeply into it. You are mistaken. It's not the timing, but the content. Xiling, do you still remember the content of the letter? Wang Chong shook his head. Bai Xiling frowned as she fell into deep thought. Back then, Zhang Lin said that the Bureau of Military Personnel has requested for us to return to the capital after the third phase of the mission is over. Su Gan was the one who said those words. He remembered those words clearly. Yes. Wang Chong nodded. The royal court has requested for us to return to the capital after the third phase of the mission is over. In other words, the Bureau of Military Personnel has no idea whether we have completed the mission or not. The Imperial Court will never issue a new order without confirming whether or not we have completed the mission. Su Gan, do you remember when we received the first order? Wang Chong asked. At the first gathering point, after each of us was assigned 20 cavalrymen. Sugon replied without any hesitation. That's right. The royal court only sent a messenger pigeon after confirming that we had arrived at the first gathering point. This kind of carrier pigeon definitely won't send it to the first gathering point before we arrive. Even though I have no idea how the Bureau of Military Personnel does it, there is no doubt that they have a way of measuring it. And the simplest method is to estimate the time. They estimated that we should have arrived at the first gathering point before receiving the messenger pigeon. Wang Chong said, sighing, "Do you remember when we received the second messenger pigeon?" At the foot of the bandit lair, the royal court ordered us to eliminate the Iron Cloak Highwayman and Iron Cloak Lee, but by then we had already crossed hands with them. Bai Siling said, "In this place, Wang Chong's words didn't hold water. Even so, we have indeed completed the first phase of the mission, right? If we hadn't, we wouldn't have been able to complete it by then, right? After all, the bandits and highwaymen are getting stronger and stronger." Wang Chong said. Bai Siling and Sugon nodded. That was indeed the case. If they were to complete it, they should have done it by then. If they couldn't complete it, they wouldn't be able to complete it anymore. Also, do you remember where the lair of the Iron Cloak Highwayman is? Wang Chong said. 100 li away. Bai Siling suddenly paused, raising her head to look at Wang Chong. She seemed to have understood something. That's right. Wang Chong put down his teacup and confirmed Bai Siling's conjecture. When Iron Cloak Lee launched an ambush, the entire Iron Cloak Highwaymen suddenly moved out of their lair and attacked us. In other words, even the royal court wasn't able to predict the movements of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen back then. That was why they made such a mistake. Then, when did we receive the third messenger pigeon? In the treasure vault of the Iron Cloak Highwayman. This time, Bai Siling replied swiftly. That's right. Do you still not understand after receiving the first, second, and third messenger pigeons? The royal court would only send us a messenger pigeon when the first phase of the mission has been completed and the next phase of the mission has yet to begin. They would never send us an order for the third phase when they can't confirm whether or not the third phase of the mission has been completed. Back then, I was almost certain that the letter didn't come from the Bureau of Military Personnel. Wang Chong said, "What?" Hearing those words, Sugon and Bai Siling couldn't sit still anymore. Wang Chong, are you saying that the final order we received from the Bureau of Military Personnel was a fake? Bai Siling was astonished. Forging a letter from the Bureau of Military Personnel was a heavy crime. I didn't say that. It's impossible for Zhang Lin to not recognize the letter from the Bureau of Military Personnel. However, there's one thing I'm certain of, and that is that the final letter didn't come from the same place as the previous order. If I'm not wrong, King Qi must have prepared that letter in advance. As he didn't know what the third phase of the mission would be, he didn't write anything about it. At the same time, he didn't know when Huang Yongtu would need it, so the contents of the letter were extremely vague. This letter would allow Huang Yongtu to leave his mission at any time and follow me, without arousing any suspicion. King Qi sure is a scheming man, Wang Chong said calmly. Bai Siling and Sugon were already at a loss for words. Even though they had been by Wang Chong's side all this while, if not for Wang Chong's words, there were many things that they wouldn't have been able to see through. But since you already suspected Huang Yongtu, why didn't you leave his mission earlier? Why did you bring him along? Bai Siling suddenly asked. That's because Huang Yongtu hasn't left his mission yet. Wang Chong sighed. Bai Siling was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. Huang Yongtu was only a spy. Logically speaking, he should have left before the operation began. After all, the assassins hired by King Qi wouldn't have recognized him. Yet, Huang Yongtu didn't leave. You intend to deal with him next? Bai Siling asked. That will depend on the Huang clan's reply. Wang Chong replied calmly. The Huang clan's reply came much faster than Wang Chong had expected. On the same night that Wang Chong went to Huanqi Manor, the head of the Huang clan appeared at the Wang family residence with a grim expression. "Gongzi, this matter is the fault of our Huang clan. No matter what, I will give you and the Wang clan an explanation. But please believe me, our Huang clan was completely unaware of this matter. It was that bastard who made the decision on his own." As soon as the head of the Huang clan appeared at the Wang family residence, he kneeled before Wang Chong. The head of the Huang clan was already in his 50s, and he exuded a formidable aura. His cultivation had far surpassed the profound martial realm. But in front of Wang Chong, this Huang clan head, who would not easily bend his knees, lowered his head and knelt before this youth who was much younger than him. This was no longer a matter of age or cultivation. It was a matter of friction between two prestigious clans. Clans had their own way of dealing with this matter. Here, Wang Chong represented the Wang clan, one of the most prestigious clans in the entire Tang dynasty. Even the head of the Huang clan could only lower his head before the clan that Wang Chong represented. Furthermore, what the Huang family had done this time was definitely not a small matter. This concerned the future of the Huang clan. Chapter 383. As the head of the Huang clan spoke, he kneeled at Wang Chong's feet and lowered his head even further. This wasn't directed at Wang Chong alone, but the attitude of the entire Huang clan towards the Wang clan. A descendant of the Huang clan had tipped off someone and schemed against Wang Chong. This was already the truth. The conflict between aristocratic families was also reasonable. What the Huang clan had done was taboo even among the aristocratic families. There was no aristocratic family in the capital that would help them. Wang Chong was the crux of everything. Patriarch Huang knew that if he wanted to obtain the Wang clan's forgiveness, he would have to do so. And Wang Chong was the core of everything. If he couldn't obtain Wang Chong's forgiveness, when Duke Jiu's eldest son stepped in, what awaited him would be a war between the Wang clan and the Huang clan. And in this war, the Huang clan would definitely not win. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes, not saying a word. Wang Chong knew that the fate of the Huang clan depended on a single thought of his. There was no smoke of gunpowder in the war between aristocratic families, but the degree of bitterness was no less. In this domain, even martial arts couldn't be of much use. This was the first time Wang Chong had used the power of the clan and grasped the power of the clan. This was also the first time he had grasped the fate of another clan. Wang Chong knew that as long as he shook his head, everything would fall into place. Whether it was Big Uncle or the King of Song, they would definitely stand on his side. Even on Yang Zhao's side, Wang Chong had received a letter from him. As long as Wang Chong willed it, Consort Taizhen would definitely help the Wang clan and suppress the Huang clan in all aspects. After so many things, Consort Taizhen, the Wang clan, and the King of Song had already formed an invisible network of interests. And at the core of this network was Wang Chong. Regardless of whether it was the King of Song or Consort Taizhen, Wang Chong could never be touched. Wang Chong wasn't the only one affected by the Huang family's actions. And there was the King of Song and Consort Taizhen. Even the Yao clan and King Qi chose to distance themselves from the Huang clan's matter, even though they were the initiators. Seeing that Wang Chong had his eyes closed without saying a word, the Huang family's patriarch gritted his teeth as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "If young master is not satisfied, I can get rid of that. No need." Before the Huang family's patriarch could finish his words, Wang Chong interrupted him. The patriarch of the Huang family raised his head in shock. He had thought that Huang Yongtu was dead for sure, but who would have thought? "Spare his life," Wang Chong said calmly as he gazed into the distance. No expression could be seen on his face. "As for the others, do as you see fit." After saying this, Wang Chong turned around, placed his hands behind his back, and left the guest hall expressionlessly. Not killing didn't mean forgiving. Not killing didn't mean that this matter could be forgiven. Not killing didn't mean that the Huang family in the capital had escaped this calamity. Conflicts between aristocratic families had their own rules. Whether the Huang family still existed in the capital depended on the Huang family's performance in the future. If the Huang family's patriarch really understood, then he should know what to do next. The Huang family's patriarch staggered out of the Wang family. Before leaving, he was in a daze. Although Wang Chong was only 15 or 16 years old, the Huang family's patriarch didn't feel relaxed at all when dealing with Wang Chong. This night was a sleepless night for the Huang family in the capital. Gongzi, someone wishes to meet you. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten and Wang Chong was still lying on his bed, a guard walked in, shrouded in the morning mist. Oh! Wang Chong frowned as he turned his body, slightly. What did Madame say? Most of the matters in the residence were handled by his mother. Only when there were special matters would it be his turn. Madame said that Gongzi should deal with it yourself. The guard said, I understand. Wang Chong's eyes flashed, and he seemed to understand something. Let him in. Wang Chong thought that it would be a him, but it turned out to be a her. While Wang Chong was still in his room, he could already hear the sound of jade ornaments clanking, as well as the faint sound of a luoho knocking against a wall. As the air surged, Wang Chong could not see anything, but he could already smell a fragrant aroma. What's going on here? Before Wang Chong could react, the door to the room opened, and a young lady of 17 or 18 walked in, carrying a silver sword on her back. This young lady wore a golden bracelet on her wrist and a white dress. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her posture was exquisite, as if she had walked out of a painting. Even someone like Wang Chong, who was used to seeing beauties, couldn't help but brighten, and his mind went into a daze. However, even though this young lady was extremely beautiful and had a beauty that could topple nations, her face was incomparably cold, like a glacier that wouldn't melt in 10,000 years. Huang Chenner of the capital's Huang clan pays respect to Gongzi. The young lady walked into the room, and before Wang Chong could say anything, she immediately got down on one knee and lowered her head, motionless like a wooden statue. Her hands were raised, and her 10 slender fingers held a letter. She didn't say anything else. To young Master Chong. Wang Chong saw the bold and forceful words on the letter, and with a single glance he could tell that it was no ordinary handwriting. Furthermore, the seal of the head of the Huang clan was stamped on the letter, indicating the identity of the sender. What does this Huang clan mean by this? Wang Chong frowned. He couldn't understand why the Huang clan would send someone to deliver this letter so early in the morning. Standing up from the bed, Wang Chong grabbed a black robe and casually draped it over his body. Then he tiptoed over and took the letter from the white-robed lady. When he took the letter, Wang Chong's fingers inadvertently brushed against it, and a cold and slippery sensation came from the bottom of his fingers. On the other side, the frosty young lady seemed to grit her teeth, and her body trembled violently. Wang Chong didn't pay it any heed. He opened the letter and began to read it carefully. Wang Chong's judgment was correct. This was truly a letter personally written by the head of the Huang clan. In the short period of time since last night, Wang Chong hadn't expected the Huang clan to come to a decision so quickly and give an explanation. Huang Yongtu had privately interfered in the conflict between the Yao and Wang clans, plotting against and framing Wang Chong. According to the rules of the clan, he would be stripped of his status as a direct descendant and handed over to the Hall of Law and Law for punishment. In addition, he would be exiled to Lingnan, never to set foot in the capital again. For the rest of his life, Wang Chong would never be able to see Huang Yongtu again. In addition, the Huang clan would pay 3 industries for major mines, a large number of herbs, pills, well-trained war horses, and 3 million taels of gold as compensation for Wang Chong's actions. In addition, for the next 3 years, all the Huang clan's income would be given to the Wang clan. Finally, at the last word, Wang Chong's eyelids twitched. He turned to glance at the motionless young lady on the ground, and his expression suddenly became strange. The first few conditions could still be understood by Wang Chong. 3 million taels of gold, 3 industries for mines, and 3 years' worth of the Huang clan's income. This sort of compensation couldn't be said to be small. In essence, this price was a heavy blow to the Huang clan's strength. But this was how the great clans interacted with one another. Even if Wang Chong wanted to bury the grudge with a smile, his big uncle would never agree. This was because this matter didn't just concern Wang Chong, but the entire Wang clan and the countless great clans in the empire that were paying close attention to this matter. At this point, it was no longer up to Wang Chong to decide. His personal feelings and preferences were no longer important. What was important were the 2 great clans of the capital, the Wang clan and the Huang clan. At this moment, even if Wang Chong wanted to ask for less, the Huang clan would never agree. Not only would they not feel gratitude, they might even feel fear, thinking that the Wang clan was going to make a move against the Huang clan. Wang Chong had grown up in the capital, and as someone who had lived 2 lives, he had been influenced by such matters. Even if he hadn't experienced it personally, he had at least heard of it. He had heard of such cases, far too many of the scions in the capital. The great clans had their own rules, and this wasn't something that only existed today, a few days ago, or even the current dynasty. Furthermore, it had existed for a very long time. Ever since the dawn of dynasties, empires, and clans, these rules had been silently circulating. If the Huang clan did something wrong, they had to pay the price. This was an ironclad rule. But the crux of the matter was the final rule. The head of the Huang clan had mentioned in the letter that the mistake was committed by the Huang clan, and this was a fact that couldn't be changed. No matter how the Huang clan tried to explain, it would be useless. Thus, in order to appease Wang Chong's rage and the rift between the Huang and Wang clans, the Huang clan decided to send their most outstanding daughter to serve Wang Chong so as to make up for the Huang clan's mistake. On top of that, the head of the Huang clan also subtly mentioned in the letter that no matter what request Wang Chong made of her, she would be willing to do anything for him. From now on, she would be a part of the Wang clan. From start to end, she would never return to the Huang clan. This was the greatest sincerity of the Huang clan. After reading this letter, no matter how intelligent, farsighted, and perceptive Wang Chong was, he couldn't help but feel stunned and taken aback. On the surface, the head of the Huang clan said that he would gift the daughter of the Huang clan to Wang Chong as a servant to serve him. But Wang Chong couldn't be more familiar with this method. In the world of prestigious clans, it had another name, clan marriage. When a small and weak clan offended a large clan, in order to protect themselves and seek the forgiveness of the large clan, they would often use this unique method. On the surface, it was a maid who would take care of their daily needs and protect their safety. But in reality, it was just a marriage. Through the marriage between the daughter of the 2 clans, they would bury the hatchet and strengthen the relationship between the 2 clans. By relying on the larger clan, the smaller clan would be able to seek development. Through this, the larger clan would be able to truly forgive the smaller clan. There was no grudge that couldn't be resolved through marriage. This was the fastest, most effective, and most thorough way to resolve grudges between large clans. Chapter 384. At this moment, the room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. "You can leave," Wang Chong suddenly said with a wave of his hand. He already knew why this white-robed girl of the Huang clan had appeared here, but Wang Chong couldn't possibly agree to it. He had never thought of such a thing, nor had he mentally prepared himself for it. "What else does your Wang clan want?" At this moment, the ice-cold girl suddenly raised her head. Her reaction was far beyond Wang Chong's expectations. "Our Huang clan has already been reduced to such a state. Are you still not willing to let us go?" The girl looked at Wang Chong. Although she held her head high and had a stubborn expression on her face, she seemed to have been wronged. The strong pride and grievance on the girl's beautiful face left a huge impact on anyone who saw it. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but be taken aback. Aristocratic families also had their own sorrows. Although she had already planned for her future, she had long planned for her future, but the decision of her clan had caught her completely off guard. Her own fate had to be subordinated to the fate of her clan. Thus, no matter how arrogant she was, no matter how unwilling she was, she had to come and obey the orders of her clan. "What are you saying?" Wang Chong frowned. She should have known that this wasn't what he meant. The Huang clan was using a girl to curry favor with him. This was a method that he couldn't accept. "You can go back. I don't need anyone to serve me." Wang Chong said coldly, "Don't go too far. I've already sacrificed myself. Are you still not satisfied? How many more do you want? 2, 3, 4? The children of the Huang clan aren't to be bullied by others." Huang Chenner raised her head high and glared at Wang Chong. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling and her face was pale. Even the ornaments on her body were clanking. "You." Wang Chong raised his eyebrows. He knew that Huang Chenner had misunderstood. His original intention was not to sacrifice Huang Chenner's happiness, but to think for her sake. However, the other party clearly didn't think so. He thought that Huang Xiaolong was a bully, greedy, and wanted more of the Huang family's women to serve him. "You misunderstand. I didn't think that way. What I'm saying is that I don't need your Huang family's additional terms. When I said I don't need you to serve me, that naturally includes the other children of the Huang clan." Wang Chong said calmly. In this matter, he was actually the one who suffered the most. Given his temper and Huang Chenner's unyielding personality, it was impossible for her to be so easy to talk to. But when he thought about it, he realized that Huang Chenner, who had been sacrificed in the Huang clan, was the weakest in the first place. She had no choice in the matter, so he couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Naturally, his anger dissipated as well. Huang Chenner was stunned. All of a sudden, she found herself unable to vent her anger. She stared at Wang Chong, as if she wanted to see into the depths of his soul and see if he was telling the truth. Wang Chong met Huang Chenner's gaze calmly, not avoiding it in the slightest. The entire room suddenly fell silent. In what seemed like an instant, yet also like countless eons, Huang Chenner's overbearing and furious gaze finally began to calm down. "Humph. Things have already reached this point. Do you think that you're the only one who has the final say?" Huang Chenner raised her head and said coldly. Wang Chong was taken aback for a moment before he seemed to realize the meaning behind Huang Chenner's words. A bitter smile crept into his eyes. Huang Chenner was right. Even though he had started this matter, he couldn't end it on his own. Even if his one-sided words could convince Huang Chenner, he might not be able to convince the Huang clan. What they needed was not a few words or a one-sided statement from him, but some concrete proof that could reassure them. There was nothing else that could make the Huang family feel more at ease than this. This was better than any words or assurance. Even if Wang Chong wanted to concede now, the Huang clan wouldn't agree. Moreover, with so many great clans watching, his big uncle would likely have a different opinion. It was precisely because he understood this that Wang Chong couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You're right. Things have already reached this point, and I'm no longer the only one who has the final say." Wang Chong said, "Humph, don't be too smug. No matter what, you won't succeed." Huang Chenner will never submit." Huang Chenner glared at Wang Chong and said coldly, "It seems like you're very unconvinced." Seeing Huang Chenner's furious expression, Wang Chong suddenly laughed. Unlike Huang Chenner, Wang Chong wasn't the kind of person to wallow in self-pity. Since he understood that this matter could no longer be changed, at least from the Huang clan's point of view, Wang Chong very calmly accepted this reality. Even though it seemed impossible to send Huang Chenner back at the moment, he could at least control what would happen next. As long as he didn't accept, the marriage between the Wang and Huang clan would be impossible. He would just treat it as having a personal maid or maid by his side to protect him. Even though he wasn't used to it, there was still a process of getting used to it. As long as he was magnanimous, it wouldn't matter. Huang Qian'er had no idea what Wang Chong was thinking. Wang Chong's smile was incomparably detestable in her eyes. The Wang clan is a clan of ministers and generals. What kind of ability is it to bully our Huang clan by relying on their power and status? Huang Qian'er's expression was cold, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Her voice was full of ridicule. That's right. The superior Wang clan didn't bully the Huang clan, but the oppressed Huang clan plotted against the Wang clan. What do you think about this? Wang Chong sneered. You! Huang Qian'er's expression froze, and she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The Huang clan only failed in their ploy. If not for my luck, I would have escaped this calamity. I'm afraid that your Huang clan has already hooked up with King Qi and the Yao clan. Now, at most, he will fail the mission and be abandoned by the Yao clan and King Qi. So you're saying that your Huang clan is wronged, while my Wang clan and I are fated to die. Wang Chong blushed. Huang Qian'er's lips parted, but she was rendered speechless once more. You're just twisting the facts. This was all Huang Yongtu's idea. Why should our Huang clan bear the burden for him? Huang Qian'er retorted indignantly. Of course, this is just the excuse of your Huang clan head. But if Huang Yongtu succeeds, even if it was his decision alone, the entire Huang clan would have unhesitatingly hooked up with the Yao clan and King Qi. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back and smiled. Huang Qian'er fell silent. Although she wanted to deny it, Huang Qian'er had no choice but to admit that if Wang Chong had really been assassinated, then what Wang Chong had said was not just a possibility, but a certainty. The standpoint of a great clan was bound to follow its own interests. If Huang Yongtu had succeeded in assassinating Wang Chong, then no matter what the Huang clan's original standpoint was, they would definitely disregard everything else to hook up with the Yao clan and King Qi. This was the nature of the great clans. The winner is king, and the loser is in the wrong. So, there's no need to make the Huang clan sound so wronged. Wang Chong said calmly. The room fell silent. Huang Qian'er, who had been extremely indignant a moment ago, was speechless. The winner was king, and the strong preyed on the weak. This was the simplest and most realistic rule among the great clans. Wang Chong was merely stating it out loud. Even Huang Yongtu might not have done it entirely for himself. Most likely it was for the sake of his clan as well. After all, if the assassination were to succeed, the Huang clan would be the greatest beneficiary. You're letting Huang Yongtu off just like that? A few days later, at Jushin Pavilion, upon learning of the Huang clan's outcome, Bai Siling felt indignant on Wang Chong's behalf. I also thought that you would have the Huang clan get rid of Huang Yongtu. Su Gan sipped on his tea as he spoke. His expression was calm, as if he was speaking of something unimportant. In truth, he was the closest to Huang Yongtu on the journey to the west. The two of them had formed an alliance, working together to deal with Wang Chong. But at this moment, Su Gan had no intention of pleading on Huang Yongtu's behalf. This wasn't because he was cold-blooded, but this was how the great clans dealt with matters. What Huang Yongtu had done was not as simple as a round of humiliation, a round of abuse, provocation, or a private frame-up. If not for Wang Chong's quick reflexes, digging a hole for himself and hiding deep underground, he would have been dead long ago. Even the Su family would not let Huang Yongtu off, let alone a family of generals and ministers like the Wang family. Huang Yongtu's death was just the most basic part of the deal. Regardless of whether it was for the reputation of the clan or for himself, Huang Yongtu had to die. Regardless of which clan it was, this was how they dealt with the matter. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to encouraging others to assassinate their own clan. As such, the duo was surprised to hear that Wang Chong had spared Huang Yongtu. Indeed, I could have killed him. Wang Chong replied calmly. Besides, I did think of doing so, but I gave up on it in the end. Why? Bai Siling and Su Gan frowned in incomprehension. Since he had thought of doing so, why didn't he do so? Wang Chong didn't say anything. Instead, he sighed deeply as many thoughts flashed through his mind. That's because he had many opportunities to make a move on me, but he chose not to do so in the end. Wang Chong wasn't a fool. Huang Yongtu didn't stop at being a traitor or a traitor. In truth, he had tried to make a move himself. At the very least, when he was dealing with the Iron Cloak Highwayman, Wang Chong had clearly felt a sharp sensation coming from his back. And in the final battle with the 300 Tibetan cavalry, the battlefield had been a mess, and Huang Yongtu had actually thought about trying to make a move. That was because Wang Chong had felt the sharp sensation coming from his back once more. And the last time on the main road, Huang Yongtu was closer to him than any other assassin. If the other party were to launch a sudden attack on him, even if he had the white hoof shadow speed, it would have been difficult for him to escape. Huang Yongtu had given up on 3 of the best opportunities to make a move. Inexplicably, Wang Chong recalled the words Huang Yongtu had said back at Huanqian. I thought of stopping, but it was already too late. This was the reason why Wang Chong had spared him. This wasn't an excuse, but Huang Yongtu's true thoughts. This was the only way to explain why Huang Yongtu's killing intent had been aroused 3 times along the way, but had completely disappeared in the end. Chapter 385. After hearing the entire story, Bai Siling and Su Gan couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for Wang Chong's explanation, the 2 of them obviously wouldn't have known about it. The 2 of them finally understood why Wang Chong had let him go, even though Huang Yongtu had wanted to kill him. Huang Yongtu saved himself. Su Gan sighed, but you're not bad yourself. Bai Siling suddenly laughed. She looked at Wang Chong with a mocking expression. They let Huang Yongtu go, but won a delicate beauty from the Huang family. Ha ha ha! Hearing Bai Siling's words, Su Gan burst into laughter. The news that the Huang clan had sent a favored child to the Wang clan to serve Wang Chong had spread like wildfire in the capital and was no longer a secret. All the aristocratic families that had been paying attention to the conflict between the Wang and Huang families, as well as the direction of this matter, were aware of this. Although Wang Chong had been ambushed, the Wang and Huang families had used this method to unite by marriage. This was something that no one who had been paying attention to this matter had expected. It was precisely because of this matter that even though the Wang clan had spared Huang Yongtu, no one in the capital, including Bai Siling and Su Gan, felt that there was anything wrong with the way the Wang clan handled the matter. Obviously, this was the best possible outcome. It was the same for both the Wang clan and the Huang clan. You bastards, what nonsense are you talking about? He's just a guard. Wang Chong looked embarrassed. Ha ha ha! Seeing Wang Chong's embarrassed look, the 2 laughed even more unbridled and louder. The most interesting thing was the decision made by the Huang family in the capital. In front of the 2 of them, Wang Chong had always been wise, intelligent, and opinionated. It was rare to see him in such an embarrassing state. Even Su Gan found it fascinating just thinking about it. You wish. The famous fairy of dainty hands in the capital of the Tang dynasty has become your maid. What else do you want? As Bai Siling spoke, she glared at Wang Chong. Fairy dainty hands? Wang Chong was taken aback. The famous fairy of dainty hands in the capital is actually Huang Qianer of the Huang clan, the most talented child in the Huang clan. You should know this, right? Seeing Wang Chong's dumbfounded expression, Su Gan's interest was piqued. The capital's Huang clan couldn't compare to the Wang clan, but the Huang clan was still a major clan in the capital. There was no one in the upper echelons of the capital who didn't know that Fairy of Dainty Hands came from the Huang clan of the capital. The capital's Zhao clan's Spear of Crimson Flames Zhao Yadong, the capital's Huang clan's Fairy of Dainty Hands Huang Qianer. These were the most famous beauties in the capital of the Tang dynasty. Regardless of whether it was in terms of appearance or martial prowess, these ladies were truly 1 in a million. In terms of reputation, fairy of dainty hands, Huang Qin'er could definitely be ranked in the top 3 of the capital, far above even Zhao Yadong. This wasn't just due to Huang Qin'er's younger age and her skin being as white as snow. More importantly, Huang Qin'er's cultivation was higher than Zhao Yadong's. There was no one in the capital who didn't know of the phrase slender hands, lightning of immortals. Even though the Zhao clan's spear of crimson flames was famous, it was still a far cry from the Huang clan's lightning of dainty hands. In the past 70 years, Huang Qin'er was the only offspring of the Huang clan who had successfully cultivated the lightning of dainty hands. It's her. Wang Chang's heart jolted in shock. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the Huang Qin'er who had appeared by his bedside early in the morning would be the famous fairy of dainty hands in the capital. In his previous life, Wang Chong had never been able to sneak into the ranks of scions like Su Gan and Bai Siling. Thus, Wang Chong had never come into contact with many of the common knowledge that these scions of the great clans were familiar with. Or perhaps it could be said that he only had a smattering of knowledge. Furthermore, when Huang Qin'er entered the room, she was carrying a silver sword on her back. As such, Wang Chong thought that she specialized in swordsmanship, so he didn't associate her with the famous fairy of dainty hands. After all, fairy of dainty hands, lightning of dainty hands, was clearly a bare-handed secret art. However, this wasn't the reason why Wang Chong's mind was shaken. As Huang Qin'er's identity was revealed, Wang Chong also recalled something else. Fairy of dainty hands. In truth, Wang Chong had heard of this name before. Even though in his previous life, this famous beauty was still a far cry from Wang Chong's world. Slender hands, lightning of immortals, this most famous scion of the Huang clan had indeed made a name for herself in his previous life, and she was far more powerful than what everyone knew of her. She was astonishingly talented, cold, and arrogant. She had reached great heights in the martial Tao, and the achievements she had created were enough to leave many women of the same generation in the dust. It was difficult for them to catch up to her. However, her ending wasn't too good. The Huang clan's lightning of dainty hands was flawed, and it wasn't without reason that no one had managed to master it in the past 70 years. Huang Qin'er's forceful mastery of the technique left behind a huge flaw. In the early stages, as Huang Qin'er's cultivation wasn't too high, it wasn't too obvious, and the effects weren't too great. However, as Huang Qin'er's cultivation grew, the more severe this flaw became. In the end, the fairy of dainty hands, whose fame had spread throughout the capital, came to an early end at the age of 27. Her fall was just like her rise. Both happened so quickly and abruptly. Although Wang Chong hadn't met the fairy of dainty hands in his last life, Wang Chong had heard of her tragic ending. He felt a deep sense of regret. But Wang Chong hadn't expected the fairy of dainty hands to be Huang Qin'er, and for the Huang clan to send her to him. This was truly fate toying with them, and it caused them to be extremely astounded. Humph! In this ambush, not only did you get a great bargain from the Huang clan, you even won a beauty. You must be very happy, right? Bai Siling had been staring at Wang Chong this entire time, and seeing that he was sitting on the other side of the table in a daze, she said in displeasure, "I'm not." Wang Chong didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the cold expression on Bai Siling's face. What in the world was going on? What he was thinking was completely different from what Bai Siling had said. Su Gan chuckled inwardly. Even a fool could see the jealousy in Bai Siling's heart, let alone him. "Siling, Wang Chong, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." You two continued chatting. Su Gan flung his sleeves and stood up, feigning nonchalance. He wasn't so foolish as to squeeze between the two of them at this moment. "Humph. If you want to chat, you two can chat. I'll be leaving first." For some reason, Bai Siling suddenly flew into a rage. She stood up and, without a word, turned around and left. Wang Chong was baffled by this sight, unable to comprehend what was going on. A woman's heart is truly unfathomable. Only Su Gan, who had noticed something, shook his head and chuckled inwardly. This was a matter between the two of them, and no one else could interfere. No matter what, the conflict between the Huang clan and the Wang clan slowly calmed down. The matter of Wang Chong being ambushed also came to an end. As for the Yao clan and King Qi, as long as there was no evidence, even if Wang Chong knew that they were the culprits, there was nothing he could do about it. This could be considered as a tacit agreement between the prestigious clans. However, it wasn't as if the Yao clan and King Qi didn't pay a price. While Wang Chong was recuperating from his injuries, the factions of the two clans were suppressed. King Qi and the Yao clan's influence in the Bureau of Military Personnel took this opportunity to be ostracized. And this time, both King Qi and the Yao clan chose to acquiesce. In a way, they were appeasing the Wang clan's rage. Otherwise, they would have to declare war on the Wang clan. After all, even the old master of the Wang clan had flown into a rage this time. It's about time for me to return to the training camp. Standing at the entrance of the Wang clan residence, Wang Chong's thoughts of returning to the training camp slowly surfaced in his mind. It had been more than 20 days since the training mission had ended, but Wang Chong still hadn't returned to the training camp to hand over his mission. As such, Wang Chong still hadn't received the reward for the halo of Dark Cone. Thinking that it was about time for him to settle down at home, Wang Chong decided to return home. Little Shadow's injuries hadn't fully recovered yet, so he called for another horse. Together with Little Shadow, a few guards, and Huang Qin'er, they set off. Let me tell you this first. I'm only responsible for your safety. I don't care about anything else. Don't try to force me to do anything. I definitely won't agree to it. At most, we'll fight to the death together. On the official road, Huang Qin'er carried a silver sword on her back and rode on a buckskin horse. Her face was as cold as a glacier, and she exuded a cold aura. But I don't think I asked you to come with me. Wang Chong looked up to the heavens and sighed helplessly. He hadn't asked Huang Qin'er to come with him to the training camp. But this famed fairy of dainty hands had somehow known that he was going to the training camp, so she had asked for a buckskin horse from the Huang clan and tagged along. You're still talking. What difference does it make whether you ask me or not? Huang Qin'er angrily retorted. Wang Chong fell silent. There was truly no way to refute this. The mission the Huang clan had given Huang Qin'er was to serve Wang Chong, and the most important one was to ensure Wang Chong's safety. After all, Wang Chong had already been assassinated for the sake of the Huang clan, and this could be considered a form of atonement for his crimes. At this point, it actually had little to do with Wang Chong. Even if Wang Chong wanted to order Huang Qin'er, it would be impossible. Huang Qin'er's orders came directly from the Huang clan. But if one cast aside Huang Qin'er's icy attitude and ice-cold face, even Wang Chong had to admit that Huang Qin'er truly was a peerless beauty. Her skin was extremely exquisite, and her neck was snow white. Not only was it white, it even seemed to have a crystalline quality to it like white jade. Thus, when Wang Chong had first taken the Huang clan's letter from her, he had only accidentally touched his fingers, but it had felt extremely smooth and creamy, and his soul had been stirred. This did not seem to be as simple as having good skin. It also seemed to have something to do with the martial arts she cultivated. Moreover, her slender figure, exquisite curves, and gentle beauty also gave off an upright and forceful aura, a soul-stirring beauty. Fairy of dainty hands. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind as he gazed at Huang Qin'er's beautiful and elegant back. On her horse, Huang Qin'er's hair was tied up in a high bun, her clothes as white as snow, and her hair was as black as ink. She truly was an otherworldly fairy. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but feel his heart tremble at the sight of her back, but he quickly calmed his mind. Hiya! Chapter 386. 15 li later, the lush green mountains brought them into the vicinity of the Kunwu training camp. Huang Qin'er was not allowed to enter the training camp. Thus, Wang Chong intended to bring her to the deflecting Blade Manor, east of White Tiger Peak. East of the training camp, a magnificent building with overhanging eaves stood on the peak of the mountain. Even from afar, one could feel a strong sense of visual impact from it. This was Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor. This wasn't Wang Chong's first time seeing the deflecting blade manor, but this time he felt something different. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Huang Qian'er frowned as she glanced at the mountain peak. Then, she turned to look doubtfully at Wang Chong, confused as to what was going on. Wang Chong had said that this was his territory, but from the looks of it, the mountain peak seemed to be in a state of chaos. Wang Chong fell silent. At this moment, he was even more confused than Huang Qian'er. Deflecting Blade Manor was his private territory. Not only so, the entire mountain was his private territory. Without his permission, no one else was allowed to enter. This was especially so after Deflecting Blade Manor had built up a great reputation in Xinwei, Longwei, and Kunwu. Furthermore, he had left Deflecting Blade Manor to Wei Anfang, and he had others assisting him from the side. Everything had always been in order, so why was there a huge commotion at the top of the mountain? What's going on here? Wang Chong urged his steed forward, leading the way up the mountain. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the louder the commotion became. Amidst all the commotion, there was a coarse, thunderous voice that was particularly loud. The other voice that was arguing with it was cold, arrogant, and filled with a sense of superiority. It exuded an aura of superiority, and it could even be said to be overbearing. However, in the face of that rough voice that was like thunder, it seemed to be completely useless. Princess and I Huang. Wang Chong frowned. He could tell that the second voice belonged to a young lady, and it was Wang Chong's nemesis, Princess and I Huang. As for the first voice, Wang Chong had never heard it before. Moreover, Wang Chong was certain that there was no such person on Deflecting Blade Mountain. What the hell is going on? Wang Chong was getting more and more confused. The first voice was clearly that of a troublemaker, but Wang Chong was truly surprised that Princess and I Huang would help the Deflecting Blade Manor. Gallop! Gallop! Wang Chong urged his horse forward. In front of the mountain gate of Deflecting Blade Manor, a commotion broke out. Everyone was focused on those two, and no one noticed Wang Chong and Huang Qian'er except for one person. Young master. Nie Yan's eyes lit up as he looked down the mountain in surprise. Standing at the side of Deflecting Blade Manor, he noticed that someone was approaching. He had only taken a casual glance, but to his surprise, it was actually Wang Chong. Without the slightest hesitation, Nie Yan turned around and galloped toward Wang Chong, as though he had found his savior. Young master, you're finally here. I'll call Gao Feng and Wei Anfang over. Nie Yan rushed up to Wang Chong's horse with a delighted look on his face. Calm down. Wang Chong waved his hands to stop Nie Yan. Tell me what's going on first. How did the Deflecting Blade Manor end up in such a state? Honestly speaking, Wang Chong was a little disappointed that the Deflecting Blade Manor had fallen into such a state during his absence. Nie Yan was taken aback. He scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, we don't know either. Around 2 days ago, a fellow suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain. His strength and physique are inconceivably powerful. As soon as he arrived, he said that he wanted to meet young master, and his mouth was filled with vulgarities. A few of our brothers in the courtyard couldn't stand by and fought him, but they weren't a match for him at all. Even if all of us worked together, we still couldn't defeat him. We already told him that you're out on a mission, and we told him to come back in a while. But he just refused to leave. He even said that he wanted to tear down our Deflecting Blade Manor. On the first day, he caused a huge ruckus inside, and on the second day, he caused even more trouble, such that even the chess hall was unable to continue operating. Today, he's gambling on the gates, unable to enter or leave. I've reported this matter to Brother Zhao Jingdian, and he came to take a look. He said that this fellow is simply too powerful, and that we aren't a match for him at all. It's best not to provoke him for the time being. Everything will have to wait until young master comes back. Young master, you don't recognize him either? Nie Yen looked at Wang Chong. He had thought that everything would be fine once Wang Chong returned. But from the looks of it, it seemed like Wang Chong didn't recognize him either. The surroundings were quiet, and even Huang Qianer turned to look at Wang Chong. Even though this was a matter of the Wang clan, it had nothing to do with her. But this was simply too much of a blunder. Someone had come knocking on their door, yet they didn't even know who the other party was. Wang Chong fell silent. Upon hearing Nie Yan's words, Wang Chong's first thought was that the Yao clan and King Qi were up to no good, intentionally picking a fight with him. However, he quickly rejected the idea. It hadn't been long since the ambush on the official road happened, so the Yao clan and King Qi should have restrained themselves a little. If they were wise, they wouldn't cause a ruckus at this moment, let alone in such a crude manner. But if it wasn't the Yao clan and King Qi, who could it be? Even if Wang Chong was beaten to death, he couldn't think of any enemies he had offended. Let's go and take a look. Without alerting anyone, Wang Chong urged his steed forward, heading toward the center of the conflict. You bastard! Hurry up and get out of my way. I'm a princess. Aren't you afraid that I'll punish you? Hee hee, you're trying to scare me. So what if you're a princess? Since when did the laws of the Tang dynasty state that blocking a gate was a crime? Tell me, I'll broaden my horizons. You're truly infuriating me. You bastard! To think that you don't even have any respect for the royal family. Just based on this, I can send you to the borders and exile you for 3,000 li. Go ahead and do it then. I'd be more than happy to do so. Do you think that I wanted to come here? Seated on the back of his horse, Wang Chong was able to see far into the distance. With a glance, he saw a muscular man with bulging arms blocking the entrance of the deflecting Blade Manor. His arms were spread open, forming a shape blocking most of the entrance. Wang Chong had never seen such a tall and muscular man before. His entire body was massive, and his muscles bulged like steel, making him look incredibly sturdy. Everyone else standing before him seemed to have shrunk in size, like a child standing before an adult. He's tall. Upon seeing the muscular man, Wang Chong couldn't help but jump in excitement. It wasn't as if Wang Chong had never seen a muscular man before. The leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, Iron Cloakly, was one such figure. But even Iron Cloakly felt like he was a head shorter than the other party. 1 meters, no, he's at least 2 meters tall. He's really tall. Wang Chong was astonished. The Tang dynasty was vast, and there were plenty of men who could grow up to 7 meters tall. 8 meters tall was already rare, and 2 meters tall was practically unheard of. This was a colossus, and coupled with his imposing aura, it was truly a daunting sight to behold. As for the person opposite him, glancing at Princess Anai Huang and the old nanny beside her, Wang Chong finally understood why Princess Anai Huang was so kind as to help him this time. Princess Anai Huang had made up her mind to follow him closely so that she could find out the reason why he knew of Li Yichao's defeat and dig out the non-existent intelligence network under him. However, as a noble princess of the royal family, there was no way she would go on such a dirty, tiring, and exhausting mission. Thus, she had to occupy a seat in the deflecting Blade Manor and report in every day. It was no wonder that Princess Anai Huang would fly into a rage when the gigantic man stood in her way. Gongzi! Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd. Wei Anfang's eyes lit up. He immediately noticed Wang Chong, who was a head taller than the rest, on the back of the steed. Wei Anfang's words of Gongzi swiftly caught everyone's attention. Walala, it was as though a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. From all directions, countless gazes immediately followed Wei Anfang's line of sight. Gongzi! 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 Great! Everyone look. Gongzi is finally back. In the surroundings, the eyes of the enraged crowd lit up in excitement at the sight of Wang Chong on horseback. Even Princess Anai Huang and the gigantic man, who were at the center of the conflict, turned to look. In an instant, Wang Chong became the center of attention. In the deflecting blade manner, Wang Chong was the undisputed leader of the group. After being tormented by the burly man for the past few days, everyone was overjoyed. "Brat, you're finally here." Harumphing coldly, Princess Anai Huang moved to the side without any hesitation. Since that brat was here, she would let him deal with him himself. She didn't want to be his shield. "Your Highness, it has been a long time." With a bitter smile, Wang Chong knew that he couldn't hide it any longer. Thus he leaped off his steed. The others behind him followed suit. "Ha ha ha, brat, you're finally here." At the same time, a thunderous voice echoed. At the entrance of the deflecting blade manor, the eyes of the gigantic man lit up. He left the entrance and strode toward Wang Chong. Hua! Seeing the burly man walk over, the surrounding crowd hurriedly retreated as if they had encountered the plague. In the past 3 days in the deflecting blade manor, they had come to understand how formidable the burly man was. When a group of people went up, none of them were a match for him. None of them were a match for him. Every single one of them had been beaten black and blue. Seeing him walk over, no one dared to stop him. A moment later, the crowd opened up a path for Wang Chong. "Hee, you must be Wang Chong, right? I don't care which clan you come from. Since you transferred me here from the northwest, I won't let you off. I, Li Sai, will never serve as a dog slave for scions like you." Chapter 387. This grab was as powerful as lightning and fire. "Stop!" In a flash, a white figure suddenly appeared between Wang Chong and the burly man. A slender finger, transparent as jade, shot forth with a boom, blocking the burly man's attack. Boom! A violent gale blew, sending shockwaves into the surroundings. Everyone was forced back, unable to open their eyes. Huang Qian'er's face paled. She staggered several steps back, her chest heaving rapidly. On the other hand, the burly man was as steady as a boulder. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Take another palm from me." The burly man exclaimed in surprise, realizing that he had underestimated Huang Qian'er. He finally began to take her seriously. Boom! There was a flash of light, and a massive palm, accompanied by bursts of lightning, reached for Huang Qian'er once more. This grab was completely different from before. The 5 fingers exuded an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was impossible to block it. This was no longer the strength of a true martial realm cultivator. In the entire 3 great training camps, there were probably only a few people who could stop it. "Stop!" Seeing Huang Qian'er's pale face, but still standing before him with her lips tightly pursed, showing no intention of moving aside, Wang Chong finally couldn't help but shout, "Wang!" All of the explosive aura came to an abrupt halt, and the majestic palm that was as heavy as a mountain also stopped a foot above Huang Qian'er's head. "Who?" The crowd gasped. The burly man's attack was simply too powerful. That earth-shattering, mountain-toppling aura was like a boulder crushing down on everyone, leaving them breathless. Over the past few days, no one had dared to approach deflecting blade manor. "Humph, lad, what tricks are you trying to pull?" The burly man harumphed coldly and retracted his palm. His eyes glowed like stars as he stared at Wang Chong with hostility. He was currently filled with rage. His life's work had been ruined by a little bastard from the capital. The moment he received the news, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Not only did the 3 days not diminish the rage in his heart, it only intensified it. He wanted to see what this little bastard could say. Wang Chong didn't say anything. He stared at the muscular man in front of him. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. "Li Sai." The burly man's last 3 words rumbled like thunder in Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong's heart was like a raging storm. He had long gone berserk. "Invincible great general Li Sai, Wang Chong could never have imagined that the man who had caused a ruckus at the entrance of his deflecting blade manor, with a belly full of rage and an unfriendly expression on his face, was actually the invincible, great General Li Sai he had been waiting for. In the history of the empire, there were only a handful of people who could become great generals. To be able to sit in the position of great general, most of them had to be proficient in the art of war. It was impossible to become a great general just by relying on one's martial prowess, except for the burly Li Sai, whose eyes were spitting fire and looked like he was raging to the heavens. In the entire history of the Tang dynasty, he was the only person who had become a great general through his martial prowess, an existence who could stand on equal footing with Fomin Linta, Gao Xinji, Geshu Han, Wang Zhongxi, Zhang Shogui, and Zhangqiu Jinqiong. In the history of the empire, the former was clearly inferior to the great generals, protector generals, and protector generals who came after him. But he truly was one of the supreme great generals of the empire. Li Sai's martial prowess had already surpassed the limits of an individual's martial prowess or pure martial arts cultivation. His martial prowess had already reached a level where he could single-handedly stabilize the morale of the army and reverse the tides of the battle. As long as Li Sai is alive, the empire is alive. As long as Li Sai is alive, the empire will not perish. His roars resounded over the battlefield, causing even the enemy to tremble in fear, their voices deafening. The place where Li Sai stood was the anchor of the army. No matter how powerful the opponent, no matter how desperate the battle, the army led by Li Sai would always be the cornerstone of the army. The army that followed him was like a fierce tiger, like a dragon. The army that he led would always be the anchor of the army, the final fortress, the final hope. In the history of the empire, there had never been a person like him, using his own martial prowess to raise the morale of the army and turn all the soldiers who followed him into the most valiant and unstoppable warriors. His martial prowess had reached such a level that he could reverse the tides of defeat time and time again, changing the course of the battle and creating miraculous victories in the eyes of outsiders. This was the origin of his royal title of Supreme General of Magical Powers. Li Sai didn't know much about the art of war, but he was so powerful that he could ignore any art of war and crush his opponents head-on as a righteous master. In Wang Chong's memory, even the most valiant enemy and the most invincible opponent would shrink back in fear of the invincible, great general of the empire. In Wang Chong's plan to reshape the empire, Li Sai was definitely the general that Wang Chong wanted the most. Wang Chong had even thought of recruiting Li Sai through the Ministry of War through the King of Song. From this, one could see how highly Wang Chong regarded him. However, Wang Chong had never expected that the future invincible great general would appear in front of him in such a way. Although the reputation of the invincible great general had long been well known in his previous life, this was the first time that Wang Chong had seen a figure of this level in real life. I didn't expect that the King of Song would really transfer him over for me. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. In this regard, the King of Song really didn't tell him any news in advance. It was really a big surprise. As he stared at the furious face of the future invincible great general, Wang Chong only needed a few thoughts to understand what was going on. Li Sai was a natural-born warrior who was truly born for battle. In his heart, there was endless retribution. In the first half of his life, he was practically a nobody. He had been diligently training and accumulating his strength. As for the second half of his life, his ambition was to show off his skills at the borders of the empire. In the Eastern Han dynasty, Ban Chao once said, "Even if the great emperor dies, he dies. How can he be trapped between blades and pens?" Only then did he resolutely pledge his allegiance to the borders and conquer the western regions, creating a great reputation for himself. Only then did the story of throwing away the pen and joining the army appear. In the new dynasty, Ma Yuan also had a great ambition. A man should die of old age in the wilderness. How can he die of old age in bed? Throughout his life, he fought at the borders and served the imperial court. In the end, he died in the army, fulfilling his life's ambition. Li Sai's ambition was to learn from these senior statesmen, pledge his allegiance to the borders, establish meritorious service, and show off his ambitions and skills. The country is in danger. Please start from scratch. When the Tang dynasty declined, the mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the central continent was destroyed, Wang Chong would always remember these words said by the invincible great general in the last moments of his life. Throughout his life, he did everything he could to serve the country and save this shattered central earth. Before the true darkness came, he was the last ray of light in this world. His final fall symbolized the final collapse of the empire, just like his vow. During the period when he was wandering around, Wang Chong had never seen the invincible great general. However, Wang Chong would always remember this person. He also remembered the words that came from the bottom of his heart and were filled with worry. This was a true soldier. He used his own actions to fulfill his life's ideals and retribution until his death. There were few people that Wang Chong admired, but this invincible great general had used his entire life to win Wang Chong's heartfelt respect. A large part of the reason why Wang Chong had the king of Song transfer him to his side through the Bureau of Military Personnel was also out of respect and admiration. Looking at the muscular man before him, that figure appeared in Wang Chong's mind once more. The two figures seemed to fuse together, and Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. He probably doesn't know anything at the moment. Wang Chong sighed. Li Sai's ambition was to enter the western regions, fight on the battlefields, and make a name for himself. Yet, with a single transfer order, he had been transferred to the capital, a place of luxury. This was the complete opposite of his ambitions, and it was no wonder that he was so furious and hostile. To be filled with hostility right from the start. This future invincible great general wasn't as easy to recruit as Wang Chong had imagined. "You've misunderstood." Wang Chong suddenly spoke, his voice extremely calm, exuding an aura of extreme confidence. "I didn't summon you here to make you a servant, nor did I have any intention of making you my hired thug. Rest assured, I won't order you around, and I won't order you around. In my life, I've always liked warriors like you. General's ambition is the battlefield, and your intention is the western regions. But on the battlefield, how can a person like you not have a few weapons and equipment that you can use? I summoned you here because I admire your reputation and wish to bestow you with some good fortune." "Hey, brat, what nonsense are you spouting in front of me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? What doesn't the army have? What equipment do I need from you?" The 2-meter-tall Li Sai angrily laughed. To him, Wang Chong's words were a joke. Trying to fool him with such a reason was laughable. It would be strange if he believed him. "Haha." Wang Chong grinned, not getting angry and calmly responding. "General, have you heard of woozy steel?" "What woozy steel or hazel steel? Don't try to fool me." Li Sai swung his arm impatiently. He didn't have a good impression of this young man. "Ha ha ha." Hearing Li Sai's words, the expressions of the crowd immediately changed, and a few of them even began to laugh mockingly. In the current capital, there wasn't a single person who didn't know of woozy steel. For Li Sai to say something like woozy steel or hazel steel, it was clear that he was ignorant and thought that Wang Chong was deceiving him. The crowd had suffered enough at the hands of Li Sai over the past 3 days, so how could they let go of this opportunity to mock him? A few of them had looks of disdain on their faces, relying on his strength. This bastard had left them in the dust for the past few days. The crowd was actually blocked outside the gates, unable to enter the deflecting Blade Manor. Chapter 388. Wang Chong didn't say much. Li Sai had lived in the north for a long time and was in the capital, so it was normal for him to not know about woozy steel. Everyone was just venting their resentment for being bullied by him. Clang! Wang Chong didn't say anything. He drew the sword at his waist and casually swung it. Clang! As the sword swung, a protruding rock on the ground was cut into 2 by Wang Chong. The rock slid open, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. After doing all this, Wang Chong casually swung the sword and sheathed the Wuzi steel sword back at his waist. He was completely nonchalant. "This is Wuzi steel," Wang Chong said calmly. Facts speak louder than words. No matter how much one said, it wouldn't be as convincing as a casual swing of the sword. Across from Wang Chong, Li Sai was stunned as he stared at the rock. Wang Chong's sword had brushed across the rock as though it was a piece of tofu. He didn't use much strength at all. However, the sturdy yellow mountain rock was neatly cut into two. Li Sai wasn't a swordsmithing expert, but he wasn't ignorant either. The weapon in Wang Chong's hand was clearly no ordinary weapon. What a sharp sword! Li Sai looked at the smooth cut and muttered to himself. He was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't that he hadn't seen powerful weapons before. In fact, he had seen the swords of many generals in the army, and they were all extremely sharp. However, no matter how sharp they were, they couldn't compare to the sword in Wang Chong's hand. Li Sai could sense that Wang Chong had used the sharpness of the sword to cut open the rock, and not his stellar energy, or sword chi. One must know that there was a fundamental difference between the two. At this instant, Li Sai had to admit that he was tempted. On the battlefield, many people wore armor. Even some of the heavily armored cavalrymen were wearing thick and sturdy armor made of dark steel. It was extremely exhausting to fight with them, and the same punch would be greatly weakened when it landed on them. Therefore, on the battlefield where killing was fierce, a good weapon was extremely important. Li Sai wanted to find a good weapon, but he didn't have any background, so it wasn't easy to get a good weapon. Moreover, his physique was very tall and his strength was extremely great. Ordinary weapons were simply not suitable for his physique and strength. Therefore, Li Sai did not deliberately look for him. But the weapon in Wang Chong's hand, Li Sai couldn't help but admit that if he had such a sharp weapon on the battlefield, he would definitely be able to kill anything that stood in his way. He would be able to display his strength to 120%, allowing him to display his lifetime's worth of expertise and even better establish meritorious service. What a pity it's too short! Li Sai's eyes flashed, almost subconsciously. His physique was tall, and his arms were extremely long. Ordinary weapons were not suitable for him at all. If he held a weapon that was not suitable for him, no matter how sharp it was, his hands and feet would be tied, and he would not be able to display his strength. This kind of 3-foot weapon was clearly not suitable for him. Ha ha ha, it's fine if it's too short. I can help you tailor-make a weapon suitable for your height and body shape. Wang Chong's ears were very sharp, and he couldn't help but laugh when he heard Li Sai's ravings. Li Sai's physique, whether it was weapons or armor, had to be extra large. He had already thought of this for him. A fierce tiger should be equipped with the sharpest claws and teeth. The reason why Wang Chong had called him over wasn't to serve him as a slave, but to help him reach greater heights than he had in his previous life. Wang Chong would not only equip him with the sharpest greatsword, but after cousin Wang Liang brought back the meteoric medal, he would also equip him with the sturdiest armor and the best steed. In his last life, the invincible great general was brave and fierce, but his defense was lacking. This had begun when he first entered the army as a small soldier. Because of his combat style, which emphasized offense and not defense, his body was riddled with scars. By the time he became the invincible great general, his body was already riddled with scars. There are saber wounds and sword wounds everywhere, and not a single patch of skin was left unscathed. The invincible great general's death was not unrelated to the various internal injuries that had accumulated over time. Therefore, in Wang Chong's plan, other than equipping him with the Wuzi steel greatsword and helping him gather an army as soon as possible, it also included creating the sturdiest armor. Li Sai's eyes clearly showed his interest, but it was only for a moment. Li Sai quickly regained his senses. "Humph, stinking brat, do you really think you are so kind?" Li Sai stared coldly at Wang Chong, said, his face unfriendly. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He did not believe that Wang Chong had transferred him over from the army camp in the north just to gift him treasured swords and sabers for free. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Ha ha ha, you guessed right. I do have something to ask of you. As long as you do a few things for me, not only can I tailor you a woozy steel greatsword and give you the sturdiest armor, I can also send you back to the army camp. Wang Chong said with a smile. Li Sai was currently filled with dissatisfaction. Wang Chong also knew that it was not right of him to forcefully transfer him over from the north. Therefore, Wang Chong did not expect to subdue him right from the start. He would first keep him by his side, then think of a way to convince him step by step, so that he would willingly stay by his side and complete the mission he shouldered with him. Humph, as expected. Li Sai laughed coldly, as if he had expected it. Haha, if I'm not wrong, you're only a 10-man squad leader in biting, right? To do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. Following me for 2 to 3 months won't take up too much of your time. Besides, don't you want to go to the Anchi Protectorate? If you still want to go when the time comes, I can help you. Wang Chong said with a smile. How did you know? Li Sai's expression flickered in shock. Although he had joined the biting protectorate, the place he wanted to go the most was the western regions, where Fu Jezi Banchao and the others had fought on the battlefield. But the western regions were filled with Hu, so the Anchi Protectorate did not recruit soldiers in the western regions. All of the soldiers were recruited from Qixi biting as well as from the mainland. They were all dispatched by the imperial court. Li Sai had applied for his position in Qixi, believing that the western regions was closer to the western regions, so the Anchi Protectorate would definitely be given priority. Who could have expected that when the Bureau of Military Personnel came around, he would be transferred to biting? Although the biting protectorate had its share of battles, it was generally peaceful. Moreover, the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates and the Tang dynasty were still in the midst of minor conflicts and concessions. Overall, they were not prepared to start a war with the Tang dynasty. These were all insignificant skirmishes on the border. In biting, even with Li Sai's astonishing cultivation, it was very difficult for him to find a place where he could use his skills. This was what troubled Li Sai the most. What he wanted to do the most was to join the Anchi Protectorate and display his skills in the war-torn western regions, establishing his career and fulfilling his ambitions. Although Wang Chong's woozy steel sword was very attractive to him, it was not as attractive as those last words. Brat, you're not joking with me, are you? Do you really have that kind of power? Li Sai stared at Wang Chong said. Haha, since I can transfer you from biting, do you think it will be very difficult to send you to the western regions? Wang Chong smiled noncommittally. Li Sai's eyes widened. That's right. If this young master could easily transfer him from biting, then he would definitely be able to send him to the western regions as well. If he could successfully enter the western regions, then everything before him would not be so difficult to accept. In that instant, Li Sai recalled the sword at Wang Chong's waist. Li Sai's heart was instantly moved. Heroes loved swords, and as long as one was a true general, there was no one who did not like treasured swords. It was the same for Li Sai. However, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to afford such treasured swords with his wealth. It was impossible for Li Sai not to be moved when he suddenly encountered such an inconceivably sharp weapon. Brat, speak. What do you want me to do? Let me tell you first, I can't agree to your unreasonable requests. A gentleman loves money, but he must obtain it in a proper way. I, Li Sai, will never agree to do that kind of shameless thing. Li Sai's words were resolute and decisive. A true man should not be ashamed of the heavens, and should not be ashamed of the earth. This was the way of life between heaven and earth. How could a good man bend his back for 5 buckets of rice? No matter how much he wanted to go to the western regions, no matter how much he wanted to build a career, no matter how much he liked treasured swords and weapons, he could not go against his own principles and the way of life of a true man. Haha, don't worry. I will never let you do such a thing. Wang Chong laughed. Looking at the giant Li Sai in front of him, Wang Chong really admired him. It is better to obtain something straight than to seek something crooked. Li Sai's character ran through his whole life, even when he was still in decline. A hero was a hero, although the current Li Sai was far from the powerful, invincible general in the future. Just a few words were enough to make Wang Chong respect him. Even if he did not become the invincible general in the future, a person like Li Sai was worthy of respect. Humph! Unaware of Wang Chong's thoughts, Li Sai only coldly harumphed. He really didn't have a good impression of this kind of young master from an aristocratic family who only knew how to covet wealth and enjoyment. Speak, what do you want me to do? Hee, you'll know when the time comes. Wang Chong smiled, intentionally keeping Wang Chong in suspense. How could he know what he wanted Li Sai to do? 2 to 3 months was just a temporary measure. Let's just drag it out for now. When the time comes, I'll think of something else. He did want to extend the time by a bit, say half a year, 2 to 3 years, or something like that. But the problem was that Li Sai was currently brimming with anger toward him. As long as he opened his mouth, Li Sai would definitely not agree. I'll have to think of something in the future. While thinking, Wang Chong calmly walked past Li Sai and entered the deflecting blade manor. Chapter 389. After a moment of contemplation, Li Sai turned around and followed behind Wang Chong. Given that Wang Chong had transferred him here, he couldn't even return to the barracks at the moment. At the very least, before Wang Chong fulfilled his promise and sent him to the western regions, Li Sai wouldn't be leaving for the time being. If that lad dared to lie to him, don't blame him for flying into a rage. Scion of a prestigious clan, he couldn't care less about such matters. To think that this big fellow would be convinced by Gongzi so easily. I thought that he would cause a huge ruckus. A woozy steel sword. Given that fellow's height, that should be the weight of 2 woozy steel swords, right? That's several 100,000 gold taels we're talking about. If it were you, would you do it? Stop spouting nonsense. When have you ever seen anything that Gongzi can't resolve? That's true. Abutong is the son of great General Abusi. Even after being beaten up by Gongzi and hung on a tree, he still couldn't even let out a fart. Discussions could be heard in the surroundings, and they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But at the same time, they couldn't help but feel curious as to why Gongzi would place so much importance on that brawny man. Li Sai, he must be a nameless nobody. If he was truly formidable, why hadn't the capital heard of him before? To think that the Gongzi would use a woozy steel sword to win him over. While everyone was talking, no one noticed that in a corner far away, there was a handsome young man with skin as white as snow and a slender neck that was even more delicate than a woman's. From start to finish, he had been silently watching everything. That lad is a little formidable. To think that he would actually be able to pass. Su Chong, or more accurately, the cross-dressing Su Yichin, stared at the gates of the deflecting blade manor with a gleam in her eyes. For the past few days, when that man was causing a ruckus, she had been visiting him almost every single day. However, she had never caused a ruckus. Instead, she had quietly watched from afar. It wasn't that she wasn't convinced of Wang Chong's strength, so she didn't help him. It was just that Su Yichin had long since noticed that this burly man, who clearly carried the aura of a soldier, was unbelievably powerful. In the last few days, Deflecting Blade Manor had been brimming with resentment. Many people were saying that once Wang Chong returned, they would gather the experts of the various clans and charge forward to give that bastard a vicious beating to vent their anger. However, Su Yichin snorted disdainfully. They didn't even know the depth of their opponent's strength, yet they wanted to swarm him and defeat him with their numbers. If they really did that, Su Yichin was sure that these guys would be bedridden for 10 days to half a month. If even the old nanny by Princess Anai Huang's side had suffered a setback, how could they, who were still wet behind the ears, possibly be a match for him? Miss, we can't watch any more. A petite maid at the side said. She felt that it was not worth it for her young mistress to wait for 3 days. Humph, what's the rush? I don't believe that I'll lose to him. Su Yichin flicked her snow-white fingers confidently. While Wang Chong was away on a mission, she hadn't been slacking off either. Over the past month, she had been constantly tempering her chess skills. Now, she was confident that her chess skills had improved a lot compared to before. This time, no matter what, she was determined to defeat him and vent the hatred in her heart. Also, darn lass, don't call me Mississippi. How many times have I told you? Yes, Mississippi. Io, yes, Gongzi. The petite maid had just chuckled when she received a slap on the head, and she immediately turned obedient. However, the corners of her lips still curled up, revealing a smile on her face. Striding forward, master and servant quickly followed the crowd into the deflecting blade manor. Passing through more than half of the deflecting blade manor, they headed straight for the chess hall on the 2nd floor. The deflecting blade manor was quickly tidied up. A large number of resources were transported up deflecting blade mountain in a short time. The broken tables and chairs were quickly replaced, and the fruits of the season, all of them dazzling in color, were quickly transported to various parts of the deflecting blade manor, allowing anyone to enjoy them for free. The archery range, the race course, the drill grounds, everything was cleaned up. This was Huang Qian'er's first time entering the deflecting blade manor, and everything felt fresh to her. Of the 3 great training camps, nothing was more popular than this one and only deflecting blade manor. It wasn't just Kunwa training camp. Even the students of Longwei and Xinwei training camps had been attracted here. In the 3 great training camps, the deflecting blade manor had an extremely high reputation. This wasn't just because of Wang Chong's reputation, but also because of the spirit vein. More importantly, a large number of prestigious clans and influential scions had gathered here, and even the princesses of the royal family had appeared. In the 3 great training camps, it was publicly acknowledged that only the most talented scions and the most talented scions could enter the deflecting blade manor. It was even rumored that the reason why those scions from poor backgrounds were able to enter the deflecting blade manor was because of Duke Jiu. Duke Jiu liked to promote the younger generation, and Wang Chong had done so because of Duke Jiu's intentions. And the most talented scions had the ultimate goal of receiving an audience with Duke Jiu, and those who performed outstandingly might even receive Duke Jiu's recommendation to meet the Empire's Supreme Holy Emperor and be approved to become an official in the future. For such people, even if they came from poor backgrounds, they were bound to have a bright future. To them, one's background was no longer important. Thus, in the deflecting blade manor, only the direct descendants of the prestigious clans would get along with the commoners who came from poor backgrounds. Huang Qian'er had naturally heard of this, but this was her first time seeing it in person. The Wang clan is already this wealthy? Huang Qian'er's eyes constantly scanned the row upon row of resplendent buildings. The entire deflecting blade manor was made up of countless palaces, each of them exquisitely carved and beautifully decorated, not to mention their opulent decorations. With a glance, Huang Qian'er saw many pillars covered in true gold, eaves inlaid with night pearls, beast eyes, steps made of white marble, and landscapes made of agate and coral. Every single one of these items was worth a fortune and could be sold for a very high price. But in the deflecting blade manor, they were just simple decorations. As for those colorful fruits, they were extremely precious in the capital and were sold by the tael. But here, one could eat them by the truckload. The pomegranates, grapes, and walnuts of the western regions, the dates and figs of the Abbasid Caliphate and Carex Spazinu, and even the blueberries, snake fruits, lemons of the Abbasid Caliphate and Carex Spazinu. Everything could be found here. Although Huang Qian'er didn't know much about the Wang clan, she knew that it was famous for its incorruptibility. The prices of the items before her were astronomical, not something that the Wang clan could afford through normal means. In truth, it truly wasn't the Wang clan. Everything before her had been earned by the youth beside her. For a clan renowned for its incorruptibility to suddenly possess so much wealth, the court officials would have long since impeached them. But the Wang clan was completely fine, because everyone knew that all of this was obtained by the young man beside them through legal means in an official manner. A single woozy steel sword could be sold for 70 to 80,000 taels of gold, perhaps even several 100,000 taels of gold. To ordinary clans, this was an unimaginable sum. Wang Chong's wealth alone was already enough to rival an entire country, surpassing the combined wealth of many great clans. "What are you thinking about?" A voice suddenly sounded by his ear. Wang Chong looked at Huang Qin'er in astonishment. Huang Qin'er had been silent from the very start, and it seemed like she was in a daze. "It's nothing." Huang Qin'er shook her head and quickly regained her composure. Her face remained cold, as if unwilling to get too close to Wang Chong. Wang Chong chuckled, paying it no heed. By the time he returned, the deflecting blade manor was back on track. With so many people working together, and with Wei Anfang's supervision, the deflecting blade manor was quickly cleaned up. The current deflecting blade manor was different from when Wang Chong had left. Wang Chong noticed that many new items had been added to the deflecting blade manor, such as pearls, agate, and white jade. Wang Chong had only made a start here, but soon, like a rolling snowball, new items were added in. Needless to say, Wang Chong knew that these items were added by the scions of other clans in the deflecting blade manor. Wang Chong didn't mind this at all. On the contrary, he was happy to see it happen. This meant that even though he was the one who established the deflecting blade manor, everyone who entered it had gradually developed a sense of belonging to it, and they had even begun to treat it as their home. For a system to continue on, it was impossible to rely solely on the abilities of an individual. This was because such a system would rise with an individual's outstanding abilities, and it would also collapse with the fall of that individual. What Wang Chong wanted was a system where, even without him, the deflecting blade manor would be able to nurture a steady stream of talented generals in accordance with his plans and ideals. Right, I forgot to ask. Given your abilities, you should be able to join the 3 great training camps, right? Which training camp did you join? Wang Chong asked. It was just a casual question, but Huang Qian'er's complexion immediately darkened. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized that he had asked the wrong question. Shenwei, but that is no longer the case. Huang Qian'er coldly said, glaring at Wang Chong with a gaze that seemed capable of killing. Because the clan has ordered me to withdraw. Wang Chong's face immediately turned awkward. There was no need to ask. It was definitely because of him that the Huang clan had ordered her to withdraw from Shenwei training camp. If you're willing, I might be able to help you. There's no need. I won't go back. The children of the Huang clan are men of their word, and they would never do something so treacherous. Huang Qian'er interrupted Wang Chong without hesitation. She glared at Wang Chong with the same hateful expression. Huang Qian'er had already planned out her life, but the conflict between the Wang clan and the Huang clan had completely disrupted her plans. For the great fairy of dainty hands to be forced to withdraw from the Shenwei training camp and serve as Wang Chong's bodyguard and maid, how could Huang Qian'er not hate Wang Chong? However, she was also a proud person. Even if she was unwilling, she had already made a promise to her clan, so she would definitely fulfill it. Chapter 390. Wang Chong was also in an awkward position. Huang Qian'er was an unexpected outcome of the conflict between the Wang and Huang clan, and it was an outcome that Wang Chong was powerless to change. However, Wang Chong had no intention of chasing her away. Firstly, the protection of the renowned fairy of dainty hands would be an additional layer of security. Secondly, Huang Qian'er's thunderclap of dainty hands was still a huge flaw. However, Huang Qian'er was currently filled with hostility toward him, so she probably wouldn't listen to anything he said. Wang Chong had to find a suitable opportunity to remind her. Gongzi, Gongzi. Just as these thoughts were flashing through his mind, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Turning around, Wang Chong saw Wei Anfang panting heavily as he rushed toward him anxiously. "Anfang, what's wrong?" Wang Chong asked. Could it be that Princess Ni Huang or Li Sai had caused trouble for him again? In the current deflecting blade manner, the only ones who could give Wang Chong a headache were these two gods. "Gongzi, do you still remember Su Chong?" Wei Anfang asked anxiously. "Su Chong?" Wang Chong blinked his eyes. Wasn't that the Su Yiqin of the Su clan? Her pseudonym was actually Su Chong, and she was here for him. Previously, he intentionally made things difficult for her, but she was the only one who didn't pass. Could she have caused trouble for him this time? "Gongzi has been away for too long, so I arranged for Gongzi to test the students in the chess hall so as to send them to the spirit vein." Who could have thought that Su Chong would take advantage of Gongzi's absence to challenge all of the examinees in the chess hall and defeat all of them? That's not all. He challenged all of the examiners in the chess hall as well. He defeated all of them. "We're just waiting for Gongzi now," Wei Anfang said. Wei Anfang had no idea what the relationship between Wang Chong and Su Chong was, but it was clear that Gongzi didn't want Su Chong to pass. That was also the reason why he didn't pass all of the examinees previously. But this time the other party clearly didn't come with good intentions and was purposely trying to make things difficult for the young master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a move. What? On the other side, Wang Chong raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly. He was also slightly surprised. Su Yiqin actually challenged everyone, which was really beyond his expectations. But soon, Wang Chong understood her plan. This guy obviously held a grudge for what happened last time, so he first defeated everyone to prove his ability. If he didn't let her pass, it would prove that he had no foresight and all the instructors and students he had chosen were not qualified to pass. If she passed, it would be the same as Wang Chong admitting defeat in front of her. Su Yiqin could be considered to have used this method to lift her head and regain some ground, while also defeating her own army. What an arrogant fellow! Wang Chong understood Su Yiqin's plan and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He had long known that this talented daughter of the capital's Su clan was arrogant and unwilling to suffer any losses, but he hadn't expected that she would use this method to make things difficult for him. However, this fellow was probably going to miscalculate. In terms of chess, she had accomplished something that not even the legendary war god of the Tang dynasty had been able to do. So Su Yiqin was probably even more unlikely. Haha, let's go and take a look. Wang Chong clasped his hands behind his back and grinned. He took the lead and walked in the direction of the chess hall. Boom! As soon as Wang Chong stepped into the chess hall, there was a hubbub. All of the examinees, as well as the examiners, were crowded together, watching something. Peering through the gaps in the crowd, Wang Chong immediately saw a handsome youth. His posture was ramrod straight, and he had a calm expression on his face. He was currently fighting with one of his examiners. The handsome youth didn't seem to be affected at all. He had a relaxed expression on his face, but the examiner opposite him was drenched in sweat. His face was so pale that there wasn't a single trace of blood in it. However, his eyes were fixated on the chessboard on the table, and it was as if his soul had been sucked out of him. That's the most formidable examiner in our chess hall. Wei Anfang whispered at the side. Got it. Wang Chong nodded. Without needing to think too much, Wang Chong knew that Su Yiqin would definitely win. It would be truly strange if the best logistics officer of King Qi in his previous life couldn't defeat a few examiner students in the chess hall. As expected, in less than 2 breaths, Wang Chong heard Su Yiqin's voice. You've lost. Su Yiqin pushed the chessboard away and stood up from her seat. She raised her head proudly, a gleeful look on her face. This time, she had defeated all of the examiners by Wang Chong's side. She wanted to use this method to humiliate Wang Chong and exact vengeance for the previous time. On the other side of the chessboard, that pitiful examiner was dejected. He was trembling in fear, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. The entire chess hall was deathly silent. Pa pa pa. At this moment, a resounding applause suddenly sounded. As Wang Chong clapped, he walked over with a smile. Wang. As if awakened from a dream, the crowd noticed that Wang Chong had arrived on the stage at some point. One by one, they backed away, opening up a path for Wang Chong. Young master! Young master! Young master! The crowd lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. In the chess hall, Wang Chong held absolute authority. After all of the books on military strategy were written by Wang Chong. Even the instructors of the training camp were no match for him. They still didn't know that even so Young-sun had lost to him. Humph, young master, I can pass this time, right? Su Yi-chin looked at Wang Chong, her head held high, and she spoke rudely. Wang Chong hadn't given her any face last time, so her words this time were also merciless. Haha, whether you pass or not, the chess hall has its own rules. If you want to enter the spirit vein, you'll have to pass the test first. Wang Chong clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. So be it, Su Yi-chin said, but inwardly she was sneering. This time she had come prepared. Regardless of whether she won or lost, she would make Wang Chong lose face. Let's see what you can do this time. The corners of Su Yi-chin's mouth curled up slightly, and she looked very pleased with herself. Without waiting for Wang Chong to speak, Su Yi-chin flicked her sleeves and began to clear the chessboard, preparing to make room for her to play with Wang Chong. Wait a moment. Wang Chong suddenly stopped her. He swept his gaze around and said, Everyone else get ready as well. Everyone else get ready. This time, just like last time, I will test all of you. There's no need for that. An even louder voice sounded. Su Yi-chin stared at Wang Chong, her head slightly raised, and a trace of craftiness appeared in her eyes. I've already looked through them for you. Their aptitude is mediocre, and not a single one of them can pass. These words were filled with arrogance, and they infuriated the surrounding crowd, but no one dared to refute them. It was an indisputable fact that Su Yi-chin had swept through the entire chess hall like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. She did indeed have the qualifications to say such words. Hee, whether or not I can pass is up to me. What you say is useless. Wang Chong smiled. His words provoked Su Yi-chin to the point where her face flushed red. In an instant, she erupted with the most intense battle intent toward Wang Chong. She had always viewed herself as a proud daughter of heaven, so how could she endure Wang Chong's provocation? She immediately exploded at Wang Chong, not caring whether she was still pretending or not. Useless? Why are they useless? I've already looked through them for you, and they truly are useless. Each and every one of them can't even compare to 1/10 of my strength. If they can pass like this, then who can't? If that's the case, then I don't think there's any need for the chess hall to continue, because it has no credibility. If they can pass like this, then who will trust them in the future? Su Yi-chin glared at Wang Chong. She didn't care. If this bastard dared to mess around, she would make sure he couldn't back down. The sage of Confucius had also said that the only people in the world who were difficult to deal with were petty people and women. Who told him to offend a woman? She was a vengeful person. Hee. Seeing Su Yi-chin so agitated, Wang Chong wasn't angry at all. Su Chong, do you know why I choose students from the chess hall and why they have to pass the chess hall's examination before they can enter the spirit vein to cultivate? Do you really think that I'm only choosing those who are strong in chess? The art of war has both righteous and strange aspects. Using righteous means to achieve victory through strange means. Some people are good at using righteous means to defeat their opponents with dignified methods. Some people are good at using strange means to defeat their opponents with surprise attacks. For those who are good at righteous means, you ask them to use strange means to defeat them. For those who are good at strange means, you ask them to use righteous means. It's like asking civil officials to kill their enemies and generals to recite poems. This method is completely the opposite. If civil officials don't know how to recite poems and civil officials don't know how to kill their enemies, do you not want them? Do you want to say that they aren't qualified? Wang Chong said with a smile, his words exuding a carefree and tranquil aura. Righteous means, strange means. Su Yiqin was stunned. She raised her head to look at Wang Chong in confusion. She could be considered to have seen many things and read many books. Moreover, she had been nurtured by a noble clan, so she was even more skilled in this aspect, far surpassing ordinary people. But while she could recognize the words that Wang Chong had said, she couldn't understand what they meant when they were put together. What righteous means and strange means? She had no idea what they meant, and she had never heard anyone mention them before. For a moment, looking at Wang Chong's confident expression, Su Yiqin suddenly felt a little guilty. That's right, Wang Chong chuckled. He wasn't surprised by Su Yiqin's reaction at all. Due to the development of martial prowess in this world, the art of war wasn't very developed. In the world that Wang Chong had come from, the concept of regular and strange means was something that ordinary people were familiar with. But in this world, it was still an extremely novel concept. Many people had never even heard of it, let alone ideals. Although Su Yiqin was both beautiful and talented, she was clearly limited in this aspect, and her knowledge was practically nil. Wang Chong's next goal was to popularize the concept of righteous means and strange means in the Tang dynasty. With deflecting blade manner as a foundation, he would be able to raise many generals who were skilled in both righteous means and strange means. Right now, he was only trying out a small part of it. Chapter 391. Humans would always feel a little guilty when faced with things they didn't know. Although Su Yiqin was arrogant, talented, and extremely intelligent among women, it was clear that she was still within this category. That's right. Some of these people are good at being upright, while others are good at being strange. Thus, what I need to do is to find out their special traits and teach them in accordance with their aptitude. I don't need to generalize them. A ruler has its strengths, and an inch has its weaknesses. Don't you understand this logic? Furthermore, even if their current performance is useless, as long as they display sufficient potential, they will still be able to pass my test. Wang Chong faintly smiled. That's great. Thank you, Gongzi. Everyone, quickly set up the chessboard. Before Su Yiqin could say anything, the examinees in the chess hall were all roused. Although they didn't understand the words upright and strange, this didn't stop them from understanding one fact. However, this did not prevent them from understanding the fact that they still had a chance to pass the test. When playing against Su Yiqin, everyone was defeated by her one after another, their confidence crumbling. They couldn't even lift their heads. No one had expected that they would have a second chance. They all cheered excitedly. What upright, and strange? I don't understand what nonsense you're spouting. Since you want to give them a chance, then do as you please. Let's play. Su Yiqin couldn't win against Wang Chong with words, nor did she have the confidence to defeat him in an unfamiliar field. Thus, she simply sat down and pulled Wang Chong to the chessboard. As long as I can defeat him, I want to see what else you can use to be arrogant in front of me. Su Yiqin said hatefully in her heart. She had been suppressing her anger for more than a month while Wang Chong was away on a mission in the training camp. She had also been suppressing her ultimate move for more than a month. She wanted to see what else he could use to be arrogant in front of her after he was defeated by her. Seeing Su Yiqin's belly full of anger, Wang Chong snickered in his heart. With a wave of his sleeves, he leisurely sat down in front of her. I'll go first this round, Su Yiqin said angrily, unwilling to pass on the responsibility. Oh, why? Wang Chong chuckled. Nonsense, of course it's because of my woman. Just as she was about to blurt out these words, Su Yiqin immediately realized that she was still disguised as a man. Of course, she couldn't say such words. Otherwise, they would be exposed. Humph, can't you let me have a moment? Su Yiqin said with some dissatisfaction. He, of course, Wang Chong said without batting an eyelid. In his heart, he was laughing so hard that his belly was about to explode. It wasn't as if he didn't see the movement of Su Yiqin's lips. Until now, she still didn't know that he had already seen through her womanhood. Walala! Almost at the same time, the crowd in the chess hall began moving their tables and chairs and placing down their chessboards. A match was about to begin. For an ordinary person, it was almost impossible to play against 10, 20, or even more people at the same time, because it was too mentally exhausting. But for the people in the chess hall, they had long since become accustomed to Wang Chong's terrifying ability in the game of chess, and they even took it for granted. This time, the match began with the match between Wang Chong and Su Yiqin. Wang Chong played white, and Su Yiqin played black. Pa! A black stone fell heavily on the corner of the chessboard. As soon as this stone fell, Wang Chong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Su Yiqin's first move was completely different from last time, and even completely different from all the previous games. As soon as the black stone fell, the style of the entire chessboard changed. There was a strange and fleeting feeling everywhere, completely different from any of the current chess games of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, there was a faint feeling of being targeted at him. Wang Chong raised his head and subconsciously glanced at Su Yiqin across from him. He saw that this proud daughter of the Su family had her head slightly raised, a crafty look in her eyes, and there was a faint sense of pride in her expression. Humph, look down on me. This time I came prepared. The corners of Su Yiqin's lips curled up slightly. She only needed one stone to know what Wang Chong was thinking. For the past month or so, she had spent almost every day studying the game between her and Wang Chong. Wang Chong's style, the steps he took, and even his train of thought had all been thoroughly studied, and he had a firm grasp on Su Xiaoshuo's style. Right now, she could guarantee that if Wang Chong continued to play like this, she would definitely be able to target him and crush him from start to finish. If she didn't have a certain level of confidence, how could she have challenged Wang Chong? You've really put in a lot of effort. Wang Chong smiled without saying a word. How could Su Yiqin's little thoughts hide from him? Unfortunately, it's useless. Su Yiqin thought too simply of him. If this was all he knew, he might really embarrass himself in front of everyone today. However, from the beginning to the end, including the last time, he hadn't used his full strength. Moreover, he didn't only know a single style, path, or game of chess. As the saying goes, virtuous like water, shaped according to the object. His style of chess had long since transcended the path and game of chess. He didn't stick to a single pattern, and he could do whatever he wanted and change according to his opponent. Even if Su Yiqin studied all of his games, she would still only be able to grasp the tip of the iceberg in the end. Clap! Without the slightest hesitation, a white stone fell to the ground. It was only one stone, but Su Yiqin's expression immediately changed, because she suddenly realized that Wang Chong's moves were completely different from the last time. It was a completely different style. If the previous Wang Chong style was peerless and elegant, then the current Wang Chong was full of calmness and magnanimity. It was as if he was a completely different person. It was completely not something that could be shown at his age. Didn't you want to know what a normal and unexpected move is? Today, I'll teach you the simplest normal move. I'll use a simple normal move to defeat you. Wang Chong said calmly with the demeanor of a general. Don't brag here. If you want to show off in front of me, wait until you beat me. Su Yiqin was a girl after all. How could she stand this kind of provocation? She was so excited that her face turned red in front of Wang Chong. No matter how a person pretended to be, their personality and temper were there. This was something that couldn't be changed. At this time, Su Yiqin had completely forgotten that, as a boy, she blushed too often too much. Wang Chong ignored it and didn't expose her. He continued to play chess with Su Yiqin. Clap, clap, clap. One after another, black and white stones fell onto the chessboard. There were only 5 stones, but Su Yiqin's face immediately turned pale, because she realized that what Wang Chong said was right. Her painstaking research over the past month had all gone to waste, because what Wang Chong was using now was a completely different style that he had never used before. It was heavy, but it was extremely offensive. The feeling that Wang Chong gave people now was like a heavy sword without a sharp edge. Although it lacked variations, it was powerful. This caused Su Yiqin to bear a lot of pressure. In fact, the pressure was even greater than when she faced Wang Chong for the first time. The loudest sound is silent. The way of proper warfare is to use a grand army to destroy all obstacles, to attack first. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I will move first. You don't even understand the simplest way of proper warfare. Wang Chong lifted his head and looked at Su Yiqin. He smiled and stood up, walking towards the other examinees. There were a total of more than 20 examinees who participated in the selection. Although all of them were defeated by Su Yiqin one by one, and their confidence was almost gone. But among them, there were some who were worth mentioning. What's there to be proud of? I don't believe that I will lose to you. Su Yiqin glared at Wang Chong fiercely. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. No matter what, she had to defeat Wang Chong. Wang Chong, didn't need to turn his head to know what had happened. He ignored it and walked towards the other examinees. A white stone landed on the ground. Starting from the first one, Wang Chong's feet almost touched the ground as he placed his stones one after another. There were more than 20 examinees, and Wang Chong only took a short while to finish them off. On the contrary, Su Yiqin didn't move at all. The speed at which she placed her stones was much slower than the others. More often than not, when Wang Chong and the other examinees had already placed 4 or 5 stones, Su Yiqin would only place 1 stone. Moreover, she was considered to be faster. Time passed slowly, and the progress of the other examinees soon caught up to Su Yiqin. However, Su Yiqin's complexion was getting paler and paler. The more she studied Wang Chong's chess style, the more she felt that there was a sharpness in Wang Chong's chess style. Every time Wang Chong placed a stone, it was a moment filled with suspense and fear for her. Su Yiqin was still able to deal with it at the start, but when Wang Chong's momentum grew, Wang Chong's chessboard would immediately be swept into disorder. She was completely routed, and she could only tangle with Wang Chong in the corners. I won't lose, I definitely won't lose. Su Yiqin clenched her fists, her face pale. Someone as proud as her would never accept losing to the same person twice. Moreover, it was a kid who was even younger than her. Su Yiqin definitely couldn't accept this kind of dodging. Just as Su Yiqin was in utter disarray and struggling bitterly, there was a clap on the chessboard. Wang Chong's white stone sounded. The first examinee to pass today had appeared. Congratulations, you've passed. That's great. Following a burst of excited cheers, an examinee jumped up in joy. What kind of joke is this? That guy can pass? Su Yiqin was already filled with anger, and when she saw Wang Chong let her defeated opponent pass, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Do you know how bad this guy is? He lost at least 100 points to me, and he was utterly routed, but you actually let him pass? If someone with this kind of aptitude can pass, then who else can't? Su Yiqin's face was full of dissatisfaction. Then, how many points did he lose in the end? Wang Chong said calmly. 96 points. Su Yiqin was taken aback. That's it. That's why he was able to pass. Chapter 392. Thank you, Gongzi. That student did not think much of it. He bowed repeatedly to Wang Chong's back and left happily. He had thought that he had no hope this time, but he had actually passed. Go for it. Wang Chong did not turn back. He waved his hand at the student. Everyone had their strengths and weaknesses, and while playing chess with that student, Wang Chong had long ago discovered that he possessed a tenacity that allowed him to display extraordinary strength. When you thought that he would lose, he did lose. But it was not what you thought. He definitely lasted a lot longer than you expected. That was why Wang Chong had confidently asked Su Yiqin how many points he had lost in the end. A moment later, the second person to pass appeared. "Congratulations, you passed." Wang Chong smiled at a joyous student from Longwei training camp. "Thank you, Gongzi. Thank you, Gongzi." That student nodded repeatedly. "Are you kidding me? He could even pass it. He doesn't even know how to play Go. This guy doesn't even know the simplest rules of Go." It was one thing for Wang Chong to pass the first one, but seeing that Wang Chong had passed the second one as well, Su Qichin could no longer hold back her rage. She felt that Wang Chong was purposely making things difficult for her. She had played with this guy before. Most of the time, he did not even understand the scale of the game. She had to remind him before he would know. And every time he would laugh foolishly. It was infuriating. It was fine if other people passed, but if Wang Chong did not give her a convincing reason, she would not be able to accept it. This was simply messing around. Hee, you only saw him play randomly. Do you really think that he doesn't know? Lin Changting, recite the rules of Go to him. Wang Chong waved his hand. Lin Changting looked at Wang Chong, his eyes filled with doubt. Su Yiqin was right. He had never played Go before. Therefore, it was not wrong for Su Yiqin to say that he did not know how to play the game. What really surprised him was Wang Chong. Wang Chong was so sure that he knew the rules of Go and could recite them. Yes, young master. Although Lin Changting was surprised, he quickly recited it. A long paragraph of Go chants flowed out of his mouth without any hesitation. Su Qichin's eyes finally revealed a look of surprise when she heard this long paragraph of over 1,000 words of Go chants. She had played with this guy before, and he made her feel like a fool. However, even some students with good Go skills might not be able to recite such a long paragraph of Go chants. However, the fool in his eyes actually recited it so smoothly. This made Su Yichin's jaw drop. His appearance before and after were like clouds and mud, as if he was a completely different person. She couldn't believe that the same person could be so different from her and Wang Chong. Moreover, how did Wang Chong see through it? It's not that he doesn't know how to play, it's just that he hasn't come into contact with Go for a long time. His thoughts are unconventional, and he's not restricted by the rules of Go. He hopes to take an unconventional path and come up with a unique method to defeat his opponent. But because he hasn't dabbled in Go for a long time, he doesn't know much about it, and he doesn't have anyone to guide him. That's why he looks like a fool in the eyes of others, not even knowing the rules of Go. Actually, this is the art of surprise of the art of war. I'm afraid that even he doesn't know this. Lin Changting, come to my room to look for me after this matter is over. I have something for you. Wang Chong said. This Lin Changting's talent wasn't inferior to Sun Jiming's. If he was nurtured well, he might become the new twin paragons of the empire of the Tang dynasty. Thank you, young master. Lin Changting was overjoyed. He had only wanted to pass the test, but he hadn't expected to receive Wang Chong's recognition. This was truly an unexpected reward. Humph! What surprise, or proper again. Don't try to fool me. Su Yiqin retorted indignantly. She couldn't understand a single word that Wang Chong had said. Even now, she felt that Wang Chong's surprise, or proper, was something that he had purposely made up to humiliate her. If it was really that formidable, given her background, how could she have never heard of it? Hee. Wang Chong chuckled, not bothering to explain. Su Yiqin was wrong. Regardless of whether it was the first or the second student, Wang Chong wasn't lying. These examinees did indeed have some potential. If they were nurtured well, they would become the brightest generals of the empire. In his previous life, the reason why the Tang dynasty only had 100 generals was because they didn't have enough discerning talent scouts. But in this world, who could be more insightful and able to teach them better than him? the supreme war saint, the supreme marshal of the Central Plains in his previous life? In the three great training camps, Longwei, Shenwei, and Kunwu, he was actually the supreme instructor, just that no one knew about it. The match continued. Even though 2 people had passed, a large number of people had still been eliminated. From this aspect, Su Yiqin's words weren't wrong. Deflecting blade manner had just been established, and the chess skills of many of the examinees were nothing to scoff at. But Wang Chang's original intention wasn't to turn all of them into chess experts. Rather, he wanted to use this method to create that kind of atmosphere. Through the art of chess, he wanted to nurture their appreciation for the art of war, even if these people couldn't become generals. But as long as they displayed even the slightest bit of proficiency in the art of war, when they entered the army in the future, they would all become lieutenants, commandants, deputy generals. Just think about it, with hundreds or even thousands of these basic troops who were well versed in the art of war. The Tang dynasty would be invincible. Wang Chang's ultimate goal was to create such a valiant and skilled military officer who was well versed in the art of war. And deflecting blade manner was the best cradle for grooming such an officer. Time slowly passed, and Su Yiqin's situation was already hanging by a thread. The heavy sword was edgeless, and the great technique was useless. Wang Chang's Grand Master swept through the chessboard, almost sweeping away all of Su Yiqin's chess pieces. On the chessboard, Wang Chang didn't use any special methods at all. Every move he made was methodical, and Su Yiqin could see it clearly. But it was precisely this ordinary chessboard that had forced Su Yiqin into desperate straits. Su Yiqin's face was pale, and beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. This was a sign of intense mental strain. Every move of Wang Chang's seemed to exhaust all of her mental energy. Congratulations, you've passed. All right, that's all for today. The list of those who have passed has been released. I hope that you'll work harder next time and pass the examination. Wang Chang's voice suddenly sounded by her ear. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yiqin finally couldn't hold back her anger any longer. Wang Chang, what do you mean by this? Su Yiqin raised her head and flew into a rage. What do you mean by the list of those who have passed has been released? Are you saying that I didn't pass? All of the dissatisfaction in her heart exploded. While she was still playing, Wang Chang had already announced the list of those who had passed. Didn't that mean that she hadn't passed? Everyone here, from the examiners to the examinees, had been defeated by her one by one. Could it be that she was inferior to these ordinary examinees? Don't you know? Take a look at the chess jar beside you. How many chess pieces are there? Wang Chang wasn't angry at all. What chess pieces? Su Yiqin was at the peak of her anger. But in the next moment, she touched the chess pieces in the jar beside her. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. Su Yiqin's entire body froze, and she suddenly couldn't say anything. The black chess jar beside her was empty. There were only 4 or 5 chess pieces left. Wang Chang was right. This round had indeed ended. Take a look at the other jar beside you. How many white chess pieces are there? Wang Chang said. Her heart calmed down. Su Yiqin didn't need to turn her head to know that the other jar must be empty as well. In this round, Wang Chang's chess moves were steady and steady. But for some unknown reason, the pressure he gave off was unbelievably huge. In this round, Su Yiqin actually didn't manage to eat any of his chess pieces. Her gaze swept over the chessboard. Su Yiqin felt bitter in her heart. On the vast chessboard, the center was almost entirely occupied by Wang Chang's white chess pieces. Only a few corners and scattered spots were occupied by her black chess pieces. It looked extremely pitiful. In that instant, Su Yiqin vaguely understood something. Clatter, clatter. Wang Chang didn't say anything. He picked up the black chess pieces in his other chess box and poured them in front of Su Yiqin. Take a look for yourself. See if there are 100 chess pieces here. You've lost more than you've eaten. You've basically suffered a crushing defeat. In fact, You've lost even more than some examinees. The chess hall has its own rules. You can't pass this round." Wang Chong said indifferently. Su Yiqin's face turned from red to white, from white to red, and finally became deathly pale. Only at the very last moment did she realize that she had lost again, and even more miserably than the last time. Su Yiqin's lips trembled. As proud as she was, how could she bear this kind of blow? "Keep working hard, even though I feel that your aptitude isn't suitable for the chess hall," Wang Chong said indifferently, his hands clasped behind his back. It was this sentence that infuriated Su Yiqin. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion, and the entire chess hall trembled. In front of Wang Chong, Su Yiqin stretched out her fist and smashed the chessboard and the table in front of her into smithereens. Wood splinters flew everywhere. In front of Su Yiqin, these incomparably hard tables and chairs made of cedar wood were like paper, and countless wooden fibers were even shaken off. Su Yiqin's strength was so great that even after the cedar table was smashed to pieces, its 4 legs still embedded deep into the floor. "Bastard!" Su Yiqin finally exploded, her furious voice ringing through the entire chess hall. She couldn't care less anymore. Even if her identity was exposed today, she would teach Wang Chong a good lesson. Chapter 393. Su Yiqin's face paled, and she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She was the proud daughter of the Longway training camp, and many young masters of aristocratic families would bow their heads and respectfully call her Sister Qin, but she didn't even bat an eye at them. Every single one of these men was lustful, and their talent was mediocre. They weren't worthy of Su Yiqin's attention at all, who said that women were inferior to men. She, Su Yiqin, wanted to trample all men beneath her feet. She was used to being arrogant, and she was used to looking down on men. Su Yiqin could never have imagined that she would be humiliated by Wang Chong in the tiny, deflecting blade manner. "What are you trying to do?" With a flash of light, a white silhouette appeared between Wang Chong and Su Yiqin. Huang Qin'er carried a silver great sword on her back, and her expression was as cold as an unmelting glacier as she stared at Su Yiqin. She couldn't tell that Su Yiqin was a woman disguised as a man. In this aspect, women seem to lack the ability to distinguish between men and women. Huang Qin'er only knew that if anyone dared to touch Wang Chong, she would send them flying out of the window. This handsome young man seemed to be quite strong, but he was definitely not a match for her. Su Yiqin didn't even look at Huang Qin'er. Her eyes were red, and she felt like she was about to explode. "Wang Chong, you're going too far." Su Yiqin's chest heaved. She had never suffered such humiliation before. If Wang Chong didn't give her an explanation, he shouldn't blame her for beating him up into a pig's head and hanging him on a flagpole. Seeing Su Yiqin explode in anger, Wang Chong's lips curled up into an almost imperceptible smile. Su Yiqin wasn't mistaken about one thing. He had indeed purposely not allowed her to pass. Moreover, there was one thing that she didn't know. Wang Chong was deliberately provoking her and making her fly into a rage. As the most talented woman in the Tang dynasty and the best in logistics, Su Yiqin's ability had reached a certain level. In the Tang dynasty, almost no one could compare with her. If anyone could obtain the help of Su Yiqin and the Su family, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. At least in terms of logistics, there was nothing to worry about. Before the troops and horses move, the rations and fodder move first. A war that would last for 2 months would require 2 years to prepare the logistics and rations. The importance of logistics was obvious. In the other world that Wang Chong came from, that fellow called Napoleon had failed on the verge of success precisely because of a lack of logistics. A great undertaking had been wasted, and decades of effort had been wasted. Logistics was too trivial. It involved countless aspects and was innumerable. It needed wisdom, but not just wisdom. In this aspect, even if one's martial arts were higher than the heavens, it would be useless. Wang Chong knew that he had no talent in this aspect. In his last life, when the army was defeated, he was basically in a state of no rations, no pay, and no logistics. If he really had a formidable logistics expert like Su Yichin, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. It was a rare opportunity for the talented daughter of the Su clan, Su Yichin, to disguise herself as Su Chong and come to Deflecting Blade Manor to challenge him. If Wang Chong were to let go of this opportunity, he wouldn't be Wang Chong. Su Chong, you seem to be very unconvinced. Wang Chong said calmly. Convinced? About what? There isn't a single person here who is a match for me. All of them have been utterly defeated by me. Tell me, other than you, who else here is more formidable than me? Him, or him. Su Yichin pointed at the examinees around her, unable to restrain her anger. Those who were weak had passed, while those who were strong had failed. How could there be such a logic in the world? She could sense that Wang Chong was intentionally making things difficult for her. Even if she had to expose her identity, she would still teach this bastard a lesson. Hee, do you think that they are weak? Or perhaps, do you think that you are very strong? Wang Chong looked at Su Yichin, the smile on his face infuriating. Am I not? Su Yichin countered with a question. Don't think that she is a 3-year-old child. Wang Chong's excuses can't fool her. Hee, let me ask you, how long have you been playing chess? How long have they been playing chess? Wang Chong said calmly, as if he couldn't see the rage on Su Yichin's face. What do you mean? Upon hearing Wang Chong's question, Su Yichin suddenly calmed down. If I'm not wrong, Su Chong, you have been playing chess since you were young, right? By now, it has probably been more than 10 years, right? But these people... Wang Chong turned around and swept his gaze across these students. The longest they have been playing chess is 1 or 2 years, and the shortest is only 1 or 2 months. Although their chess skills are very poor right now, they have great potential. Potential? What do you mean? Su Yichin said. This time, even Huang Qian'er's attention was drawn. Although she wasn't participating in the match, she could clearly see everything that was happening at the entrance of the chess hall. Even she could tell that Wang Chong had something against this Su Chong fellow. But this was also his fault for being too arrogant. Huang Qian'er had thought that Wang Chong would find a random reason to deal with him, or perhaps use his identity as the master of Deflecting Blade Manor to order him to leave. But from the looks of it, Wang Chong wasn't just spouting nonsense. It's very simple. Think about it. One is a grown shrub, and the other is the seed of a nanmu. If you want to build a house, do you want a bush or a seed of a nanmu tree? Wang Chong stared at Su Yichin. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm that shrub? Su Yichin's eyes blazed with fury. Although it's just a metaphor, that's more or less what I mean. Although the students I chose aren't good at chess, they are like nanmu seeds. As long as they are nurtured properly, they will have limitless potential. Even you, although your chess skills are very high, this is basically the limit of your achievements. Your potential has already been completely unearthed, and there's no more room for growth. This is the reason why I eliminated you. Wang Chong said calmly. Bastard. Su Yichin finally exploded. Although Wang Chong had said so much, he was basically saying the same thing. Your strength has reached its limit, and there's no more room for you to grow. How could someone as proud as Su Yichin be able to stand it? I'll kill you no matter what. Su Yichin was on the verge of insanity. Without a second thought, stellar energy surged from her body as she reached out to grab Wang Chong. This casual grab had actually created a thunderous roar, and even Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Boom! But in the next moment, there was a loud boom, and a slender palm as translucent as white jade slashed in, accurately striking Su Yichin's arm. Boom! Stellar energy shot out in all directions. Su Yichin's furious strike had actually been blocked by Huang Qian'er. Young master, I advise you to conduct yourself with dignity. Huang Qian'er said coldly, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Even now, She had no idea that she was facing a girl just like her. Like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Su Yi-chin suddenly calmed down. "Who are you?" "Humph, I was wondering who it was." "So it's you, Fairy of Dainty Hands. When did you run over and become someone's servant?" Su Yi-chin hadn't recognized her at the start. But when she realized that the icy beauty at Wang Chong's side was the famed Fairy of Dainty Hands, Huang Qin'er, her entire face changed. Many people believed that beauties would have a good relationship with each other, but it was the exact opposite. Beautiful women hated other women the most, especially women as beautiful as themselves. "Who are you? You recognize me?" "Humph, I don't care who you are, but if you dare to touch him, don't blame me for being rude, even though I don't like him either," Huang Qian'er coldly said. Wang Chong speechlessly rolled his eyes. Why did she add that last line? Wouldn't it have been better if she hadn't? He really couldn't understand these women. "Su Chong, it's useless. You won't be able to do anything here. Moreover, as I said, your potential has reached its limit, and that's it. If you're not convinced, you can leave now." Wang Chong didn't miss this opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "You bastard, you want me to leave? I'm not leaving." It would have been better if Wang Chong hadn't said anything, but now that Wang Chong had said it, Su Yi-chin actually didn't want to leave. Her personality would never allow her to be led away by Wang Chong. Furthermore, with Fairy of Dainty Hands, Huang Qin'er, around, she knew that she couldn't do anything rash. Of the direct descendants of the great clans of the capital, Huang Qin'er was ranked third. Although Su Yi-chin wasn't convinced, she had to admit that Huang Qian'er's strength was probably above hers. In a fight with her, she wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. "Humph, don't get too happy. Aren't you trying to say that this is all I'm capable of and that I can't defeat you? Just you wait. I'll definitely trample you beneath my feet and return the humiliation you gave me 100-fold. After saying that, Su Yi-chin turned around and left, not staying for a moment longer. "Gongzi, should we chase him out?" "There's no need for such a person to remain here." Wei Anfang suddenly approached from the side and whispered. Hearing those words, Wang Chong couldn't help but smile. Wei Anfang was indeed a blockhead who didn't know how to flirt. Why would he chase away a beauty like Su Yi-chin? He couldn't wait to stay. There's no need to bother with him. Men, clean up the place. Also, arrange for the students who just passed to be sent to the spirit vein. "Yes, Gongzi." Wei Anfang nodded his head and agreed to it. After leaving the chess hall, Wang Chong headed straight for the training camp. After so long, it was about time for him to meet his instructor, Zhao Qianqiu. Passing through more than half of the training camp, Wang Chong finally met with Zhao Qianqiu at the main peak of Kunwu training camp. "Hee, you're finally back." Upon seeing Wang Chong walk in, Zhao Qianqiu's eyes lit up. He immediately stood up from his seat and walked toward Wang Chong with widened strides. Upon seeing Zhao Qianqiu, Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, Wang Chong had only gone there for the sake of Zhao Qianqiu's reputation in his previous life and the halo of Dusk Stallion under his name. But unknowingly, a deep bond had been forged between the two of them. If not for Zhao Qianqiu's thousandly fragrance, he might have really died in that forest. Wang, taking in a deep breath, just as Zhao Qianqiu was about to walk over, Wang Chong suddenly got down on one knee and bowed respectfully to Zhao Qianqiu with the most solemn military etiquette. "Teacher, thank you." Wang Chong's voice echoed in the hall. From this moment onward, regardless of whether it was in terms of status or heart, Wang Chong viewed Zhao Qianqiu as his teacher, a teacher for life. Chapter 394. "Wang Chong, what are you doing?" Just a few steps away from Wang Chong, Zhao Qianqiu halted with a look of bewilderment. In the past, Wang Chong had never treated him with such seriousness when they interacted. "Thank you, teacher. If not for teacher, Wang Chong might have already died on the way back to the capital." Wang Chong said gravely, "Hee, I was still wondering what it was. Get up, get up. You're the student I'm most proud of." Do you really think that I didn't prepare anything for this training camp mission? Zhao Qianqiu chuckled nonchalantly. Wang Chong didn't say anything more and stood up. Naturally, his thoughts and state of mind were different from what Zhao Qianqiu had imagined. However, there was no need for him to speak of this. Come. How are you feeling? How is your recovery? Zhao Qianqiu asked, after rescuing Wang Chong from the forest and sending him back to the Wang clan. Zhao Qianqiu hadn't visited the Wang clan much. It wasn't appropriate for an instructor like him to interfere in the conflict between King Qi, the Yao clan, and the King of Song and the Wang clan. A soldier was a soldier, and it was best for him to stay out of politics. This was also an unspoken rule of the military. A true soldier would try to stay as far away from politics as possible. Besides, after sending Wang Chong back to the Wang clan, he would be well taken care of even without Zhao Qianqiu's presence. This was also the reason why Zhao Qianqiu didn't ask about it. A clan of generals and ministers like the Wang clan would surely have more resources than an instructor like him. It's fortunate that I've mostly recovered. There shouldn't be any repercussions. Wang Chong said as he sat on a chair. The main source of the damage to Wang Chong came from that arrow. The destructive power it carried had dealt a heavy blow to Wang Chong. If it was any other person, it would take at least 2 to 3 months for him to recover. However, Wang Chong had exchanged for the gold organs, and the vital parts of his organs were far stronger than the average person's. Therefore, although it had been less than a month, Wang Chong could already move freely without any obstacles. That's good. During this time, I was still worried. That would be great. Saying so, Zhao Qianqiu returned to his seat and flicked his sleeves. Pa! A shadow flew out like an arrow, heading straight for Wang Chong. Wang Chong reached out with his palm, almost subconsciously grabbing it. Lowering his head, he saw that it was a rolled-up book. The book was not opened, but Wang Chong saw the 2 words blackbird at the beginning, and his heart immediately tightened. As expected, Zhao Qianqiu's voice sounded in his ears. You weren't around for the training camp's mission, but I've already handed it over to you in advance. This is the halo of Dusk Stallion you wanted. Take it and take a good look. You can ask me if you have any questions, but don't count on it too much. It's said that this cultivation technique is extremely difficult to cultivate, and I've never cultivated it before, so I can't give you much guidance. Thank you, teacher. Wang Chong was overjoyed. In an instant, he felt a heavy weight on his hands. Even though he had taken such a huge risk and nearly died in the forest, in the end he had still obtained the most valuable, as well as the most underestimated, cultivation technique in the entire training camp. In his previous life, the halo of Dusk Stallion had been shelved in the training camp, and almost no one had managed to learn it. But he had finally achieved something that no one had been able to in his previous life. The halo of Dusk Stallion finally belonged to him. In that instant, Wang Chong tightly gripped the book in his hands, his heart filled with joy. Right, teacher, when you were rushing over, did you see several groups of people? Wang Chong kept the halo of Dusk Stallion and suddenly asked, What's wrong? Zhao Qianqiu's eyebrows shot up. Wang Chong's words seemed to be pointing to something. Without hiding anything, Wang Chong revealed what he had sensed while hiding underground. Even though he had been pursued by one group that day, from what happened later, it was clear that there were several other groups. Even though these people had come for him as well, they had their own plans, clearly not working together. And judging from the number of people, there were far more than just 2 groups. Forget about the King of Song and the Yao clan. Wang Chong just couldn't figure out what was going on. Moreover, wasn't the King of Song and the Yao clan working together? Was there a need for them to split into 2 groups? The more Wang Chong thought about the events of that day, the stranger he found them. Unfortunately, he was limited by his own circumstances and couldn't take a closer look. This, after hearing Wang Chong's description, Zhao Qianqiu frowned. We also checked the place where you were hiding. The footprints on the ground were extremely messy, and there was indeed more than one group of people. On top of that, I was moving much earlier than you think, and during that period of time we did see other people. However, we were too far away, and the other party avoided us as soon as they saw us. Zhao Qianqiu fell into deep contemplation. Logically speaking, Wang Chang's assault should have been a simple case of assassination. But from Wang Chang's description, it didn't seem to be as simple as it seemed. But when it came to politics, even a pure military man like Zhao Qianqiu felt a headache coming on. He could come up with the idea of releasing a tiger in the middle of the night to train his students. But when it came to complicated politics, he really couldn't do anything about it. However, I did manage to find the arrow you spoke of. Zhao Qianqiu suddenly stood up, and before Wang Chang's astonished gaze, he walked to the wall of the room, opened up a secret compartment, and took out an object. An arrow? Wang Chang stared at the object in Zhao Qianqiu's hands doubtfully. It was just a black arrowhead, and it was only the length of a knuckle. We found this at the place where you were attacked and assassinated. Only the arrowhead remains. The rest of it has been taken away. Even this arrowhead was found in the soil more than 100 feet away from where you were injured, after repeated searching. If not for the fact that we searched the area repeatedly to track you down, we wouldn't have been able to find it. Based on our deductions, this should be left behind by the steel arrow that injured you. Saying so, Zhao Qianqiu walked over and passed the arrowhead to Wang Chang. With a grim expression, Wang Chang examined the arrowhead carefully. There was almost nothing left on the shaft of the arrow, leaving only a black arrowhead. At first glance, this arrowhead seemed extremely ordinary, no different from other arrowheads. But upon closer inspection, Wang Chang noticed something different. On the surface of the arrowhead, there were some fine inscriptions. These were the traces of inscriptions. However, due to the fact that the arrowhead was black, it was impossible to notice them if one didn't pay attention. Not only so, upon closer inspection, Wang Chang made another surprising discovery. The material used to forge this arrowhead was extremely unique. It wasn't any ordinary metal, Xian metal, or Wuzi steel. Wang Chang had forged quite a few Wuzi steel swords in the past, so he was extremely sensitive to the amount of metal used. At the moment, he was the only one who could obtain Wuzi steel. It was impossible for anyone else to obtain it. As such, its quality was clearly inferior to Wuzi steel. Judging from its weight, Wang Chang could tell that the quality of this metal was somewhere between Xian metal and Xian metal. It was infinitely close to Xian metal, but at the same time, there seemed to be something else in it. We have looked into the period of time you were recuperating. This arrowhead is made from a mixture of Xian metal, and some other unique metal powder. Furthermore, the structure of the arrowhead has undergone a unique forging process as well, causing the internal structure of the arrowhead to be relatively loose. I believe that you should have noticed this as well. Zhao Qianqiu glanced at Wang Chang as he spoke. Wang Chang nodded. Indeed, this arrowhead was slightly lighter than a Xian metal arrowhead. He could already tell that. This will undoubtedly lower the sturdiness of the arrowhead, and it's due to this that the arrowhead would shatter into pieces upon colliding with something sturdy. The arrowhead and the arrow shaft would shatter and scatter in different places. Even so, this method will greatly increase the speed at which stellar energy flows through the arrowhead, making it easier for an expert archer to bring out their prowess and increase the destructive power of their archery. To put it simply, this is a unique archery technique that utilizes the stellar energy of a cultivator to injure others. Unlike ordinary archery techniques, which rely on the sharpness of the arrow to pierce through the vitals of the target. Even if it doesn't hit vitals, it can still cause severe damage to one's body. Those who are proficient in this unique archery technique are definitely not ordinary archery experts. Based on this, we should be able to find the person who shot you. Zhao Qianqiu concluded. During this period of time, he hadn't been slacking off. He had found many clues on the arrowhead, and based on these clues, he would definitely be able to find the person who ambushed Wang Chong. As for what Wang Chong said about the appearance of 2 or 3 groups of people, he really didn't know about it. Wang Chong fell silent. He already understood what was going on. Even though the iron arrow was formidable and was imbued with the inscription of sharpness, it still struck the heart protecting mirror of the Uzun cavalrymen. The 300 cavalrymen of the Uzun Empire were all heavily armored cavalrymen, and they were imbued with layer after layer of inscription of toughness. When the iron arrow struck the heart protecting mirror, it was jolted into pieces by its own strength. That was why Zhao Qianqiu was able to pick up a part of the arrowhead. To be able to uncover so many clues from a single arrowhead was already an unexpected harvest for Wang Chong. "Thank you, teacher." After chatting with Zhao Qianqiu for a while in the main hall of the Kunwa training camp, Wang Chong bade farewell and left. He had delayed his breakthrough to the true martial realm for so long. If everything was ready, he would finally be able to make a breakthrough. After leaving the main peak, Wang Chong returned straight to the deflecting blade manor. In the deflecting blade manor, Wang Chong had a cultivation chamber that belonged to him. Compared to the training camp, the deflecting blade manor belonged to him. It would be much safer for him to make a breakthrough to the true martial realm here. "Wang Qianer, guard me." After saying those words, Wang Chong immediately stepped into his secret chamber. At this moment, Wang Chong's heart was thumping in anticipation. Chapter 395. Stepping into the secret chamber and closing the door, Wang Chong immediately took out the Halo of Dusk Stallion book that Zhao Qianqiu had given him. The regret from his last life had finally been made up for. The excitement in Wang Chong's heart was indescribable. "I finally got it." Wang Chong gripped the book in his hand, his chest heaving up and down. Wang Chong did not know much about the Halo of Dusk Stallion, but just the information he had obtained from the mouths of his seniors was enough to stun anyone who knew. The number of levels of the Halo of Dusk Stallion was infinite. As long as one was strong enough, one could theoretically upgrade the Halo of Dusk Stallion without limit. Even though the energy required to upgrade it would be an astronomical figure that warriors could only sigh in amazement and never imagine. In the war against the otherworldly invaders, the strength of an individual was too meager. Even someone as powerful as the war god So Yung-sun had ultimately died in the capital, unable to reverse the tides. But the Halo of Dusk Stallion was the only thing that could completely reverse the course of a battle with individual strength. If there is one thing that can help us in our current situation, it is the Halo of Dusk Stallion. Alas, we can no longer obtain it. These were the words that a senior had once said to Wang Chong, filled with endless regret. But now everything was different. Opening the book, line after line of words immediately entered his eyes. They were not the ancient seal characters commonly used in ancient supreme techniques, but the regular script that Wang Chong was all too familiar with. This was clearly not the original, but a hand-copied copy. In the 27th year of the Great Sui's reign, Yu Hanzitong received the order of the Holy Emperor, the Son of Heaven, to hand-copy this book. The first majestic paragraph on the slightly yellowed paper caused Wang Chong's eyes to twitch, and an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. It's actually a handwritten copy from the Great Sui dynasty. Wang Chong's eyes madly twitched as an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. This Halo of Dusk Stallion was actually a manuscript from the era of Emperor Wen of the Sui dynasty. Wang Chong had not expected this. But what surprised Wang Chong even more was the 3 words in this paragraph, Han Zidong. Not many people knew about this person, but his other name was known by everyone. Even after hundreds of years, his name was still very well known among the children of the aristocratic families. Han Qinhu. He was one of the 4 great generals who served under Emperor Wen of the Sui dynasty. The other 3 great generals of the Sui dynasty, Yangsu, Hiruaxiao, and Shirwansu, were collectively known as the 4 pillars of the empire, just like Fomenlinta, Gao Xinji, Geshu Han, and Wang Shougui. However, The reputation of the four great generals of the Sui dynasty was far above the latter. Han Qinhu, in particular, was a master of both the pen and the sword. He was known as the god of war during the era of Emperor Wen of the Sui dynasty. With just 500 people, they had conquered the Qin dynasty of Jiangnan like a hot knife through butter. This person's status in the great Sui dynasty was like the sun at high noon, just like his grandfather. But perhaps his reputation was even higher than his grandfather's. Emperor Wen of the Great Sui praised him, spreading the might of the empire for 10,000 li, declaring the empire in a single corner. His lofty name fills the universe. His flourishing achievements illuminate the earth. His name has been heard of since ancient times, rarely heard of. This praise for him had reached the pinnacle. Wang Chong had not expected that the person who had hand-copied the Halo of Dusk Stallion would be him. What's going on here? Wang Chong was somewhat taken aback. This was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Wang Chong had originally believed that the book that Zhao Qianqiu had casually tossed to him would be about the same as other martial arts. It was just a book with the mantra for the martial arts written on it. However, this was clearly not the case in front of them. 27th year of the Great Sui dynasty? Hand-copied on the orders of the Holy Emperor, the Son of Heaven? Just what's going on here? The Halo of Dusk Stallion might be formidable, but surely Emperor Wen of the Sui dynasty didn't have to order a great general like Han Qinhu to hand-copy it? Wang Chong's brows were fiercely twitching, his mind in turmoil. The holy emperor that Han Qinhu spoke of could only be Emperor Wen of the Sui dynasty. In the final years of the Sui dynasty, the emperor was renowned for his tyranny and had single-handedly caused the world to descend into chaos, resulting in the Tang dynasty replacing the Sui. But in the early years of the Sui dynasty, the politics were clear and the economy and commerce flourished. History called it the reign of founding emperor. This was completely different from the final years of the Sui dynasty. Even though the Tang had replaced the Sui, the history books had to admit that although the Sui dynasty was corrupt, Emperor Wen was a rarely seen, wise sovereign. But what Wang Chong did not understand was why Emperor Wen had ordered an imperial great general like Han Qinhu to hand-copy the Halo of Dusk Stallion. Wang Chong suddenly had a feeling that this Halo of Dusk Stallion was not as simple as he had first imagined. Or perhaps the fact that the Halo of Dusk Stallion had not been passed down, resulting in it becoming extinct, was not as simple as negligence or a lack of a suitable successor. Perhaps there was an even deeper reason behind the loss of the Halo of Dusk Stallion. Lowering his head, Wang Chong continued reading. Yu Yan, an ordinary man, is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Although the Halo of Dusk Stallion is powerful, it can easily attract unexpected disasters. The Holy Emperor has decreed that those without astonishing aptitude and talent are not allowed to cultivate it. Those who are not the pillars of the empire are not allowed to cultivate it. Those who are not loyal and have no evil in their hearts are not allowed to cultivate it. Those who are not courageous, have astonishing willpower, and do not fear death are not allowed to cultivate it. These four are not to be cultivated. The Halo of Dusk Stallion has a long history and was not created by this dynasty. In the previous dynasty, countless people died because they cultivated this technique. Their heads rolled and their clans were exterminated. Those who come later should be cautious. This technique is of great importance and has far-reaching implications. It was not created by this dynasty alone. Those who come later should be cautious and not lightly pass it on to others. Only those who cultivate this technique must remember that I have a word of advice. Be careful of your descendants. The last sentence was chilling to the bone. And then there was the heavy red seal of a great general. After reading these words on this page, Wang Chong was dumbfounded, unable to speak for some time. Han Qinhu was an imperial great general of the former Sui, his martial arts unparalleled. At the very least, he was on the same level as Zhang Shogui and Wang Zhongxi, and he could only be higher. Wang Chong truly could not understand what it was that made Han Qinhu so apprehensive. Even in this manuscript, he hesitated to mention it, as if he was afraid of revealing something. Just what was it that made the mighty great general of the former sway so apprehensive? To put it more bluntly, he was afraid. All was quiet. Wang Chong sat in the secret room, his mind in turmoil, his entire body frozen. Wang Chong suddenly realized that this halo of dusk stallion seemed to be hiding some great secret that he did not understand. Time slowly passed, and after some time, Wang Chong finally gave a long sigh. No matter what sort of secret the halo of dusk stallion hid, after paying so much and almost dying, Wang Chong could not easily give up. This was not just Wang Chong's problem, but also related to Wang Chong's plan to change the future. Without the halo of dusk stallion, he would not be able to deal with those otherworldly invaders. Even if Han Qinhu said that the halo of dusk stallion had great dangers, that it would bring about a great calamity, he still had to cultivate it. Han Qinhu's solemn words might not be groundless. I can only investigate them in the future, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Once he had decided on something, he could not easily change it. Moreover, although Han Qinhu was a great general of the former sway, the war god, Wang Chong felt that this war god of the former sway was not necessarily omniscient and omnipotent. At the very least, Han Qinhu would never have predicted that the former sway would be replaced by the Tang dynasty. Moreover, Han Qinhu had mentioned that the halo of dusk stallion had 4 prohibitions, but these 4 prohibitions had been broken long ago. Wang Chong would not change his thoughts, resolve, and plans just because of a few words from several centuries ago. Composing himself, Wang Chong flipped to the first page and continued reading. It was like he had gone from a wretched land to a glimmer of hope. Wang Chong suddenly felt his entire body lighten. Other than the warning on the first page of the halo of dusk stallion, the contents of the rest of the book exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. They were normal and calm, just like a very ordinary mantra for a technique. Although the words were very profound, to Wang Chong, who had seen even more profound and cryptic words, this was truly nothing. Casting aside his thoughts, Wang Chong quickly immersed himself in the mantra. The first cycle of the halo of dusk stallion was not very difficult, but one needed to be at the dragon bone level to cultivate it. Although it seemed like a simple requirement, it was actually extremely harsh. This was because the vast majority of the great clans, generals, and ministers only had the cultivation of the tiger bone level. Those who could reach the dragon bone level were few and far between. Basically, only the princes and princesses of the imperial household, or the important ministers and favored ministers of the court who had been rewarded by the Holy Emperor, could reach this requirement. Because Wang Chong cultivated the dragon bone art, he had barely managed to form the flood dragon bone, so he had just barely reached the requirements of the halo of dusk stallion. I was truly lucky. Wang Chong rejoiced in his heart. The flood dragon bone was probably the lowest requirement for this technique. If he had not been reincarnated, he probably would not have been able to cultivate the halo of dusk stallion, even if he had obtained it. At this moment, Wang Chong somewhat understood why Han Qinhu had said in his book that those who were not the pillars of the empire and had absolute loyalty could not cultivate this technique. This was because other than members of the imperial clan, only the pillars of the empire had a chance of receiving a dragon bone level technique as a reward. This time, Instructor Zhao has probably misunderstood. A thought flashed through his mind, and Wang Chong suddenly seemed to understand something. Given the level of the halo of dusk stallion, it could not have easily fallen into his hands. There was an 80 to 90% chance that Zhao Qianqiu and the other officers of the training camp had misunderstood, believing that this was his grandfather's idea. Given his grandfather's identity, status, and influence, he was naturally more than qualified to cultivate the halo of dusk stallion. But Wang Chong was well aware that this was definitely a misunderstanding. But even if he understood this, Wang Chong couldn't possibly explain it to him. Sometimes there were mistakes, and no matter what the training camp had misunderstood. But this technique truly was something he needed. Calming his mind, Wang Chong quickly began to cultivate the first cycle of the Halo of Dusk Stallion. The path of the Halo of Dusk Stallion was grand and domineering. Its first cycle required one to pass through 27 major acupuncture points, some of which were fatal or grievous, let alone a true martial realm expert. Even a profound martial realm expert would find this path fraught with danger and find it difficult to accomplish. But Wang Chong was different. What he possessed was the knowledge and experience of the Holy Emperor realm. Buzz!